way, I think.
Uh,
I wonder I wish I could look at can you look at the enrolled players or no?
Not yet, I don't think.
Oh, okay. Only once
We'd have to get,
the
like we'd have to get,
pairings
like,
come up?
yeah, we'd have to get the social permissions from the organizer, which I doubt we will get from some of
Ah,
the other
okay, yeah.
teams. Well, maybe they can give it so we can see, like, meta stats and stuff.
That's fair.
Oh, we are live, alright. Hello, hello, hello. I'm Alex Kratz from Minimal Gaming. We've been live chit-chatting, but, welcome everyone. Who am I joined with? Who's this, who I got
This
commentating with?
random this random shark that shows up with me? Is that what you Hello, this is Sharky from the Colorado Cantina crew.
Yeah, and let me pull up
Sorry.
the stream. We don't have the audio video feed yet, so we will filibuster and do our best to entertain anyone who's hanging out early on this Saturday.
I'm
But
trying to
I'm
get to
excited for some live SWU. I don't know about you, Sharky.
I am very excited about it. It should be a good time, and, I wanna see I kinda wanna see how everyone's gonna start reacting to Sector last week.
Mm, yeah, like yeah. So what are your predictions for this meta? I have one that's not very spicy, but I'll see what you say first.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of spicy takes. I think we will see a fair amount of Land of Lake Country coming in from people who didn't help make the deck. Um, then we'll have, the other crew of the Obi-Wan crew, which is also very fair given that 6 of the top 8 were Obi-Wan, Blue 28, or Land of Lake Country. But I'm willing to bet that there's some other interesting tech coming in to try to combat those 2. So I don't know what that tech is yet, but I
Right.
want to see it.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I obviously, if anyone doesn't know, I played Obi-Wan at Atlanta last weekend. I finished 32nd myself with two of my teammates in the top 8, including Carlos as the runner-up. So
Congrats to you guys.
it was an amazing weekend. Had a blast. Couldn't have been happier with the results. And I think I really like Obi-Wan in this meta right now because there's really no like direct tech cards for it. Like there's like Talented tech, but like even that doesn't like win you the game like a credit hate card can do against Lando. So yeah, I think Obi-Wan's interesting. I'm interested to see, yeah, how it can adjust and evolve because my like bland prediction is that we'll see, 15, 16% Obi-Wan, just overall this weekend, maybe a couple percent lower for Lando and then maybe a couple percent lower than that for Boba. But I think those three decks are going to be 10 to 15%. So that's we're looking at a good 40% of the meta between those three is my guess, I think. And
I think that's a
which
reasonable
still
guess, at least in terms of representation, yeah.
yeah, and I think, I don't know about you, I like this meta. I think it's pretty, fairly healthy. I know there's some mixed feelings on it across the community, but hey, I don't mind it. I think Obi-Wan is like just pure swoo. I don't know about you. It's people think it's really boring to play, but there's no splashy, combos or whatever. But I think it's just like solid swoo, like fundamental swoo. I don't know.
I generally agree with that, and so the funny thing about, I guess, the complaints to me is that there are, um there's basically nothing on the level of even, like, Force Throw to me in this kind of a meta, and there's always gonna be a big bad, boogeyman of the meta, right? And it was Boba for a little while. I think it might start rotating over to Obi-Wan. It was, what was the early ones? Like, Lando's been showing up here and there in various colors, and the rotation part of that and the adjustment part of that tells me that you can kind of do a lot of uh, innovating, I guess, for lack of a better term, with some decks that aren't typically considered standard. And I'm kind of excited to see if that can continue or if it's going to stabilize and start, to be stagnated in one place. But so far, I'm pretty happy with the way things are looking.
Yeah, I definitely I agree with that, and I think yeah, post rotation meta. I've had a blast, but I don't know about you, but I've really enjoyed the post rotation meta, and as much as I miss my boy Luke Skywalker, the 7 drop Luke. It's like I made a little meme last night of the Wolverine in bed holding the picture.
Yeah.
That's really it's the only card I actually miss. Honestly, I don't miss Han 2. Trust me, I don't miss even Crate
Yeah.
Dragon. I really just miss Luke Skywalker, but he's the waiting for me in Eternal whenever I decided to pick that up because I actually have a somewhat local Eternal PQ today, but I'm not able to make it myself in Chicago. And might be a stream for that on late night or take to the initiative. Not 100% sure yet. They're working on that, but uh, yeah, I think it's nice to have that rotation. And I don't know. I've played what games I played didn't have rotation. I think there's one game I played that didn't have rotation, and I feel like I don't know. I personally, some people don't like rotations because they get to not play with their cards they spent money on. But personally, I'm more inclined to like I want the competitive and like meta balance over like the personal value of my cards, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I
Uh,
well, I my card game background includes Magic, so I was used to rotation as it is. Um,
mm,
and then I think the other card game I really played was Destiny, but I'm mostly a minis gamer, so you don't have to worry too much about rotation. But I generally like rotation because I prefer the game to be in a healthy, balanced state, and or possibly one that slightly rotates to one that
mhm,
just becomes like Legacy and Magic, and I don't enjoy that format personally. So I'm pretty happy
mm.
in general to see the way rotation works. And I've been really it's kind of a weird situation to be in out here, right? Because our first PQ is May 9th. And
Oh,
so I haven't even played in a tournament yet. I've been kind of been able to this is maybe the first
oh,
set and I can't remember how long that I haven't been able
yeah.
to play in a major in the first like 2 weeks of a set release. It's just like I'm kind of
Mm.
watching from afar, like watching everything develop, trying all the new decks, trying to figure out what my deck is gonna be, at least until they release a new Cad Bane, right? And so I'm kind of just I'm kind of in limbo right now. It feels like I'm playing a whole bunch of different things, and it's like that part is cool, but it's definitely a weird adjustment compared to what we've been doing. Just grinding to play a tournament the first 2 weeks of a set release for like the last I don't know year and a half. Every time a set comes out.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense, and it's probably I know it's difficult, when there's these like gaps in the scheduling because it's just hard to make everyone happy, right? When they schedule these things, and
Oh yeah,
you
100%.
know that's been one of my concerns with like the kind of format dilution now. So if they have like, 'cause we have like three formats now for PQs, which means that I don't know if they're necessarily adding PQs. I think they're kind of just swapping the format of some PQs. Like I think I heard some limited PQs became eternal this set or something.
Oh, interesting.
So, but I've heard similar like kind of issues from other folks, in my area as well because we had a limited PQ locally. I think 2 weeks ago now. And then our next local PQ isn't until a month from now, like towards the
Yeah,
mid late May. So yeah,
yeah.
I get that for
The
yeah.
scheduling is also a little funky too. Like so out here in at least in Colorado, right? Um, there aren't a whole lot of other places that are close enough to do a lot of traveling to. There, there's some, but they're like 6-ish hours away, which isn't the worst. But the one that I typically go to is out in Salt Lake City in Utah, and
Mhm.
that one, of course, is the same exact weekend as our local one here in Denver. So when you combine that with the fact that I'm also
Oh,
moving further west, so like it's a bit of a weird logistical nightmare this set for that one. But the good news is I actually will be able to play in a second PQ once I've moved, which is kind of funny. So I'll at least get two shots at something. But the scheduling is a little bit. I don't want to say they screwed it up because it's not like they can plan around my schedule. But for me, at least, I was fortunate enough to luck into being able to go to a second PQ.
right? Yeah, no, that makes I'm fortunate. I was just lucky I was able to go to the Atlanta, and I'm also going to Palm Springs. So I
Oh,
was
you're going to that too?
uh
Nice.
yeah, because I have a buddy who shout out to Josh or Double Portal who's got a timeshare there, and so got
Oh,
pretty
nice.
affordable accommodations and some airline miles to book my flights. So it's fairly affordable for as far as traveling to across the country from Wisconsin to California. So I'm really excited. I need to grind some limited though. I haven't touched limited in a month since Adepticon, so I'd be excited to play in a Adepticon was awesome a month ago, but it was not. It was more of a semi-casual, semi-competitive event.
Yeah, yeah. Sort of like
Step up from a
gymkhanas.
pre-release. Yeah, exactly. So I'm excited for a very competitive limited tournament this format or the sets because I really love limited in this set. But yeah, we'll see. And but we got premiere today. We got premiere, and I am pumped. Looks like we got how many players currently? 39 players. I think it's a solid number for this is happening at Collection Realm Games just north of Miami. But
Yeah.
I should say just north. It's a bit north of Miami. But
It's hard to always gauge At least to me, it's always hard to gauge how far things are apart in Florida too. It feels like it goes on forever.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And I'm going to Florida myself. I don't know if we were chit chatting. I don't know if people heard that. But I'm going to Tampa for a BTS concert. It's not quite SWU. The Venn diagram of a SWU and K-pop is a pretty small diagram. It's about me there in the middle. I don't know how many other people are in there with me, but if anyone in the chat is a BTS stan, let me know. I don't expect anyone to be, but either way, I'm excited to cover some SWU here. We're trying to get some technical issues set up, and also the tournament honestly has not started yet. It's a couple minutes away, but
Yeah, so sorry you get to listen to us for
yeah.
a little bit, but we're working through some technical, we won't even call them issues, some technical things we're learning on the fly.
Yeah, and I know, shout out to Jay and all the Unplayable guys for putting this on. Actually, Jay and I or not, I should say, that's not Jay and Jay, I knew about for a while because shout out to him and this is Chris, I believe, from Double Blanks Gaming and Destiny, which, first of all, was my favorite creator name in that game because you play Destiny, right? So you know that
I
if
did.
anyone doesn't know,
I
the
know that
most
feeling.
dice most dice in that game had one blank side, so you'd have these occasions where you'd roll double blanks, 136, and it just feels the worst feeling ever.
Yep,
Especially
yep.
at a crucial time in the game. You're like, all right, I need to swing for I need to roll lethal. And you would just get blanks. So they're actually I knew about Jay for a while now, and this is really cool. I got to meet Jay in person in Atlanta last weekend, and here I am on the stream. So
That's
um
awesome.
yeah, I'm super excited, and they do some great stuff for the community. So yeah, I'm hopefully
Right. So it looks like we've solved some of our issues. At
Yes, I
least the
believe
ones
they're back
related to
live.
viewing the viewing the game.
Right, which is the important part for sure. So,
Oh, look,
yeah, we
yeah, it's awesome. We got nice little picture here. All right. All right, let's do this thing. I'm not sure if we're gonna get heads up ahead of time as to who's playing what and what matchups we're getting. So we will be just as surprised as everybody else.
yeah, and they got 40 players exactly now. Our attrition is closed, which is a nice, solid, even number, so no one will be getting a buy, which is always nice
Oh yeah,
because people
that's
don't
good.
travel and go to these events just to sit around, right? So people want to play this game, and we're gonna have some great gameplay for you soon, folks. And yeah, once again, I'm Alex Krez, and joined by Sharky, and yeah, I'm excited. Like I got up early this morning. I was excited to get out of bed because I've been wanting to do more commentary. I know you've done it a number of times, but myself, I'm a little baby commentator, so I'm excited to just talk swoo. So
Yeah, it's a fun time. Something I've really enjoyed taking on a lot more of this year, or however long it's been since I started doing this. I don't even know. Time isn't real, but it's been a lot of fun. So
right. Yeah, definitely. And like I don't know, who's just joined late. We're gonna get started soon with this Premier PQ based in South Florida or Southeast Florida, I suppose. I'm not a geography expert by any means, but I had to pull up Google Maps before we started. But I guess yeah, Southeast. Okay, Southeast Florida.
yeah,
I was
we're
right.
in
I
Lake
had to
Park,
zoom out.
Florida.
Yes, and yeah, it should be a great event today. We've got our first weekend of post sector PQs, which is always exciting, right? Because I think we have the early PQs, which are kind of small. It can be small sample size, or they can be, you know, yeah, they can be interesting data. But we get the full first major. I think it's always exciting to see like a big sample size of data, and yeah, what a weekend it was.
Yeah, and then on top of the data, like you get a lot of a lot of data points across the meta with the PQ season, right? However, anytime there's a major, there's almost always an inevitable shift in the meta strictly because of what gets played or what wins or even what does well in a major
Hmm.
tournament. Those things tend to have a lot more weight. And so you see a lot of people like they'll build up to the major and they'll have their own decks. And when the decks become public, like the Lando Lake Country, for example, then everyone starts going back into the lab immediately trying to figure out how do you beat it, how do you play it, right? And so this weekend, I expect to see kind of like the fallout, right, from the way
Hmm.
those sectors played out. Because as we mentioned earlier, for those who may not have been here, Alex's team came up with a really good Obi-Wan blue force base deck that was 3 of the top 8, along with the Lando Lake Country from ECL. That was the other 3 of the top 8. And so I think you're going to start seeing the reactions to that this weekend, and I'm excited to see where that goes.
Hmm. Yeah, I'll tell you, I didn't make a lot of changes to my Obi-Wan list, but I sure as heck put those Galen Ursos in the main deck to stop those credits because,
That's one of my favorite
um,
cards too. I love that.
yeah, it's a card that it can be a hard card to play. I had a skill issue with the card. I'll call myself out. I lost a match at PQ against my teammate Carlos in the last set by a bad Galen call in the Hantu Blue Mirror. So it's something that I think it's just a cool, really cool card design that is not like ever busted. It's never going to be a banned card, but it's one of those cards that can just like carry a game for you. Shout out to Falafel from the Boston Network. We played in the last round of Atlanta in the Obi-Wan Mirror, and boy, did I not expect it. I dropped my Yoda, and then he drops Galen and he calls my force base. I never got the force back, and I did indeed lose that game.
Oh, man, that's
So
a good call.
yeah, I didn't like it in the mirror until that moment. I clearly just didn't test it enough
Yeah.
to find that line, but that was awesome because it came down. We're trading blows back and forth in the mirror, and it just came down to that scientist Galen Urso who was the difference maker.
So
So,
calls like that are what make me really enjoy cards like Galen, cards like Garinden, cards that you kind of are rewarded for either knowing or properly guessing what your opponent is trying to do. And those are really cool effects to me. And those are things I really, really enjoy. And I'm excited to find a deck that I like playing that also includes Galen or another Gurinden deck, but I'm still searching a little bit. But
You gotta
now he's
come to the light
fantastic in
side.
Obi-Wan, but
Yes, yes, yes. See, that's something that I used to struggle. I don't know about anyone out there. I used to struggle with the fact that I only wanted to play heroism decks because those are the characters I like the most in Star Wars. Which, as a competitive player, maybe isn't the most sound basis for
I
a
have the
deck or
exact
card
opposite problem with
selection.
villainy, so I get it.
Yeah, I think I'm not alone there, and I'm just actually, everyone's been talking about how like last set and this set, it's like, oh, heroism is, totally dominant, and I'm like, well, about time, because not gonna lie, most of the game up till set six, I think villainy was the kind of the favorite in a lot of
I also
overall.
Yeah, I find a lot of those statements to be a little bit hyperbolic because
Yeah.
even while we all generally agree that heroism is probably on the stronger side of the two of the villainy and heroism aspects, I we've had villainy decks be very strong and perform very well even during this PQ season, right? Like you've got the Boba decks, you've got Taliesin who still exists, you've still got the random I mean, the client, right, shows up once in a while as a crazy
Mm,
aggro
mhm.
deck. Yularen, same thing. So there's not like a villainy is completely getting whooped around, but we do
Mhm.
generally agree that I think at least from a value perspective, like a value trade kind of perspective, the heroism side is really where you want to be.
Yeah,
Man,
I agree with that. I do think they do a great job designing the two sides. Like, I think just going back to like set one, where we had the Sabine Rebel aggro deck, the guerrilla insurgency of the rebellion versus the established galactic empire with the blue green villain control decks that slam star destroyers. And I thought, and they get Darth Vader. Like, I thought this game is nailed that like dynamic between
yep, I
rebels
agree.
and empire super well. And it's cool seeing how well they do that in this game because I'm a Star Wars fan first and foremost. So, it's something that I really appreciate about the game is the thematic aspect. I loved Han Run Green and JTL because it's all about throwing Chewie and Han in a Falcon and going crazy with that. So, um, same with even with Obi-Wan, right? It's a bunch of Jedi working together and um, you get to bring in big bad. At the end of your battle, Yoda shows up just like in the Attack of the Clones when he shows up to fight, at the
Yep,
fight, like,
yep.
and he wins you the game. So I don't know. I really love that part about the game because much as I love the game itself, it's just like I think the designers and developers really nailed that part of it.
Yeah, I think they did a good job. There's a lot of really good theme hits, and one of the ones I like to point to as a really quick good example is that every Grogu has been a real pain in the ass, and he's a good card too most of the time. So like they've really nailed the character in that one too. Um, and I found that hilarious that each of them you're like, well, he's not going to win you the game, but he's really annoying and he's really good at what like the small use case that he has.
Right.
I've always found that to be fun.
Yeah, definitely. And
Yeah, I'm hoping we get to see some matchups here shortly, mostly because I'm excited to
yeah.
see what we get to commentate on.
Oh, pairings just went up for round one. I
Oh,
just noticed
awesome.
that. So yeah, it looks like we do have 40 players and I see
See
you a
who we
couple
got
familiar
here.
names. I think I see Aaron's Amelia. Shout out to him. I played him in Atlanta. Actually, I think he's local Jay. Of course, we got our Jay from Playable, our very own Jay playing. So I hope maybe we'll get him on stream. I don't know how they're gonna pick that.
Yep, I
Um,
see. Let's see some of the Boston guys. I see Manumitter as well as I just lost the where to go. Where'd the other one go? I saw BN, but we also see Reflex and Crispy here from ECL.
and
Um,
Shadowfax. So we got
oh, Jaffax is
for
here too.
anyone who
Nice.
yeah, so definitely a stacked field. And of course, there's many other great players. Don't take this to mean that there's, everyone here is taken down. There's no
Oh
this is
yeah.
this is a high skill game. It's still, I love this game because unlike this is where unlike chess where it's a little more deterministic. Anyone can beat anybody. So I think that's one thing I love about card games. It's so exciting that especially as a player, you know that you can lose to anybody. So you got to be on your game all the time. And this game is so hard to play. It's just a hard game to play. Like definitely one of the hardest games I've ever played. In cross video games, card games, board games. So, but looks
Yep,
like we
there's
got
definitely something I like about it.
players. Ooh, I see players putting their deck boxes down, and we're about to find out what we got for our first matchup here.
Yeah. So it looks like we have player one versus player. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I
Not
think
100%
Jay's
sure if we're gonna be able to change
playing.
the graphics. Yeah. So that would
Yeah, I
be
was gonna say
interesting.
Jay's playing, so I'll be curious to see if the leader graphics are gonna change on the overlay, but that's okay if it does not. And, ooh, we got a PQ champion Matt from 6'6" going down. That's always the intimidation factor to
You
the
gotta
dark
flex it.
saber Matt. Yeah,
The
so
Dark Saber mat does look pretty cool though. I gotta give him a little bit of credit for
oh
that one.
gosh, yeah, that's one of the few game changing ones I've gotten. Like just because I have so many mats, but like I still had to get that one. And ooh, is that a Padme
It looks
red?
like a
Oh, I
Padme
am
red.
excited.
All
I
right.
love this deck against a Lando Colossus.
Colossus. All
So
right.
one of the graphics will actually be accurate. So it's just funny because
Yeah.
pretty
Oops.
sure Jay made the graphic like last night. Oh wait, unless that's Jay playing on, is he playing on the Colossus? I don't actually know.
Oh,
But
actually, yeah, I'm not sure. He might be.
we will do our
He
best.
didn't tell us.
Yeah, if we can figure out, I'm not even sure what table number this is yet, but we will figure it out. But yeah, I mean, so Sharky, who do you think is just going to this matchup on paper? Who do you think is favored?
That's a good question. So one of the interesting things that we've been looking at is there was a data point from the sectors where Padme was actually really good in Lando Lake Country.
Hmm.
And it was a small data sample size. So we're not actually 100% sure if it was a matchup problem or just two games swung that direction, right? But it was interesting enough for my teammate Jordan to go dig out his Padme list because he absolutely loves playing Padme and he's fantastic with it, right? And
Yep,
so
yep.
I'm interested to see. I don't know that I can say which one is favored. In fact, generally I lean away from anything playing Colossus being favored. Um, but that being said, I think this will be a good test for both of these decks actually, because Padme can handle a lot of things that Lando can do, especially since Red has a lot of good credit hate, a lot of good um, aggressive units to kind of put the pressure on Lando.
Hmm.
And Lando's top end is just going to be the Lando top end. I don't think that changes a whole lot in terms of whichever color you play. So I don't know that I can pick which one is favored, but I can see a scenario where either of these at least gets to play their game and it runs the other one over.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would go so far as to actually give the edge to Lando, partially because of that 35 health. I think in this case, Padme. I'm actually in my hands holding my Padme showcase. It's been on my desk, and I'm a little biased. I was loving this deck in the previous season.
Yeah.
Played it a lot. I really wanted it to be viable because you can play the new Luke on 6 with the credit from Bix, and
Mhm.
so it kind of rhymes. But I my testing found it was just a little bit inconsistent. Like there's games that would pop off and you would just get the perfect curve and like totally answer everything your opponent's doing. But in other games is like the opposite. You just lose that. Like you just have the worst games. So I honestly have not touched the deck in a while, so it's certainly been refined since then. There were I think
Mhm.
one or two Padmes on day two. I will shout out my buddy and testing partner Ryan Warner, Revel Resource. If you're not anyone's not familiar with his channel, but he's a diehard red yellow hero player, and so he's been on Podman. I believe even knocked out Lego Pizza on day one
What a jerk.
in their
I'm just kidding. Love you,
I
Ryan.
know. And all right, oh great. I got some data here. We got table 18, Knightley Jacobson on Podme versus Cooper Ferrara. I'm gonna butcher that on Lando. So yeah, this is gonna be
This would be a good one.
uh,
Yeah. I don't know if we have
yep.
the way to change the graphics. Sorry about that, but at least half the graphic is correct. So oh man. So one of the
Yeah.
things
And
that
we
bothers me in particular, this is just a me thing about
sure.
Colossus, is having fewer cards to choose from in the very beginning. Like I don't like having a 3 card hand to start. Um, have you played
Ye-
much in the way of Colossus yourself?
I have exactly 0 reps with the Colossus.
Okay, so I was like about
So
to ask, does that bother you too? But fair enough.
I'm not not a whole lot, I wouldn't say, but looks like we got some cards in the field here. There's a little bit of glare. We have a Canyon front runner, that 3-2 pod racer on Lando's side. Did you see what Podme played there? I didn't quite see it
Having a little
myself.
bit of trouble seeing over the
Oh,
glare at the moment,
nope.
but
It's a Bail Organa. I saw from
ah,
the replay on the stream.
that being said,
Um,
like we were just talking about how Colossus can sometimes screw up a hand, but in this case, you get the front runner into Han Solo, and Wow, that is a blowout opening.
Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my, that combo is brutal. Um, uses a land ability, loses a rose, which is a little unfortunate to see that go away. It's a great card, especially
But
because
you
the
do get a
Canyon
credit.
Frontenator. Yeah, it gets a credit. Um, I think it could be worse in terms of what you could lose, definitely. But there's a red 5 then from Padme. I love that prestige variant.
Yeah, it's a great
And
start.
but was that a that's a 5/5 pod racer, if
It
I'm not
is. It is
mistaken.
a 5/5 pod racer, and if he attacks first, which you won't get to this turn, but if he did, gives a -2, -0 to another unit, which is pretty powerful. Turns out Han really
Yeah.
likes pod racing, I guess, you know?
Is that a that's going back to what we were talking about earlier, the thematic side of this game. Yeah, so but hey, yeah, Mark is I think who's commentating. Yeah, I guess we didn't really give our proper intro, but yeah, I'm Alex Krez from Blue Mill Gaming, and I'm joined here by Sharky from the Colorado Cantina crew. I gotta enunciate.
It's all
And
good.
look at that. And I'm excited. We are seeing a Faith in Your Friends disclosed with double Qui-Gon and a K2SO. So that's just like flashing like, hey, I got my top end in hand. What are you gonna do about it?
Yep.
So
Yep. Deal with it, right? And the Padme ping there actually is really relevant, I think, in some ways
yeah,
because
because
it
that red
triggers
five.
the red 5 exactly. So, while the pod racer is a great start, there does appear to be a good answer for it on the Padme side.
And what do we got in return? Just that
Tordarian,
Tordarian two
yeah.
drop and an N1. So we're going wide here,
We're going
folks.
wide
And
across the board.
yeah. This is going to be some,
This is
fundamental
gonna be interesting.
swoo between, sequencing, trading. We'll see some action here. I don't think it's going to be a straight race. I think we're going to get some great
No.
interactive gameplay.
I
You know,
generally agree with that. And it's interesting because I would have typically considered Padme to be the aggressor in this matchup. However, with the way it started, I think it's kind of flipped the other direction where now Padme's kind of playing the control.
oh
Oh, that looks
yeah,
like it's
what a
K2
play!
coming down though and destroying both units on the ground.
Oh, that is brutal. K2SO. If people,
That's
this is
another
one of
great
these
card.
cards that I think is really not seeing enough play yet, and that people are going to be familiar with this card before long
Yeah.
because, yeah.
Yeah. And red 5 is just going to clean up the board this turn and help take out the rest of probably the N1 is my guess, but like Padme can kind of slow roll it a little bit and see if she needs to put damage onto a unit Lando plays maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And now this board is looking, I mean, Lando had that great start with that piloted pod racer. Say that 10
Yep.
times fast. And now though, it's definitely flipped on its head. But what it has? Ooh,
Ooh, the light making
that's
comes down.
yeah. What does that card do again, Sharky? It's been a minute.
Yeah, so that card is a 3/4 with raid 4, so it can hit for half a
Oof.
million damage. On top of the when defeated exhausting, I believe it's an arena you choose. Is that right? Is it an arena or is it always ground? Is it just
It is an
always
arena you
ground because
choose.
everybody chooses it?
It is. I think you can choose. Yeah, I believe you can choose. But yeah, that is a
Yeah,
powerful card there. Um,
can really
I
stack
think
up a
now we're
unit.
yeah, it looks like Landon's gonna have to be the beatdown here. But
Oh
ooh, and we
no.
see the blue ace, the 4/5 ambusher come in and clear that up. He does get the exhaust. I believe it is a maze. So let us see if okay, he did
Oh
remember the
yeah,
trigger. He just had to decide. I guess there was a choice there. Like we were just discussing if we wanted to exhaust the ground or space.
yep.
But this is it. This is the Lando turn. He's got the flip.
I count 3 credits for Lando. And Padme has also
That's
flipped, though there's no sudden ferocities. I feel like every time I see Padme flip, there's like 15 sudden ferocities that come out of the row, but maybe not this time.
and what is that? Is that a
That is a
Bo-Katan on the flip
Bo-Katan.
turn? Is
Woof.
that gonna wipe almost the entire board?
That is
Oh
almost the
my
entire board.
goodness.
That's
Oh
a
my
big one.
goodness.
Oh my god. This is Lando
That
going Super Saiyan all of
hurts.
a sudden. That's a rough one, and there's not a lot that Padme can do about it. It's just one of those, really well set up plays, you know? Like, Lando's now got control of the
Oh.
board with a Bo-Katan out there. I'm not 100% sure what Padme would have to deal with it, because typically what I would think is some kind of bounce to remove it based on the colors, but Beguile doesn't work on
Mhm.
Bo-Katan. So maybe Blade Wing if they're running Blade Wing, but even then Bo-Katan's gonna
Yeah.
come back. Um,
But is that 5? Count 'em, 5 experience tokens on the Lando leader there, so
yeah.
that is
Ah, there it is.
ooh. Does it not kill though, does it? Oh, it does. Okay. Because how much health did the Lando have? It's hard to tell. I believe he
I
lived, right? Because he has
Yeah, I
a
believe
not
Lando's living because Lando
nine
should have, like,
twelve
12 health.
Lando.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he just smacks Qui-Gon down as he shows up and puts Bo-Katan back on top of the deck. So, that's another it's another option that, Padme had to, deal with Bo-Katan, but it's another temporary solution because if Bo-Katan comes back down and makes more experience tokens for a big Lando, then I don't know what you do. For
Yeah,
9 every
that's
turn.
it is a little difficult to see how much damage on Poppy's base. I think maybe next game we could even track that. I could track that in my pen and paper to
Oh,
like
yeah, I was so doing
uh
that too.
but it is ooh, okay, just a code breaker from Lando here. So gets to search the top 7 cards, I believe, for a gambit. And I think Faith in Your Friends is usually the most obvious target, but actually this board state might even want that Axe Forgets bounce card
Oh,
here. We'll
yeah,
see what
and that looks ooh, watch, this is
oh.
also a very good card here.
Yeah,
Um,
that's one card that, if people aren't familiar with that card after last weekend, they will be. It's a 6 cost event from the Intro Battle Hoth set that I believe, I'll try to recite it from memory. It's something about, I believe you choose a unit and you bounce that to hand, and then you exhaust every other enemy unit in that same arena, if I'm not mistaken. I
that
think it's
is
fact.
what I'm also tracking, so
So it is, like, I've actually, I don't know about you, Sharky. I bought some Intro Battle Hoth kits last week. I was kind of waiting for them to be playable.
I know there was,
So
some teammates of mine that did the same thing. I did not personally do that yet, but that's, the yet may be the keyword on that one.
they were a bit unplayable. Oh, is that the
I see
name
what
of
you
the
did there.
channel we're on? Put in. Oh,
Nice.
oh, and there's another K2. I believe that is that going to kill the Lando?
Yep, that'll
Yes, that
finish Lando off
is.
this time. Um,
Um,
let's see.
Yeah, that's 6 damage coming in, 'cause that K2 is a 3/5 ambusher. It gets to deal 3 damage on attack to a damaged enemy unit. I think it's only
Yep.
damage ground unit, but still, that I love that card. It does a lot of work. Imagine Quinlan, Eternal Quinlan loves that card as well, because I can
Oh, yeah, I
snipe
bet he does.
any leader, 7 health leader above or below. So we see there it
We'll
is.
see,
Watch
watch this.
this. Yep,
Yep.
it's I don't know about you, Sharky. To me, that's just like that isn't doing a whole lot, but um,
It's fine. It does a bit of stalling here. I think Lando's gonna have to find a way to close the game, though. I mean, I guess we know Lando's probably got Bo-Katan in hand, but,
mhm,
the board state is a whole heck of a lot less bad than we expected it to be at this point of the game, given how the Bo-Katan wiped the board, a little bit ago. So,
mhm,
um, Padme showing
and
some fight back here, and I like that.
yeah, that's why I don't know if I love. I see a Mando in hand from Lando, but I don't know if I love those the face near
Mando in
friends there. That
hand,
just
okay.
kind of walks into that Bo-Katan. So maybe I was not paying close attention whether there's some kind of deck manipulation that the Bo-Katan was lost, but I see a Liberty in hand for Lando. So that's where, like I was saying in the beginning of this set, I give the edge just to Lando. I think with the top end being a slightly better, but we'll see how these decks are constructed. I mean, they both have access to the same yellow heroes on top end. That is, now is I don't know about you. It's kind of interesting. Interesting to see how much that has gone to be this like powerhouse late game color
Yeah, I
with
think,
the.
that's crazy, right? Like, in my opinion, I don't think Lando's top game or top, whatever it is, top end is slightly better. I think it's ridiculously better than Padme's. So,
That yep. It's got Bo-Katans, Liberties, Mandos,
yeah,
Qui-Gons.
so many
Uh,
good, uh, things at the top end, and, yep, it looks like they're gonna call it there, and, there's no way to keep up with the Lando top end like that. You've got Mando, Liberty, Bo-Katan, and I don't know, not that Padme's top end is bad, but I don't know a deck that really competes with that outside of maybe Piet, right? So,
mhm.
it's a heck of a top end.
Yep. So that's game one to Lando, and yeah, I think it'd be a different game if Pabe had some of the credit hate there to stop that Bo-Katan. I think that Bo-Katan on 6 resources is got to be. I'm trying to think, Sharky, what plays in the game would rival that in terms of just like the powerhouse of that play?
There
Not
aren't many.
much, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
there aren't many. That especially if you get to nail a bunch of spies and, damaged units, that
Mhm.
effectively can end the game in a lot of cases. I'm actually a little surprised it didn't immediately end the game, so credit to the Padme player for fighting that one out. Something that I'm gonna find very interesting here, though, is to see how reliant upon the initiative the Lando deck is. That's one of the things that I have at least noticed a little bit in that when they're having to play defense on the play, or, on the draw, excuse me, the the deck doesn't quite get to do the unfair stuff of pod racer into Han Solo as easily as it would have with initiative. So it'd be interesting to see how much this changes post board
Mhm.
and post initiative.
Yeah, and Phenom in the chat is exactly right. Padme needs that single reactor ignition for 12 to recover. But we'll see if it's in the sideboard or
That's a
not.
good call,
I
Ethan.
uh so
Really
yeah, we
catch him off
got
guard with that one for sure.
yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm excited to see what we don't have our list available to show y'all, but I mean, we get to be as surprised as you are with what tech these players have.
Yeah, and Rebel Resources contending that Padme plays the same top end besides Bo, and I generally can see what you mean, but I don't know that it's enough to contend because Bo-Katan is that big of a deal. I don't know. Maybe just me, but
Yeah, and
it's
obviously
not
Lando
a
has
blowout, but
yeah, and Lando has more credit generation than Padme, so we'll see. But that was just I love that game. It was so back and forth. It was
yeah.
haymaker after haymaker, and now we'll see how game two goes. I'm excited. This is something that two decks that weren't on my forte for the or not forte on my list for the first couple games, but uh,
I'm not
I'm rooting for a
particularly
game three.
shocked to see a Lando Blue. I've heard some people talk about how they think that Lando Blue is a good matchup in a Lando Lake. So it's interesting that they chose Colossus. I don't think I would have done it myself, but the 35 health is a big chunk of health. So clearly it can work in some scenarios, right?
hmm No, it does, and I'll shout out my buddy Andrew is the only Lando Blue on day two in Atlanta. On Blue 30, not in Colossus, but we did test out the Colossus a little bit, and it's a good deck. I think personally, I couldn't play a 5 card, 3 card starting hand like we were saying earlier, but
Yeah.
I just know I'd like have a brain fart in a tournament and like accidentally draw six and have to call a judge of
Right.
myself.
It's a lot of rounds to not draw 6 cards.
Yeah. So we'll see here. Both looks like both players mulliganed now, and I see a Clan Ordo. Oh, I think this is the Warrior of Clan Ordo is a group like the best opening play a lot of the time. And there it is, just a bounce
And
back to
Lando
hand.
says,
Because
"Put
that
it back."
Ordo, yep. Because that 3/3 that gets to just disclose on swing. If anyone doesn't connect the dots, with Padme means they can swing for 4 damage on that turn two and kill a 2/4 and survive. So that's a great starting. And here we go. Is that Lieutenant Gorn for Padme? Maybe it's a sideboard card. Whether either way, that is a fantastic. And there's another bounce.
Put it back.
Um,
It's
we
Beguile
get to
this
see the
time.
hand now. So you have a solid hand from Padme. You got the Bale, the Blue Ace, the
K2.
Gorn, K2. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a little hard to see because the very quick and a little bit of glare, but we think we got most of the cards there. But that's a lot of cards in hand now for Padme, and a lot of stalling for Lando. So the card advantage is a little bit. I mean, I guess the card disadvantage is a little bit
Ooh.
mitigated now from the Lando player.
Yeah, and this is gonna be curious. I see a Kanan Jarrus in the hand of Lando, and we'll see. Polly was just about to play a
Message.
2 drop, which might get punished here, um, which makes sense. And I think just slamming a blue ace feels pretty bad. So now this is an easy play for Lando. A third bounce in a
So
row.
much bounce, and then it just gets put back.
Oh,
Oh man,
yeah.
I believe it was Bail Organa
So
that
this
was put
is
down this time.
it's a weird start, but I believe this favors Lando, right? Like Lando was the one
Yeah,
who wants to go a little bit later, but it's still early in this game, folks. Again, a little bit of glare, but we got that. Was it the Bale who did replay? I believe
I believe so. Yes.
so.
And while we are talking about like it does probably favor Lando. The card disadvantage could just mean they don't draw the liberties and Padme does. So there's a lot of cards in hand right now for Padme and a lot of ways to recover from a board state that is just blank right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And
I don't
Yeah, that's
believe we saw discard. Did we? Oh no, we didn't see discard.
oh, is it
I
the
actually
maybe it's just the Ordo,
maybe
I think
Ordo
he had
came back. Yeah.
replayed, and then
Sorry,
is
we
able to
can't tell,
disclose
guys.
for yeah. I think it's the Ordo. I think it disclosed and then pinged, and that way
Yeah.
now the K2 gets to, at least on attack, finish off his Kanan, if you
Yeah, I
would
see.
like. But this Qui-Gon Sentinel is gonna say have something to say about that, and so now he just replays the Gorn, which I agree with this. Ambushing K2 is into that Qui-Gon to kill and it kills the Kanan, but then K2 can die next turn. I agree with this play for sure.
Yeah, and depending on the sequencing though, Lando may just be able to handle Gorn before K2 can come down and ruin everything. Oh, maybe not. I think actually because uh, excuse me.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
we'll see. And D
Breathing
House
hard.
says D House is in the chat. D House is maybe I don't know if you're going to the Eternal PQ at pastimes today. I wish I could be there, but hey, I'm happy to be doing some commentary this morning instead. So, oh,
Oh,
and there's an
the axe is
we
forgotten
need
like
a
twice today.
yeah, we need a bounce counter on the screen. That is, I
Yeah.
believe, is that the fourth bounce effect of this individual game from the Lando,
Yeah, I
which
remember 2 axes and a Kanan. Was there another one? Oh, and a Beguile, yeah. So it's a 4th.
yep, yep. So he puts the damage into the Qui Gon, definitely setting up that.
Yep,
Uh,
double kill coming down.
oh yeah. DS is on vacation on the beach in Florida. Hey, that's awesome. I
Very
too
nice.
will be on a beach in Florida on Monday. I'm going to Tampa myself. Excited to get down there for a concert was saying earlier. So, but in the meantime, we got some great SWU action for you folks. And yeah, this is now the flip turn as well for both players, but that Lando does not have any credits thanks to having to use all those bounce effects.
I think the
So,
Lando's pretty happy about going a little bit later, like, doesn't need to use the big flip this turn, and just setting up for another turn in the future.
oh, looks like he's changing his mind. He went to swing in with the Ordo, but changed his mind to flip Padme.
Okay, yeah.
And yeah, so we got but yes, I don't know. Lando I didn't see what Lando had in hand. No top I saw the top two cards of his deck were uh I believe a was that a Compile and a Qui-Gon or something like that.
Yeah, it's
Um
hard to see. So
hey,
Padme's
we're
gonna declare
doing
Qui-Gon, though.
yep, and there's just a faith.
Oh,
Okay. And yeah, Mark asked Jay from Playable is indeed playing in this PQ. Let me do a quick check in the melee, see if any matches have finished yet. It's still early in the round. I'd be shocked if there were some. It'd be some aggro mirror or something. But yeah, Jay is playing table 7 right now. So you know what? I don't actually know if I'm able to link this in the chat, but the we'll see if it lets me. I'm not sure if
yeah.
YouTube sometimes there's the mailing link in the chat. Sometimes it doesn't let you put links if you're not the hosting channel. So
Yep. Yeah, it
looks
looks
like I was
like,
able to do that.
Lando has some faith in friends, but not enough to get the spies out of it, so it's just using for card draw.
Oh, maybe he was
Oh,
able to
no, and he
whiffed
mills
on.
a Liberty. Oh,
Oh,
man.
all right. This game is looking better for Padme. We're still not 100% sure on base damage, but I believe it's only in like the single digits on either side. So, um, looks like was that anemic about to come down? All right,
So the
so we
other
have some
yeah,
great
go ahead.
insight from Rebel Resource in the chat saying that actually he believes Padme is actually happier going late. Um, so that's
I'm happy
interesting.
to
I could
trust him on that one because he knows better than I do.
oh yeah, for sure. I'm a Padme visitor. He's the Padme the
Maybe that's a bad
Padme
territory,
cast,
right?
home base. So yeah, I think
That I think the drawback to using Landa's ability is when you catch things like Liberty in your, discarding and, with a smaller draw with the Colossus, there's a chance you may have just discarded the only Liberty you're gonna see.
yeah,
It's
that's
not as
and
super common, but that feels bad when it happens for sure.
yep, and this Clan Ordo is just living for forever. It's doing pings, it's 3 damage. Yeah, let's
I think one of the things I like about seeing this is that my intuition about the Padme deck is being challenged, which is good because I get to learn something from it. Um, and you can see why because the board state at this point really does seem to favor Padme. So even if there was a big bomb kind of thing. I think short of Bo-Katan, it's gonna be tough for Lando to recover from this one.
Hey, you just called it. There's
Speak of
a
the devil, though.
Bo-Katan, uh, that yeah, that is going to clear most of the board. It wasn't on 6 resources like last game. This is a 7 resource turn Bo-Katan, but is still quite a powerful play because now we got 2 XP, or is that 2? Yeah, 2 XP on the Kanan,
So
and
one
he's
of the
going
things I think
to
that may have been a mistake is that Lando knew there was a K2 in hand from earlier, and so now
mm,
that K2 comes down and I believe handles the, uh unless I'm misreading what just happened. Yeah, so and handles the, damaged Kanan, that leaves Padme alive.
oh. Yep, yep, it sure does. And that way, it's a very important. And now, ooh, he gets this goes off with me a crucial ping. It looks like an XP. Oh, we didn't. So we didn't ambush into the Bo-Katan, which makes sense because then they would die and get another XP. Instead, the K2 ambushed, declared the attack into the Kanan Jarrus. Then the
Yeah.
on attack defeated the Kanan, which means the attack basically fizzled, right? And so that way we have a healthy K2 on the board there. That's what the card in the glare is. But 2 spies and the Padme leader with, I believe, 3 damage on it against a lone Bo-Katan. I believe the Bo-Katan subtext is alone, if I'm not mistaken. So that is fitting. An 8/7 bow here.
And we're
So
seeing a really good hand out of the Padme player there, like, with the least Liberty and Blue Ace, and I don't remember the 3rd card at the moment now, but, like, that is a
mhm.
really good hand to be holding for this situation. So, this could be tough to recover from, even with Bo-Katan.
Yeah, I think, we'll see what Bo can do here. I feel like Bo is just going to go base. So now we can see the damage a little bit. My stream cleared up a little bit. So that's me 8 to base. Looks like it's bringing Padme to double digits now. So it looks like probably in the teens is my best
I
guess.
count
But
17 if I can read it correctly, but, we'll find out here in a little bit. Sorry, I guess
and
we'll see if we can get a little bit better on that one.
there's a Qui-Gon in hand of Padme, which is just waiting to kill that bow and then bounce whatever else is played this turn. So that will keep Padme ahead here. I think it's time for that
Yeah.
Padme. That corner is turning.
K2SO is so good in a Padme deck. I really enjoy it. It's like you said earlier with the Quinlan. Oh, another card you really don't want to see go over is Lando. But like back to what I was saying, K2 here is very much like Quinlan, or very much similar to how you'd use it in Quinlan, where you just ping a damage and then K2 just cleans up the board. I really like seeing that.
Yeah, that card is awesome. And yeah, we have yet to see my other new favorite card from the set, which is Luke Skywalker, and we'll see if he comes down. Or there's a case for maybe him not being in the list. There's a lot of top end to compete with between the 7-drop Qui Gon, 8-drop Mando. So maybe Luke isn't quite in the list. Um, but here we
Yeah, Luke
go. We're
is always a
tapping.
cool card, but I don't like to give them choices like that.
True, and there's a Qui-Gon Jinn ambush unit coming in, the 7/5 ambush, if not mistaken.
7/5,
Goes
correct.
goes into the K2, will survive, but now I believe we're gonna see Qui-Gon on Qui-Gon violence as the other. I'm predicting this Poly player is gonna jam this other Qui-Gon and clear the board from Lando and push some damage here. Padme's gonna live,
Maybe.
and
I would have thought I read in the spy in there and then just get rid of the other spy, but, it looks like you are probably correct, though. It'll be Qui-Gon on Qui-Gon. Or Qui-Gon on
oh,
Bo-Katan,
nope,
who then flips
that's
Qui-Gon back
true.
into the back into the Netherrealm, I guess.
Yep, and then Qui-Gon does get to defeat the spy. I believe it's a May trigger, so we'll see if Lando remembered.
Oh, no, so
Um,
Bo-Katan was the one, defeated by the Padme Qui-Gon, and then the Qui-Gon from Lando was put back on top of his deck.
but then the
So there
Qui-Gon
will
from
be
it
no
wasn't
yeah, so you won't get to
defeated.
trigger
It
that,
wasn't
yeah.
defeated. You were right.
Yeah.
You are right. I don't know
It
why
was a
my brain was
sneaky, sneaky
saying.
play.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that is awesome.
I love it.
Um, yeah. Thanks for the kind words. That's Luke from the South Bay Syndicate in the chat. Shout out to their channel as
Hey, look at
well.
somebody.
And morning to Jacoby. Yes, bright and early morning. It's here in Wisconsin. It's 9:45 a.m. and I'm up and early and excited to keep casting this slew. And there's that Qui-Gon coming back
Qui-Gon came
down.
back.
And It's hard to say. I'm not sure how much damage Lando's got on his base. It still has a lot of health remaining with that 35 health base, but um, we'll see. But now there's that pod racer again that we saw in game one.
Yeah.
But now I believe the spy can clear the Qui-Gon, and
Do
then
you clear
Padme's
Qui-Gon
got.
or do you clear the, front runner is the question.
I think you kill the Qui-Gon because I guess Qui-Gon takes care of your other spy, but then the board is basically wide open for you to drop whatever you want.
That's fair.
So there, but you called it. He goes
So
into the.
yeah, it looks
We'll
like he
see. Maybe he
disagrees with
goes
us.
space here. If he just slams a Liberty here, I definitely like this play better. Um,
Think I see 7 resources still. Oh, no, I'm wrong. They were just
let's
hidden.
just
So there are 8
Sabine.
resources still.
See, I
Yep.
don't. I guess it clears the board entirely. It's the same result if he had traded in both. But what is that card? I didn't see what the
Uh,
last card was, but
didn't catch it.
um, But yeah, this is round one of this premier PQ in Southeast Florida. And I'm trying to see what that last card was, but it's an OP card. It might be a Han pilot, possibly. Just a Han pilot on the ground. Yeah, I think it's just a 4 or 5 Han pilot on the ground.
Yep, nothing wrong
Um,
with that. Still a solid unit.
just a unit, but for Order Boss, you love to see a big bomb come down for Padme. Because I don't know about you, I'm not to be a biased commentator, but I'm rooting for a game three. I just love to see some more action here. And
Oh,
is that
absolutely.
another
That one looks
Kanan? I
to be a
believe it's
fancy
the
cannon, yeah.
yep, that's the OP Kanan. But there's a light maker now
Oh,
for
wait, if
Padme.
it's an OP cannon, then, that could not have been Han because Han costs more than what Kanan can bounce. So I'm guessing it
Oh,
was probably maybe something along the lines of like, Bale. But we do see a light maker come down.
yeah, you are at great points. Yeah, that must not have been a Han, but yeah, there's a light maker. That's a great follow up there. And again, we're not 100% sure how much damage is on. There's a I think it's another Bo-Katan and a Rhydonium in the hand of
Woof.
Lando. So there's some answers here, but
Lando's
nothing in
not done
hand's gonna
yet.
stop. I was gonna say nothing's gonna stop the 7 to base about to happen here. So
Well, I
um
mean, to put it in perspective, the Colossus can take 5 of those hits. So it's like,
you
oh,
are
man.
right. That actually that's funny because yeah, that's a lot of health.
That's
So
so much health.
but there's indeed 7 to base. We'll see if we can see.
20%
I could.
down. Oh,
He
and
heals
restore
does
1 there
restore
from the
one.
cannon, so there's at
Yep,
least something.
that could be relevant, right? So, and there's a Nemec, so just building his board.
Exactly,
But that's gonna
condition
walk
time.
into the Bo-Katan, unfortunately. So, I wonder here, do you just slam the bow?
To do bow or Rhydonium?
Looks like he is.
Oh, yep.
Looks like that's a
That's 9, that's the
Bo-Katan.
bow. Yep,
Yep, it only
that's a
kills
good
one
point.
unit, but it still does the
It
job.
might be
And
enough because I think if I remember right, Padme's in double digits on damage right now, and Bo-Katan is a big, also does double digits of damage kind of unit, so
mm-hmm. And there's the disclose to get the ping. Yeah, I think you definitely ping the caning because he's got two. I think he got two K2s in hand.
Yep, I believe it just
Um,
showed a K2.
but now what does Padme gonna do about this 9/9 Bo-Katan? That is a monster. And looks like we got a couple deck stats we can look over after this match. So,
It looks like,
um,
Lando says, "Do you have it?" and claims the initiative, while Padme says, "Oh, I do."
because think about it. I mean, the K2 can put in. Yep. There's 2
I
damage.
think that's
Then
that's what you have to do. So what K2 can now do is come down and kill or defeat the, Bo-Katan because there's only 6
well,
remaining health, right?
not until the XP comes
Oh,
down,
ha!
and
You're right, I forgot
now,
about that. Oh, no.
yeah, so that's gonna be tough. I think. Yeah, he's got to just
Oh, man,
run
it
into
just keeps going.
K2.
It just keeps going.
I think it's gonna survive, but he has the second K2 in hand, so the K2
Oh,
next turn can clean it up.
that might be an
But
undo. Control Z.
yeah, um, oh, maybe there's some action. Okay, there's some action sequencing here. I think it's the thing I know I've fallen prey to is like doing the opponent discloses, my brain thinks they took an action. So
It is a little hard to
that
tell here from, virtual. realm. Just heads up. So,
Oh,
yeah,
and looks like
and
that's a concede.
yep,
That's gonna be it, folks. Lando Colossus takes down Padme Red 2-0. I'm sure it was not the Lando deck that this Padme was hoping to face here, but yeah, that's gonna be a tough one. Because you think about it, without the Bo-Katans, how I don't know if Lando wins this match, right? Or is
yeah. Bo-Katan is a massive, massive problem for a lot of different decks. And even if there are answers in there, sometimes you just don't find them. Like I think a Liberty could have helped the Padme, but I don't I don't know that I saw one.
yeah,
Mandalorian could have
and
also helped because like you kill Kanan, capture Bo-Katan, and carry on with your day, right? So
right. Ryan's asking how Lando claimed after playing Bo, and it's a good question. I don't think that made a difference if they did that wrong because Pabe clearly had some actions still to take.
my
So
read
I
on it
don't.
is that there was a couple of plays that were taken back, and since we're not actually privy to the conversation, we didn't hear them, and they may not have changed where the initiative token went. So it looks to me like what happened was something happened. The Padme player realized a mistake, undid something, and then tried to like. So we lost track a little bit of the sequencing in there. As to what was being disclosed or played. So just heads up on that. It was a little bit confusing from the we can only observe standpoint, but yeah, that was a pretty crazy finish on. So I thought Padme had it in the
Yeah,
bag for a little bit on the game too.
yeah. Same here, and let's see. We got some results coming in the melee solo from a competitive team. My buddy Solo, he took it down in round
Ooh,
one.
nice.
So did Reflex, and yeah, let us see what else. It looks like our boy Jay is still playing, it looks like. So we'll keep you all posted. He's on table 7. But yeah, folks, we got a couple of images for our deck stats. I don't know if you got these in the chat, Sharky, but looking at the breakdown for today, I am seeing it looks like the most played deck is actually wow, there is 12.5% Lando Lake Country, followed by 10% Boba Lake Country, 10%. Now, this is a shock for me. Aura Data Vault at
Yep.
10%.
Yep. That's
And
interesting.
then we do see, the biggest surprise to me is Obi-Wan Blue Force only being 7.5%. That is, so there's, in terms of number of decks, that's 5 Lando Lake countries, 4 each of Boba and Aura, 3 Obis,
That's
2
scattering of other stuff,
Lando
right? Yeah.
yeah, 2 Lando Colossuses, 2 Dedra Colossuses, and then the rest are all 1-up. So this meta is wide open, folks. You know, this is not the Django meta of the dominance of one deck. This is wide open. I think any deck can take this down, in my opinion.
It's very interesting, and some of the reactions to previous things, like, I think the Dedra Colossus comes in to help handle some of the Lando and Boba matchups. I do think that, Aura Data Vault plays a lot like Kira Data Vault, so could also be another one of those go big and control the board until you get your big triangles out. I'd have to see the deck list. If they're running anything like the one Betten played last week, then that's probably the type of Data Vault, Aura we're seeing. Maybe we'll get a chance and get lucky to see some of the decks on stream next as well. Um,
Yeah, definitely. And I believe, and actually, I was not watching the clock. I'm not sure when time started for this round. I'm not sure if Melee will tell us, but we probably have a little bit of time before the next round. Let's see here.
yeah, we
Yeah.
got about a little under half the games reported, it looks like. So we could be filibustering slash taking a break here shortly.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, I'm always down to chat. Let's see. What I mean,
Absolutely.
let's take one more look at the yeah, I think looking at
I
the
wish I
break
could
of
show you
field.
guys the data. So unfortunately, I think we just have to read you the data because I don't have control over the image overlay here. Um, however, um, there we go. Sorry, I'm trying to bring up the pie charts here. So the leader only stats we have a little bit. So it tells you that they've split. So it goes Boba Fett at 17.5% along with Lando Calrissian. And then we have Obi-Wan at 10 and Aura at 12.5. So those are the big multi multi-use, what do we call that? Leaders with multiple decks in the field right now because those numbers were a little
Mhm.
lower um based on the split between like Lake Country and Colossus, which I found to be interesting that those are the two choices. Lake Country we knew, but Colossus being the favored blue for Lando is kind of an interesting one. And then were there other Obi-Wan decks too? Or are they all Force 28? I actually didn't see all of that.
Great question. There is, I think they're all those Obi ones. Oh no, there's one version Temple deck actually.
Okay, so there's a Virgin's Temple. Yeah, that's fair. That one makes me a little bit nervous trying to play into this field, but you have more experience on it. What kind of considerations go into 28 versus Virgin's Temple here?
Yeah, I think versus Temple caught a lot of flack, um, and it being this like terrible deck that relies only on the consort combo. It's just very swingy. But as someone who did play that quite a bit, I do not disagree with that take. I think it's just a different deck with different spreads in the matchups because you get to have um, different there's advantages and disadvantages. I think, but the biggest one, the elephant in the room, is that 3 HP. That 3 HP in a Boba meta is hard to beat. But hey, if the meta slows down a little bit, I might be trying out that Version Simple deck again because it is one where it can be harder to deny the Force, especially in the late game. You do only get the one Force activation per turn, but the flip side is you get the easier Force generation. Because in the late
Okay,
game, it's
that's
much
fair.
harder to stick a unit and swing with it versus just sticking a unit. So that is one advantage. Again, you don't get the double Yoda activation, but in my opinion, that is not a huge downside because that often is a win more sort of thing where I'm winning the game no matter whether he's activating once or twice this
Yeah.
turn. Um, and you get to play other units. You get to play, Sabine's Masterpiece and get the force back from a base unit, which I think is a cool interaction with that base. I think it's a really cool, well-designed base. Um, that creates opened up these deck building options. So and you get Sinta the 4/6 permanent sentinel over like the
Oh yeah,
Obi-Wan sentinel, temporary sentinel.
such a
Um
good unit on the second turn.
yeah, no, so that deck is still a great deck. Shout out to Joe, who took me out in the mirror match a couple weeks ago at our premier PQ, and then he I believe top 32, if not top 16, the sector with is like the lone versus temple player on
Yeah.
day two. So clearly the deck is still viable, and even if I'm gravitating towards 28 myself now, but certainly both decks are great. I don't think you can go wrong playing either one. And
Oh, interesting. They have a couple of things. So I'm noticing there's a couple other leader-based combos that are actually uh more than one. So there's two Avar yellows. They just happen to be running two different force bases, so they're listed differently. Um,
oh,
so that's something that I'm
nice.
looking through the stats real quick to see. I see a Qui-Gon green. I'm trying to see if there's another one that's stacked up with the other green force base. But those two decks, Avar yellow and Qui-Gon green, play very similar core of cards as well. And I think that they're an interesting reaction to some of the meta as too. I've been playing a lot of both of them lately and found them super fun. Um, I think they have some game into the Landos and Bobas of the world if you can get that Yoda loop going with Qui-Gon, or if you can just get Avar on the field at all with the Avar one. Um, have you had any experience with those?
I guess shout out Solo on my team. He's high, he was very high on Avar back in set five. When she first came out, pre Galactics, we were kind of grinding that matchup, and at the time, unfortunately, the conclusion was that Avar maybe just wasn't quite as viable as maybe we wished for such a cool leader. And anyone who hasn't read the Star Wars High Republic books, I highly recommend them. But yeah, now I do really enjoy seeing Avar being this viable choice now because it kind of reminds me of last set where we saw like Anakin was the start of the set was this monster, then Yoda came to go over the top of it. So not
Yep.
quite
Yep.
the same dominance for Avar as Yoda, but I think it's kind of trying to go over the top of these other Force decks like the Obis and the Landos.
Yeah,
I thought
it's a more consistent top end because your top end is your leader who's an 8-10 overwhelm monster. And I think the other part to think about with that one is that one of the things that made Avar really tough to play was Rivals Fall because you'd flip Avar even
Mm.
early, right? And then immediately get taken care of. So it's kind of amazing that, or not amazing, it's kind of interesting to see people starting to explore some of those taller, late deploy leaders that no longer have to be held back by a 6 cost card.
hmm Yeah, no, I've said earlier in this set, I was like, I never thought I'd see the day where I miss Rivals Fall because
I
that
still won't
card
miss it.
I did, yeah, as the cat player, that makes sense. But myself, as a Blue Heroism player, I never liked playing that card. It always felt like it was overcosted for what I was removing because I originally wanted to fell something instead. You know, the opposite, there's huge leaders, but now we have these Voltron leaders that I'm really curious to see how different. If we had a little crystal ball right now, what would the meta be like if we just had that one card Rivals Fall? I feel like we wouldn't have seen so much Luke Pilot and Boa Pilot, but yeah, I really don't know what it would look like. It's so interesting to kind of as a little mini thought experiment, right? It's impossible to totally fully tell, but um, it's
Well,
yeah,
yeah, my
one
my, my read on that, though, is that part of what is enabling a lot of this variety of leaders that deploy later than 6 is the fact that they don't just flip and get dealt with, or the Voltron part of things, like
mhm,
with the client or with, what I'm trying to think of, like, Yularen sometimes also stacks sudden ferocities. None of that really happens in a meta where Rivals Fall exists, so now we have to find other ways to deal with those kind of flips, and a lot of times, my read is that exhaustion is starting to become a much bigger part of the game. Like being able to exhaust a unit when they do that to save yourself 10 damage because they put 2 sudden ferocities on Yalarn plus whatever else he does is a massive deal, right? So like hold for questioning becomes significantly better in the villainy side. Whereas nimble prowess in a blue deck is another good example of a card that just can ruin a sequencing of a very tall aggressive kind of deck as opposed to just defeating them. So you still have to deal with them later, but at least you have some ways of dealing with them that aren't delete that unit.
mhm. Yeah, I think it's something that I pick up on the fact that I think designers want that to be part of the game. Like the leader flip is inherently, the core one of the core mechanics of this game. With the free leader flip, it's these characters that are beloved in the series that really spark a lot of joy. Seeing Luke jump into an X-wing and smash base for a ton
Yeah.
of damage, or whatever it is.
Like
They,
that
I
trench
guess
run.
we've been hammering home the yeah, exactly. Um, we've been hammering home the thematic side of this game. I think that's an interesting point. And, my only concern is just like when the leader flips become too impactful. When you get these boba topple flips, and you get the. That's where I was a little concerned about the plot mechanic, um, and yeah, we'll see how moving forward, how that changes. I think we next set we're looking at the new mechanics of the is it the advantage tokens? Is that what they're called, or whatever
Yeah,
it
yeah,
is,
the
the
advantage ones.
temporary buffs, and then also the supporter or support keyword. Um, I'm always a little after playing Star Wars Destiny, where you might remember that little card called Force Speed. I should
I
I would say
do
Force Throw.
remember
That's
that
this
one.
game.
Yeah.
Force Speed, which is the worst offender of action cheating.
Oh,
For
it's so
anyone that
bad.
isn't familiar with that card, imagine if there was an event in this game that let you just take 2 actions in a row. Like that would just break the game entirely, and that's exactly what that card did for uh, Star Wars Destiny. And so I'm glad that Force Speed in this game is a trash card. It's unplayable. Speaking of the channel name,
Okay, there
and
we go.
and so that's why I'm always a little bit cautious now of any kind of, especially in the back and forth actions, about any action cheating, right? So we've seen so many cards in this game be very powerful. Going back to set one, like Rebel Assault. Chucky, how many games have you lost to that card, right? I can't even
More
count.
than I'd like to count and remember. There's a little bit of trauma there. It's fine. But
Yeah.
no, I agree with that
Uh,
100%. Action cheating is massive in this kind of a game, which is what makes a leader like Yularen such a good, viable leader, I guess, in this case, right? Because he's basically action cheating on a stick.
yeah, and but he's got his guardrails, right? Or the fact that uh, you know, you can sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. Where you only can do it by what the cost less than like
Yep, yep.
there's some guardrails and they've done I would say a fairly great job of adding these guardrails to all the action cheating in this game. Um, I think
A
people
lot of the
were really concerned
previously
about.
used action cheating also rotated out. There hasn't been a lot of replacement for
Mm,
something like Rebel Assault yet.
right,
Yet may be the keyword.
exactly. Yeah, exactly, and um, yeah, I think I'm confident in the Sue devs that they really have a great vision for this game, and I think have a great idea about what um they want this game to look like moving forward, and in terms of balance and gameplay and everything. So I do believe this is like the core mechanics of this game are fantastic, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they come up with next. You know, we got Ashes of the Empire. I'm super pumped for that set. We got a couple spoilers about that new Luke Skywalker leader. I'm really
Oh, yeah, right?
eyeing.
He looks really interesting, and
Um,
I like I mean, I like the design at least of the Palpatine. It's really hard to gauge the strength of it right now without seeing more context, but, the design's pretty cool.
yeah, no, and we'll see. I'm excited to have another, Galactic Square F set launch. It's going to be very exciting, and um, yeah, and hey, we still have a, but hey, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We're still in set seven. We still have a lot of SWU to happen both today and the next coming weeks. So I'm checking our melee now to see if our boy Jay, if his result is in yet. And oh, unfortunately, Jay lost to Soul Monarch. Monarch, I can't even say it. Soul Monarch 2-1. But fortunately for Soul Monarch, he took down our boy Jay. So uh, but he can bounce back. We still got
Yep,
5 more rounds here, folks, with 40 players. There's 6 rounds into our top 8 cut today. So we got a long day ahead of us of swoop, but a long, great
quite a bit
day. Don't
left.
take that as a negative connotation. That is an exciting thing for me.
I'm still counting 4 matches yet to be reported, so we got a little bit of time left before we get rolling on the next match. Uh,
Cool. I think I originally was only going to do 1 round. I believe actually my schedule, I can do another round with you, Sharky. I think Jordan, I was just talking to Jordan. Looks like he's okay with giving me another round. So I'm happy to keep talking with you. We got for
Hey,
another
this sounds good
round.
to me. I'm here for a little bit
Yeah.
still.
Sweet.
So,
Yeah. Um, and Kyle's asked what round to run. We just finished round one, and or finishing round one, I should say. So then round two will be up next.
and
And
we are getting some technical help with the attempt at fixing some of the glare as well. So, bear with us as we do some testing on that. Yeah, that light is directly over it, isn't it? It's real so something that's a little bit underrated, and for those who want a little peek behind the curtain here, eliminating that kind of glare is very difficult. I've tried to do it myself a few times for, like, webcam games on Late Night's channel, and
mhm.
obviously trying to do it here at a PQ where you don't really have as much control even over that kind of environment. It can be really difficult. So, uh, bear with us, but we're really happy that they're allowing us to cast this and we have a stream anyway. So give it some time. We're gonna figure it out. But it is not an easy thing. Like you can just ask Jordan. Jordan knows a lot more about it than I do, and he's the expert on this one. But it is a difficult process sometimes to eliminate enough glare to be able to even read the card, especially if it lights directly over it. So
Yep, and I can speak as someone who also has been in Jay's shoes, trying to both run a tournament stream and play in it. It is quite the undertaking. So shout out to Jay and
shout
Unplayable
out
for
to
putting this
Jay.
on, folks. Like this game is still new. We need these. These community streams are vital for this game. I think it's very important to have these because this is how we get people to stay in the game and get new players to the game is having this coverage. So shout out to Unplayable today. We got a shout out to all the people. Sea Raptors doing a stream today. Loopy and Honorable Trader from Late Night and Take the Initiative. I believe we're trying to do a Eternal stream. And last but not least, shout out to Claire and Tim from McClunky who have the official partnership now, which is amazing. It's
Oh, that's
way
awesome. Yeah.
overdue. Um, and we got some great coverage last weekend from Atlanta. I'm looking forward to their coverage for the limited sector I'm going to in Palm Springs next week. And yeah, there's a lot of great coverage. Um, I just peeked at my YouTube feed that the Beyblade National Championships popped up on the OPE stream. Not so related, but I just thought it was kind of funny. I haven't thought about that IP Beyblades in a while, but let it rip. um, Anyway, back to SWU though. Looks like we got a couple more matches, but uh actually it's very close. 3 more matches left, so we're getting close to time. Um, and yeah, I think we'll just have a little more time. I might have to step away for just a moment to get a
Yeah, we'll step away
beverage.
for a quick 2-minute break. We shall
Yeah, we'll,
return here very shortly.
we'll be right back, folks. Thanks for hanging out on this Saturday morning. We'll see you in a minute. All right, folks. We are back. I refilled my beverage, and we're getting ready for the next round.
Next round should be coming up soon. Let's see how many matches we have left to report. I count 1, 2, 3. You're still waiting on 3 matches, but we got to be coming close to the end of time. Next time, I'm actually going to start a timer just to get an idea of where we are. But
That's a great idea. I will grab. Yep.
let's see. I'm getting a notepad out too, just in case we need to start counting.
I just walked across the room to have a notepad, so that's funny.
All right.
That's something I recommend folks do. Is speaking of notepads, is using one during games. That's something I started doing. It's been I guess about a year now, but it's something that I just started doing. I was like, this is like nice to have, like, especially with the disclose mechanic, right?
The disclose part for sure. Ooh, so we might be getting some of the glare fixed. Look at that. I don't like to keep track of life totals myself, but I understand those who
Mm.
do. I much prefer just to verbally confirm the numbers that we're both tracking. But writing things down that have been disclosed for you is a huge help to any kind of gameplay that you're doing as well. So if you can practice that during like locals or during non-tournament spots, it's a great idea.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it's just a nice little thing to have because it's just you never know whether you track life or not. But just it's just nice to have that resource available to you, like to know if like something that I do when I'm playing a good set against opponents. Like if I see a card in game one that I did not expect in their list, like I'm trying to think of a specific example, but I'll write that down on my list. Oh, I know from Atlanta. I played a Thousand Green, and in game one, I double suited up Obi, swung the base, and then next thing I know, he plays Governor Shuttle to defeat the
Ooh, yeah.
entire unit. So that was tough. So I wrote that one down.
Yep, that's a good idea. Something to keep in mind also real quick on the topic of writing things down. You do have to start each is it match with a clean sheet. So you can't bring notes from a previous thing or like from between games. So something to think about when you're doing that as well.
Yep, but that is one thing I learned actually fairly recently is that it is considered closed information. So you do not have to show your opponent wherever you write down. You can cover it wherever you want. That's something that I learned via Save players, who have obviously have a lot to write down with that leader. So that is something that you have to be able to verify. You have to be able to like show a judge at any point, but that your opponent cannot ask to see your notes, which I originally thought it was open information, but that was news to me. So anyone who doesn't
That's
know that,
news to
it's
me
good
as
to
well.
know.
Yeah. So I appreciate you telling us because I had no idea actually, or at least I had forgotten if I did note before.
Yeah, there are some small wrinkles like that in the rules. I'm trying to think. I was just talking to an opponent in Atlanta about another one, about or I guess about takebacks. I guess then we can talk about that happen. We saw that happen on stream. And I think most players should be familiar by now, but if you aren't, there are legal takebacks in this game. I don't think that applies to every game. Actually, does Magic have takebacks? I guess it's
I
different when you
haven't played
have.
competitive Magic in over a decade. I don't remember.
So it's hard to say, but yeah, there might be in this game. Either way, with regards to other games, this game does have legal takebacks, which means that when you take an action, if you've gained no new information from your opponent, you are legally allowed to take up back that action. Like you can call a judge, and they will verify that and give you the take back. I did that at Galactics for one round. I had to do that, um, and the wrinkle, though, is that new information is a contentious topic in the judge community, I've heard, and it's can be difficult. One understanding I've had from it, which has helped me, is that if there's a detail that you learn that you figure out versus like your opponent points it out, it can be considered new information. I think the obvious ones are if your opponent like touches a card, if they go to play a card from a hand, if they start to tap resources, if they make any kind of indication rather of what action they're taking, you can no longer do a take back. Okay.
That's interesting.
Um, but there's more, okay? One other detail that is new to me as well is that if, say, your opponent claims and you take 3 actions, you can legally take back all 3 of those actions, actually. It is in the
Right,
rules. You can check
because you're
the
not
tournament
getting
rules.
anything new. Okay.
Yup, which to me is like, it was so, I was talking to someone in Atlanta. They were surprised to hear that, which like makes sense. You'd think that almost sounds like weird that you could do like 10 things and take them all back, but that is legal. And your opponent might have a little bit of a fuss, but you can call a judge and appeal that because that is I don't have it word for word in front of me, but that is in the rules about take backs that if it's like post claim initiative. So
Good to
um
know. Good to know.
just a great, so as players, as competitive players, we got to know every little recall and detail of these rules sometimes to help us out because, like we're saying at the beginning of the stream, this is a hard game to play, folks. I think everyone knows that by now.
Yep, that's what makes it fun, though. So I do appreciate you sharing that information, so we can all learn from this one.
Yeah, this is welcome to Chris's Corner.
Yeah, there we go. That's a new
Uh,
segment. You gotta start that.
yeah, new segment. No, we're just passing some time here.
It looks like
We,
everything is now reported in, and we should have our next round pairings here momentarily.
oh,
Actually,
yep,
we
there
do we do
was
have the
indeed.
pairings are up, so that's good.
Oh,
I
there
don't
was
know
a
who we're
draw.
getting, but we
Yes.
do have we have pairings up now, and we will take a guess at who we end up getting on the stream, I think.
Yeah, I think. Oh, it does look like uh, Crispy lost his round one. Um, so that is, yep, he's now into the
He's
0-1
just playing the
bracket. But
submarine game plan, it's fine.
oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it looks like we'll see yeah, like you said, what pairing we get next. But I'm excited for this next round. Again, this is round two of the 6th round Premier Planetary Qualifier in Lake Park, Florida, hosted by Collection Realm. And yeah, it
Good
seems
call
like
on the
it's gonna be
shout
a
out
great
there.
event.
Glossed right over that in my own brain, so good job on that.
Thanks, thanks. Yeah, I'm working on it, but no, this is. I got Jordan's in my ear telling me our producer. No, he's not, but he's on my shoulder right now, telling me to make sure we plug in because these guys shout out these stores because they got to do work to run these events. It's not easy to put on a great event. So I shout out to all these LGSs who run these events.
Agreed.
This game and any other TCG would not be the same without these store run and community run events. So
We appreciate them
um,
letting us invade them from virtually and commentate on the games as well. This is always a fun time.
yeah, and it looks like we got our players
Ooh,
sitting down. We got a handshake,
so one player is the Senate.
Palpatine. Yes. I actually love that participation mat. I really like that art on that mat. I think
Yeah,
it's a
it's
great
really
one.
cool. It's
And what do we
missing
got
one
there?
giant participant
Ooh.
though, so I'm not really happy about that part, but that's okay. Oh, oh, we're getting a deck I really like to see today. All right.
A VAR Yellow Force.
I'm
That is
very excited to see
awesome.
that. Yep.
Yep, you got to read that card because that's one maybe you're not quite familiar with. It's been a minute, and it looks like the
We've
opponent
been
is
playing
going
a
to
lot of Avar
be.
lately.
Ooh, is that a Beckett red? It looks like. Is that probably the lone Beckett in the field
Ooh,
against
yeah,
one
it
of the
does look like
two
it.
of ours? Um, yeah, I
Ooh,
got to
very
read
much
that text
matches
on
the
that card because,
Senate
like,
too.
I mean, I don't know, Sharky. Sometimes I'll just like, even if I'm like familiar with my opponent's leader, like I've seen it a million times, I still sometimes just grab it and like read it just to like kind of get my brain in that mindset of like locking in for this matchup. I don't know.
I'll
Um,
do that occasionally. I find myself needing to do it more at the end of the day than the beginning of the day because after like even 5 rounds, it may not be, close to the end, but sometimes you're just like, all right, let me make sure my brain is thinking exactly what it should be, right? I
right.
have played where it was like the second I remember playing in Seattle and it was the second tournament of the day and it was 2 rounds in. I remember playing against a Han 1 deck and they were using the galactic spaces, right? And those things
Mhm.
don't make it really easy to tell what color base they are unless you look really closely.
Oh,
And in my
yep.
brain, I'm playing against a Han 1 blue, but it turns out it was actually a Han 1 yellow game. So things like that can happen. So it's always good to double check your assumptions. Even if you think you know exactly what the leader does or the base is, you should probably take the time to just take a look, relax, think about it for a second, and go from
Yep.
there. It was kind of a
Exactly.
funny realization because it was game 3 when I realized that I'm like, "Oh, oh, ooh. Uh-oh, I must be tired."
Yeah, yeah. No, this is exhausting game to play sometimes. Looks like they had a double roll off, but um yeah, so Avar, what does Avar do again? It's been a minute.
Avar says, "Exhaust this leader, get the force." And then when you flip, Avar's a 4/10 that gains
Oof.
+4, +0, and overwhelm while you have the force.
Yeah, that is some good text. I think the only concern I have with her is the fact that when she flips, there's no immediate effect like some of these other late game leaders, like our good old Emperor Palpatine from set one, the Leota from set three. We got what other big flips do we have? Those are the big ones that come to mind. But hey, we're
Yeah.
rocking and rolling. We got like
Oh,
the
we're going
Warrior of
already.
Clan Ordo on the field here. And what did Avar play? Is that a faith in your friends? What did they do? Yeah, that is a faith in
It
your
looks like
friends.
Faith in Your Friends, which is interesting. I haven't seen that included in an Evo deck before, so that's
Yeah, I
kinda cool. Alright.
I think I see that disclose a Vernestra Rowe, I believe a Han Pilot, and our boy Max Rebo.
That looks
Uh,
correct to me.
and actually,
That's a
for a second
scary
there,
hand, actually.
my brain was like, "Wait, why are you playing a Force unit? You're playing a Force base." And then I remembered, "Oh
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
Avar's ability gives
You
you
don't
the
even need to.
Force."
That's a cool tech play. I like that, actually. Um, yeah. Alright. This is already interesting. It's a I'm
Yeah, I
getting a
know.
much better picture now.
I Faith in Your Friends is a good card, folks. So if you're not, you should be familiar with it. It's going to be around.
Yep.
Yellow Hero is here to stay with some of these powerhouse cards in the color pairing. And there's Evernestra,
We
gets to
did
use the
notice
Force.
really quick that I didn't see a disclose come off of the Ordo, but that's okay
Mm,
for the moment. I
did
don't
he
know that
take
we
the
have
two
any
damage,
actual,
or did
no, I don't
yeah?
see 2 damage on there. I don't know that they, actually disclosed, but we see Val, gonna mix those up all day. Val comes down and gives a shield to the clan Ordo warrior.
Hmm. Let's see if we can figure out which table this is. Oh, we do have the overlay. I just realized it is updated. We have Luke.
Oh, nice.
Is that supposed to be Lucas or Luke versus Navan on Navar? Um, Not sure which table number this is, but that is okay. We worry about the gameplay first and foremost.
That
So
was an interesting sequence of turns. So the spy ran into Val trying to probably use Vernestra to finish her off, but then Tobias traded her over and said, "Here, I just like your credit. Thank you."
yeah, and another leader we should run, folks. If you aren't familiar with Tobias Beckett, he's got an interesting ability where if you activate his leader side ability, you have to give your opponent your unit, but then you get to get a credit token, right? So, really interesting design that I think is super cool. Like also with the double color, not a non-heroes of non-villainy leader. Um, and sure enough, there's the Val.
Yep. So
Because the
one
one
of the
defeated
considerations
there.
here, yeah, Val is defeated and
Mhm,
has to give away a shield to an enemy unit, but the reasoning for this one is to make sure that Tobias, when he flips, has fewer units to then defeat. For those who are
mhm.
curious about what that play may have been, so the shield is still going to stay there on Ordo, but at least this way here, Val won't be defeated immediately. Oh, we do see a
There's the
disclose.
disclose. Maybe we
Okay,
missed it
or maybe
last
it
game.
happened
Maybe
the
we
first
just
time.
missed
Yeah,
it. It could have been off camera. We don't know for sure, but and
could
there it
just be I
is.
missed it.
Let's jam. It's time for an
Yeah.
encore. We got Max Rebo on the field, the 2/7 that says it's very, very unique text that there's an additional regroup phase each round. Which, for those who don't understand what that means that you get to draw. So each round, you draw two cards and then resource one of them. You get to do that twice. You get to draw four cards and resource twice. We're skipping the entirety of the five resource turn, which unfortunately for Beckett, is skipping his flip turn. So he gets to flip a turn later, basically, and getting us closer to that massive Avar flip.
Yep.
So I don't know about you, Sharky, but I think this favors Avar in his current board state. What do you think?
I generally agree, and one of the things I like about the strategy behind this particular deck is that you really want to play Max Rebo in this deck the turn before the opponent's leader flips. Regardless of what turn that is, you want to play it right beforehand so that way you can kind of just skip their big leader flip turn and move as close as you can to your own leader's flip turn.
Yep, and there we see this massive board now. For not, I shouldn't say maybe massive isn't the right word, but it's a formidable board building on
Yep.
Avar's side, and yeah, I'm not sure. This is not how the game wants to go for Beckett.
It depends on what Beckett's got in his hand. I mean, the deck. Sorry, the thing I've learned about that deck is that it can be really tricky. Right? There's times where it just does some shenanigans, and you're like, "Wait, how did you pull that off?" And it's really cool to see that happen. But I do think that Max Rebo coming down helps Avar a lot. That being said, also we know that Beckett is an aggressive negotiations deck, and aggressive negotiations was disclosed earlier.
Oh.
So you're kind of setting yourself up for a bit of problems if they get a chance to use that once or even twice. Um, but if Avar can find a way to stabilize, then that is going to she's like the leader is going to be a problem.
Yep. And there, oh, interesting. So he's gonna use the axe for gets to bounce the clan Ordo back to the hand of the owner, or the owner, right? It is Beckett. So back to his hand, which notably, for those who anyone who isn't familiar, when Beckett flips, his text says that when he flips, you get to defeat any number of units that you own but don't control. Important detail there, that because you're the owner of the card never changes. Like Beckett will own the cards, but the controller changes to your opponent when you give it away with his ability, right? It's kind of a really interesting dynamic with that design. Anyway, so whenever you defeat those units, you get to not only to get another credit token, but also to draw a card.
Yep.
So that really sets up some really explosive turns for Beckett. It looks like he's at 4 credits now. He's playing
4
that
credits
two-faced
now because
Troig,
of the Troig, yeah.
and there's a little bit of damage on base. I can't tell if that's the first swing to Beckett's base. It might be just 2 on his base. I'm
Believe
kind
it
of keeping
is
track.
2 on base that I am tracking.
So he gets to flip, get another credit token, defeat the Troig, draw cards. That's gonna be a fistful of cards for the Beckett player. So hey, even though this is looking good for a VAR, you made a great point about the extra card draw with that AN deck. Might be tough. But
Oh,
ooh
no.
boy.
Protect the pod coming down. Max Rebo laying the smackdown on Beckett himself.
Yeah, that is brutal. And hey, I tested against this Beckett deck. Shout out to Eekfoil, our
Oh,
Milwaukee regional champ. But hey, right back at you. There is a giant Wookie. Says enough music. I want to shut this band up, and we are slamming the field. So it's interesting because
get
the
this
Beckett,
band out
on
of here.
flip, yeah, exactly. On flip, for anyone who isn't familiar with the deck, you can often like stack up a big Beckett, like throw a mastery down, or clearly didn't have the sudden ferocities, but um, there that way, losing his Beckett might not have been the worst thing. So now he's got that 7/7 with 2 damage on, I believe with overwhelm as well. So they're ooh, and what is that card? Is that
That's
the
Trust Your
that's
Instinct.
the trust your instincts.
I
So that's good.
love
That
that
plus
card.
2
It is +2 and
swings.
shoot first. Swings for 5 into percent
Yeah.
to eliminate him. Use the force, get the force
Oh,
back. This means that
that's
one more force use by Avar, and she can deploy this turn.
oh, you're right, because needs to be a 9 total between force use and resources,
Yeah,
correct? And they're at
that is
7
correct
resources
and
and 1
dangerous.
force usage. So that's 6 cards in hand with the force there, or sorry, 6 resources available, I'd rather. Probably at least 6 cards in hand. I don't know how many cards these players have, but there goes a Finn, the 6/5 ambusher. Love seeing, I love the character of Finn in the sequel trilogy, so it's great seeing a viable Finn card that comes down and takes care of that for Nestra. But the damage has been done. Let's see here, is tapping some
Sinestro, oh,
resources.
count 4 of them. Will of the Force.
Oh,
That's a great card
that
as well.
That is it. The magic number of
So
9 has been
yep.
hit.
Magic number of 9 has been hit.
So,
So Will of the Force, for those not familiar, returns a unit to the owner's hand, and if you use the Force, they discard a card randomly.
and is that the fin?
I got
That
the
is
Finn.
indeed the
Oh
fin that
man, Finn's
comes back
gone.
to hand. Uh,
Oh
but
man.
Beckett still has all the resources available. It looks
Nope.
like. Oh no, that was
I
from the
think I
fin.
had
He just
U6
never
for that
tapped
one. Yep.
him. Yep, you're right. You're right. The players caught
So
that.
this is exactly where
Yep,
Avar
he's
wants to be.
counting. And there it is. They got the force, has an 8/10 overwhelm
8
leader
damage.
going to base. Looks like it's putting it up
Woof.
to, I believe, about 10 to 12 damage on the base of
I believe
Beckett
it's
here.
10.
Man, I might need to try this with a VAR deck. I've been playing
It's
the
fun.
Qui-Gon Green Force, so same colors, but a little bit different. And
Yeah.
boy,
I've
that
been
is a
playing both
big
trying to decide
unit.
which one I like better, and the thing I'm finding is that they're both very, very good, and there's certain
Hmm.
matchups where one is just the one's the correct choice, and certain matchups, one's the correct choice, and the other ones. So it's a matter of figuring out which ones you like to play the best, I think. Uh, th Avar top end is probably a little bit more consistent, meaning that even if they interact with your board and try to prevent you from getting the force, they can't really prevent you, but they can prevent you from building a
Mhm.
huge board. And your top end is just your leader that says, "Okay, I'll do it myself." Whereas on Qui-Gon, you kind of
Yeah.
rely a little bit on controlling some of the board and keeping your units alive so you can bounce them and create that loop. But the high roll in Qui-Gon's massive. So,
Yep, and, yes, that's, 10 on base. I see now on the stream, actually, the quality is fairly good on the actual live
yep.
stream. Is 10 on base for Beckett, 3 on for Var.
We're now up to
So,
18 on base for Beckett because he played a hauler and
yep.
Avar said, "All right, I'll smack it again."
Yep, yep, just gonna keep swinging the base. This is not probably what Beckett wants to be playing here, just a 2 drop. He's tapping out for a
Right? Toss
Liberty.
Liberty coming down.
Oh
Oof.
my goodness! And you got Yoda's probably, for sure they run that Yoda in the deck.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But I think that's gonna be a wrap here, folks. This is probably gonna be it for our game one. Not
Yeah,
sure
to
what
get to
Becky
this
could do.
point as Avar, you're feeling pretty good.
We just saw that Avar had like the start she needed, and uh, or he. I always struggle when I do the coverage or whatever, whether use the
Do
pronouns
you
of the
refer to the player
character
or
or
the
the
leader?
player. I guess we don't have confirmation on the character on the player's pronouns, so I will stick with the leader's pronouns. But anyway, we're that's not a huge concern here. We're more concerned about the gameplay, of course. So, but yeah, this game one is looking great for Avar. Um,
Ooh, a lost and forgotten. That does buy him a little bit of extra time on the Beckett side. So down to
yeah, I
15
didn't
life.
see that
Okay.
coming, but that's but back down to down to 15, back then up to 23.
Woof.
That is in check with that swing from Avar. So Beckett probably is forced to claim here, but then Avar has all the resources available and can drop another bomb.
Yep.
Thinking, yeah, this is looking tough. I think you
One of
if
the
you're
cleanest
Avar, you
ways to
want.
deal right now with Voltron leaders, or in this case, Avar, since she's Voltron built in, is retaliation. So I'm curious to see, since Beckett is in the right colors, I wonder if retaliation comes in from the side.
Hmm. Yeah, that's a card I was testing in Obi-Wan and just wasn't the biggest fan because it just is like great players can sequence around it and kind of see it
Yeah,
coming. Um, so tapping 7, is that gonna be a Qui-Gon? Yep, I
it
was about to say
is.
it puts a second lethal threat on the board. They're both threatening lethal. That's gonna be a wrap, I think, or they're gonna play it out, of course, but this is one where I don't know if you could conjure up a hand for Beckett. I don't know what hand you could conjure up to even save him here.
I
A
think I can
Sentinel
think of
can
one that might
delay.
delay it, but I don't know if I
Yeah.
have an idea of one that would win it. Like an aggressive negotiations into Avar still doesn't win you or save you because of the lethal
Yep.
threat from Qui-Gon, and it looks like that's gonna be it.
Yep, that's gonna be it. And I wonder if with Avar, do you run AN out of aspect because of that max Rebo draw and the huge leader? Is that
There are definitely
crazy? Are
certain
you run
builds that do that. I know the one that I've played with has it in the side, but
Yeah, I could totally see that. Like, I, it's such a good card. I was even considering putting it in Obi-Wan, which is kind of crazy to say that just illustrates how powerful that card is. That I'm considering out of aspect in a deck that's not aggressive at all. So, um, then we're gonna go into our sideboard here. So, yeah, if you're so you can take out, is that bluish? I think I saw coming out. Which
I think it yeah,
yeah.
what do you do for each of these? I don't know that I changed much if I'm Avar, honestly, like, that went pretty much to script, but, yeah,
Yeah, definitely.
I'm very so one of the things I liked about this Avar that I haven't seen in many others is the faith in your friends play. That was a very cool
Mm,
tech,
mhm.
and so that tells me that the deck probably leans yellow. Um, so I wonder what sacrifices they had to make in terms of what green cards they aren't maybe they're not running things like Kellerin, maybe there's one less Yoda. I don't think you want one less Yoda, but maybe. Um, and so maybe there's some sideboard considerations with the color choices as well that you have to think about. Whereas on the Beckett side, I actually don't know the deck that well, other than what it's trying to do. I don't know what all cards could be brought in. Retaliation comes to mind just to handle an Avar, but what other cards you think might be helpful in this situation?
I don't know if Beckett's are running it, but a kill switch is a card that I've been really liking in this
Ooh,
meta. The
that's an
two
interesting
cost
one.
of upgrade -1/-1, you get to play it on your opponent's unit and tap them down. Um, so don't know. Again, we don't have access to these players' lists yet, but there are options available. Like, Beckett's got access to 3 colors. That certainly has a lot of tech cards, but I'm interested to see, what they could do to rebound from this game. That game one was not great, but Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a tough
no.
one. It's a tough spot to be in, but we do see Chio Fang come down.
Ooh. Yep, that's probably the best one of the best starting units for Beckett. And ooh, there's the
Oh,
Jedi
no.
Consular and Avar, which is a great combo just to cheat something out. But unless we see a sudden ferocity go to the row of Beckett, but trying to think what pump you could possibly have with Chio to like in one action stop this consular. And I don't think there's much.
Early
There's
aggressive
no equip,
negotiations, and that's about it, right?
there's right. There's no like a Maz Kanata equivalent for these non-force decks right now. So he just goes 2 to base. So that's gonna be 2 on the base of Is it Avar or Avar? Avar?
I've always called it
I-
Avar, but I could be very well wrong with that.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
wow, that's a cool play
All
too.
right.
Right into
I'm
Rose,
playing
a
this
ready
deck after
Rose.
today. I talked
That's
over you,
awesome.
apologize. A little excited, but oh, gotta read that card. That is indeed a non-unique unit. My goodness. I thought a turn two blue leader or turn two ghost was good, but how about a turn two 5/5 ready unit in rows? Hey, that is tough to beat. But we got a hauler here, but yep, takes out the Chio.
Yep, yep.
That is
That's a
okay. Yeah,
fantastic
this
I love that play line. That's not one I'd considered either. This Avar deck is fantastic.
yeah.
It's so cool.
Uh,
Man. So that
but
but
hey, that
the card is another yellow card that I hadn't seen included, so I wonder if that's another consideration over a Sentinel, for example.
Mm, yeah, but it makes a lot of sense because, well, actually, I'm trying to think of how many other non-unique units they have. But if you have faith in your friends, that means they have a spy generation, which is of course a
Yep.
non-unique unit. And yeah, let us see here. So he plays the Val to give a shield. So the Val it can be a tickle unit. I think you got to kill. Yep. So you have to kill it there. Otherwise, Beckett gets to give it away and then try to get a shield on the leader flip. That's been a really because
Yeah.
like
It's a
one
huge play
path
there.
one path to victory for Beckett is to do the Voltron leader himself on the 5-hour turn instead. And now this Beckett player is probably, you got to think about the max rebo. Oh my god, we get to play around anything 6 cost or less. This
And then who do
consular,
you shield right now though, right? Like, this is the tough
yeah.
choice. I think you do the
Uh,
consular, but I'm not sure.
but then, oh yeah, you have to choose what your shield, and then now he's at the mercy of his Jedi consular. So even with 6 on base out of 28, this consular is going to play just about anything. Play anything 6 cost or less. There it is. What are we going to see here? We're going to see
Max
a
repo
two
for
cost
cheap,
max
okay.
Rebo.
Yep. I wonder if that
Oh
means
my
something else is coming
goodness,
down too, just to build a board state that's
that
unbeatable.
y- yeah, that would be brutal here. Um, I wonder if this AR. I wonder how the AR. Like, I just think about this. Such a late deploy. How it could do into like a Boba Lake country because that's such a fast deck. But I like that doesn't really matter here because we don't have that on the board. And oh,
We
it's
do
just
have
another
another Val coming
Val,
down.
which only problem with Val though is that when it's defeated, your opponent chooses where the shield goes. So ideally, you actually only have one unit on board. And oh, there.
Oh,
Well,
the axe forgets. Oh my god. This
oh
Avar deck is
no.
awesome.
That with oh my goodness. This is not how I saw this going. I forgot. I don't. Did I give a take on who I think was favorite? But either way, I whatever I said was probably gonna be wrong because I did not see it going like this.
I this is including a lot of cards that I haven't actually played in Avar, and I'm really happy to see some of these. That's cool, man. Some cool I would call it innovation, but that requires there to be a standard Avar list in the first place. But no, I like the way this deck is looking and the way it's playing.
Yeah, and hope I don't want us to be totally one-sided commentary crew here. We do still have our Beckett player fighting for this game and this match, but um, I still think Beckett's a very cool deck as well. I think the design is awesome. Going back to the very beginning of the set when we saw Benton do well with it at that was it the Nexus event where he
Yeah.
took it down that first weekend. And yeah, we're just gonna start pushing damage to base here.
Who's the aggro
Um,
now? I mean, to be fair to Beckett, with the credits that he's about to generate, he still has a opportunity for a big play. So he just has to be very
yeah.
cognizant of the protect the pod. The good news is that with Val being on the other side, he actually gets a shield if he flips right now.
That is true. And he has a Southern Frosty in the row, which I think. Would love to get on. He gets to draw 2 cards and get 2 more credits.
which is about 5 now, if
Well,
I'm
no
remembering
plot
correctly.
there, and there's
Oh,
a
no.
Liberty
Oh,
on
no.
oh my goodness.
The Jedi console are just doing work. So
Ah,
consular in an Avar deck is one of those, like, it's immediately online, and if it's not dealt with, it just does things like this where it ruins your day.
yep, yep. I hate to call games early because I know I jinx myself as a player all the time, but
This is a tough
might be
situation to come back from.
yeah. And hey, shout out to Kyle Craft in the chat. He talks about how this deck does seem to be like a kind of a mix up of the Land of Lake Country tech with the Rose and this the Faith in Your Friends and the Axe
And the
for Gates. I
axe,
wonder if they even
yeah.
run the Code Breaker then with all those gambits. I wouldn't be
That's kind of an
surprised if
interesting
they
idea, yeah.
run that gambit package.
Is
So we're
Protected
seeing
Pod a
now
gambit? I don't even know, because if it is,
it
then
is
we absolutely would run it,
not.
but
I don't believe it is, but
I don't
actually
think
it's
so either, but that'd be nuts.
a great point. It's a tactic. It's not Gambit's tactic, so that makes more
Okay.
sense. Um, but yeah, I think we're going to see. Shout out to the Eclipse team for their innovation. They, oh, and there's exactly what Lando or what
Yeah. It at
exactly
least
what
stabilizes the board a bit,
they
right?
needed.
For Beckett.
So yeah, but unfortunately, Beckett is not Voltroned up. You know, but hey, this is that's okay. We talked about again. I'm glad I jinxed the Avar player a little bit because now the Ardonium does stabilize things a bit. There's
Well,
only
a bit.
at
I'll
least
give
6
you that.
damage on base. Yeah, it's still only single digits on base for either player. Again, not saying Becca is going to win this game now all of a sudden, but they are not about to lose the game
They're
in
yeah,
one turn.
exactly.
So
They're definitely in a much better spot than they were. Um, it
a lot of cards in
that
hand.
being said, Liberty's back in hand, so it's a little bit dangerous to stack Beckett back up. So you have to find a different way to attack,
Yeah.
into this. We see the blue litter come down, do 5 damage and 4, trading each other. Do you just take the damage with Beckett right here, or do you try to do something else in the meantime?
I think you need to. It could be foreshadowing that Avar has some way to finish off the Beckett, but could not be. Also, could just be saying like I just want to put some damage on your leader. It
Yeah,
certainly discourages any Voltroning because the Liberty couldn't come down this turn anyway. But I think
but
after
next
this in
turn, yeah.
particular, yeah, especially you don't do it now. But um, we will see what Beckett can do here to push some damage. They got 3, 4, 5,
I
at
gotta be
least
figuring
7
that
cards in
Beckett
hand.
really was hoping to see Kersantin, so, because come down and overwhelm 6 more to
Ooh,
base would be a
yeah.
big deal.
Wait, maybe
Oh,
are we gonna
he's
see
gonna hit
that?
toss, and it
There it
is
is.
Kersantin. Hey, there he is. 6
Is
more
that
damage
that's
into
gonna
the base.
be yeah, actually, hey folks, we have got a game
We
here.
got a game on our hands, and I love that.
Because unlike last game, Avar didn't come down on the 7R turn.
Yep,
So the
yep.
blue leader definitely is not. I'm curious what other lines the Avar could have played there because that was not a bad play by any means, but it just wasn't the most impactful. Just to put 5 damage on the leader. There's we'll see here though if there's some kind of like collateral damage on an aspect spice to clear this board would be kind of crazy.
Well,
But
the thing that Avar now has to consider is how do you block the both of the units? Because I do
mm,
believe that aggressive negotiations is gonna make this a very dicey finish to the game. Beckett
yeah.
absolutely has the tools right now to steal this. Steal is maybe the wrong word, but to take the game from a situation that looked very bad early on and
Yep,
flip it
yep.
to their favor. Like, there's no denying how good that board was looking for Avar, and the Rhydonium
Mhm.
explosion was fantastic kind of play. Like, we're looking at 12 health remaining on the force base, and I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
that either of these two with an aggressive negotiations will either win or be within one of winning after that hit. Chrysanthemum definitely. Beckett, I think. I didn't see how many cards were quite in hand.
Yeah, but if we see a Yoda but just
Oh,
a
we see
Han
Han.
pilot to ambush, but a Yoda
Uh-oh.
there would've been amazing, right? To heal oh, no,
Yeah.
they're at 8 now. So could have healed and done 2 damage to finish off Chrysanthemum,
Yep.
but there's just a force usage from hand,
Okay.
just burning the card to use the force makes sense. Gotta get that Avar out to have a chance here, but I think any unit Becker can stick will, and there it is. The AT Hauler is going to be threatening lethal. I think this is going to do it here.
I
Which
generally agree.
hey,
Unless there's
my
another axe for
commentator's
Gads, right?
curse worked because we wanted a game 3, and
We're
we'll
definitely
see.
gonna ooh. Definitely gonna have a tight
Well,
finish here. It's gonna be
yes,
close.
yes. I thought you were going to say definitely have a game 3. I was about to catch
Oh,
you.
no, no, no. That would
We're no Sith
yeah.
here. We're not going to deal in absolutes or do our best, but uh, yeah, I'm having a great time, Sharky. I don't know about you. We got almost 100 people watching now, which is awesome to see. It's not even noon
Oh,
on the
there's the
East
kill
Coast.
switch you talked about.
And oh
Oh, man.
yeah, all right. I'll give myself a little pat in the back for calling that one out. That
That
is
was a
great.
great call out.
And now
And
Avar's
now Yoda's
gotta probably
offline.
claim.
Yeah, even with the claim, though, Yoda's offline.
Well, wouldn't Avar have used the Force before flipping, or maybe she couldn't?
Nope.
I guess she couldn't have the action economy
Yeah, may
to
not
use
have
the
had the action
Force.
economy,
So
but didn't get the force back, and so Yoda's looking like I
yeah.
think the only thing I can come up with that would save Avar is a Liberty play right now, exhausting Beckett and getting in the way of the Hull.
Oh.
Um,
Oh, and Spatial asking the red symbol on the card besides the base, that's just indicating that Avar does not have the Force. So I do really appreciate how clearly laid out that is. So
yep.
Avar does not have the Force. So he's tapping 7. Oh
That's
yeah, I guess
8, actually, so I believe I just
oh, that
spoke
is
it
8.
into existence. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, you
That's the only
did.
out I could come
So
up with that would have saved it.
oh,
But
just AN to clear the Liberty, I guess.
okay, that seems
Oh, he
strong
doesn't
still.
realize
Oh,
he. Uh-oh,
oh,
is
it's a
that new
Sentinel. Yep, by the
information?
way, Liberty's a
I
Sentinel,
don't think
guys.
speaking earlier, we were talking about takebacks, new information.
Yep,
Is that
yep.
considered new information? So
It
this,
should not be.
if anything, it only favors the Avar player because Avar. I keep switching my pronunciation mid, but Avar, only gains free information from that. So it's just a safe, it's safe to assume that Beckett had that card, but
Yeah, it was probably a safe assumption.
I think here.
Avar's still not out of the woods yet, though, because
Oh,
even
for
like
sure.
another unit coming down for Beckett will make this very difficult for Avar to deal with. But it's a
Ooh, a
nimble
nimble
prowess that
prowess just to
exhausts
tap down
Avar.
Avar.
Oh no.
Oh, but now he needs to play another. He needs to play another unit on the ground because he needs to have. And there's a
Lost and
lost and
forgotten
forgotten.
instead. Oof.
Never mind.
Need
And then he gets
another
to push
yeah.
4 damage now, and what might not even need AN for lethal
We're
here
looking pretty rough. I
next
mean,
turn.
top decking another Liberty is about the only um out that Avar has to survive another turn. Not necessarily win, just to survive another turn.
Right, and that's all Avar's got to do right now is survive.
I love this
Survive to
Beckett deck
live
too.
another
It just
day.
pulls out the tricks out of nowhere, it feels like, and it it can do so many things, and I absolutely love it.
Oh, there's another 8 resource
Another 8,
tap? Is that another
and it's another
oh!
Liberty. Oh, no.
But that goes back to hand, so it gets this
Yep.
replay nope, doesn't go to the discard pile, it goes back to hand,
No, nope,
right?
they got yep,
Yep, he
they're
caught it,
back to
they
hand.
caught it, the players caught that.
Yep,
Um,
and, Beckett's really
Beckett
sleeping now.
should live, he just I don't think he took any damage since we last saw, and so, well, Yoda had no force, Kyle, so no Yoda's coming down. But that is something where is top of mind here, is if Avar can get the force back, but I think you just replay that
I
nimble,
you have to, right?
and then you're only 2 resources up. I don't know if you
If you
just gotta
prevent the
force
force, you
Avar to
prevent the
claim.
Yoda saving you.
Yeah. Um, but obviously you have a lot of cards in hand. I say I count at least 7 cards there, if not 8. So you got a lot of options here. It's good to take your time. We get 55 minutes per round. There's no bonus or penalty for finishing early.
This has been an
So,
awesome match. I
oh
absolutely love this
yeah,
one.
I'm kind of on the edge of my seat, partially because my bad posture, and but
I
partially because this match is
yeah.
just so great.
I love watching this kinda game. Like, this is why I like this kinda game. Like, there's back and forth interaction. Both of these guys are pulling out tricks that are like, "Oh, man, I didn't even think of that," or something like that. Like, just super
Yeah,
cool to see the interactions between these 2 decks.
I got Liberty into Liberty. Anyone who just isn't
Yeah.
paying as close attention. There is that Liberty under the glare, but that is a very important unit. And there's a Chrysanthemum
Chrysanthemum.
played perhaps without ambush, just as a 7/7, and that would
That's
be
an
a big threat.
interesting choice
Um,
here. Um, I'm not sure what Avar does, but it does allow Avar to get the Force, which can be
I well,
scary.
but what's Avar going to do with the Force and 2 resources?
I don't know.
Um,
It's if Avar has a way to do, I think it's 1 damage remaining on Tobias. I can't quite remember. It might be 2. If Avar
it
can
was the
deal with
yeah, it
Tobias
was
and Chrysanthemum, that's gonna be a tough place to be. But if not, Beckett may just take it.
Yeah, I don't know. See, yeah, you called it. There is that. There's the one health from the blue leader. Finally get off the board that Beckett. Yoda Saber. Would that take him out of range? That does
Nope.
that still be exact lethal.
7-7.
That's gonna
Okay.
be it.
Made him do
Yep,
it. All
that's
right,
a
we're going to
wrap.
game 3.
We're going to game 3. All right, I am excited.
This is
This will
awesome.
be
The
this will actually be the last round of the day. I'll have to step away after this, but
Yep, same
it's
here.
been a blast so far. Both these matches have been phenomenal.
I love the fact that Beckett pulled that back from what looked like an unbelievably bad board state. That was
Right?
awesome to see. We were pretty
Exactly,
convinced that
exactly.
Avar was just gonna run him over with the Jedi Consular into Rose play, and then all of a sudden, the Rhydonium explosion puts the board back to 0, and he's just starts playing all the tricks he's got, and that was really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that was awesome. And we can see that both these decks can do a lot of interesting things. But now Avar gets initiative, and it looks like they're keeping the same decks, which just makes sense. I don't know about you, but there aren't many cases where I actually change my sideboard between between games 2 and 3 versus my games 1 and 2 sideboard. And there are obviously some cards like Boa runs that General Pride. I think they often side those out without initiative, but we're just jumping back into it here and see what we
Yep,
got for game 3.
it's pretty much how I
Did
feel
you
about
set that timer, by the way? I did
Oh,
not,
no,
but
I called it out and then forgot to do it, so, I did not.
it's okay. We're a
I got way too excited about this deck, that's all.
I know. So we didn't start a timer, but hey, anyone who's we actually, you know what? We have the technology. There's a live stream. I can kind of rewind in the stream. Looks like it started roughly 30 minutes ago. Yeah, about 32 minutes ago. So yeah, still should be plenty of time to finish this game 3. Um, yeah. So
Alright. Man,
resourcing up.
this
Looks
is
like a
gonna be a good one.
mulligan.
I'm very happy with the way the last game played out. That was such a cool
Yeah, no, that was
watch.
awesome. Uh, Never expected Rhydonium explosion,
Right.
and I know I've gotten blown up by that card before, so I know how AR feels here. And but hey, it's still anyone's game or match
Do
at
you
this
think
point. Hey,
Avar
it's also
runs,
only
Jam?
yeah, oh maybe or could run that charged with corruption. Is that the yellow charged card? It rips in a unit. Probably doesn't run that card, but
Yeah, I don't remember which one that is. It's charged with something. Espionage, maybe?
yeah, we'll see what other spice or tech these players may have, but uh, looks like we're getting ready. I think we're all set to go. I think we're just waiting on the turn one play from Avar. I'm just going to
Okay.
use the
Got a
ability, get
force.
the force. Yeah, I should actually, as someone who's almost exclusively played Force decks since the mechanic was introduced, I probably should try Avar. It probably would be
Avar
very
is a
nice
lot
to
of
be able to
fun.
like, ooh, and there's
Oh, we
that
got the
faith in your
faith
friend
play.
start.
Alright.
Yeah. Um,
See what kinda cards we get pulled here. Do we get the disclose? I'm guessing
I
yes,
just,
because you don't build a deck to not hit that disclose.
yep.
I
And
see
there's
Will of the
a,
Force, I see Depa Balaba, and I see is that Lieutenant Gorn?
I think it's for Nestra, I believe.
Oh, it might be Vernestra, yep, that okay, that's a better
Yeah, I
like,
think that
Gorn
is.
didn't make a
So,
lot of sense, but Vernestra does.
I mean,
Oh,
Gordon would have
actually,
been
Gorn makes
great.
sense too.
Yeah, I was gonna say Gordon the Cyborg. There's a lot of credits in this deck. I think shout out to FFG and the designers. They really nailed it. The set with the credit system. I think it's a really cool mechanic.
Agreed.
Really changes things. Like I don't know about you. I've had games where like my brain gets so thrown off because like they play a 5 drop and my brain thinks okay they're gonna flip this turn or I can flip this turn and like
Yeah,
yeah.
takes a lot of,
Uh,
practice to get used to it. Alright, we see
so
a
we do see
Hona
the
revealed.
disclose.
Yeah,
Yep, great card.
fantastic
And
card,
where's
yeah.
where's this Ordo attacking? Did it go to base here? Looks like
Yep,
there's that
3
three
to
damage on
base.
base.
And
Yep.
now we see
But there's
Vernestra using the
Vernestra,
Force.
but
Alright.
hey, she gets to just eat up this 3/3 though. I feel like that is a nice little trade there.
And it's tough for Beckett to play
Vernestra's
much of anything because I can't think of a whole lot of things that has more than 4 health here. So in theory, you could just run everything into whatever but gets played, unless it's a hauler.
yeah, that is right. And there it is. You
Sneaky.
called it, Sharky. Yep.
Yep. That tends to be one of the favored plays from Beckett on Resource 3. It's just a really good unit. It's really hard. Like even if they
Hmm.
deal with it, you have so many ways to get the hauler back, and sometimes with a shield that it's like you really shouldn't replay it off of a Beckett turn.
Yeah, and we're seeing here though that 7 on base on Beckett's base to only 3 on Avar's. So, and not even counting the unit given away, that's still 7 to 10 damage on board for Beck or for Avar, to only
One of the
4 for
things to
Beckett.
consider
So,
here is that I'm almost positive that the Warrior of Clan Ordo is effectively a dead card on the Avar side because there's no revealing to prevent the
oh,
damage.
that's actually a great point. I wonder if you almost though just like,
It might be worth it to toss. Oh, we got Trust Your
oh,
Instincts takes out Hona immediately. So my thought was run the Ordo into Hona and then run a spy in there, but Trust Your Instincts is a cleaner way of dealing with it.
absolutely. And I almost wonder, you're winning this race with Avar. I almost wonder if you just take that swing, 'cause you get a net 1 damage with the Ordo.
Yeah. Well,
Kind of a tough
it's
call.
a good question. I'd be scared to do it, particularly because of
Oh,
aggressive negotiations just being a way to finish a deck, or finish a game. And we see BD1
yep.
come
And there's
down. That's
like does
awesome.
not swing. Yeah, BD1 is interesting. I wonder if that's in the sideboard, but like, what,
This Avar deck is crazy. I love it.
yeah, what is
So is
Beckett?
the
I'm trying to think
Beckett
what.
deck. Both of these look like a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, this is a fun game. I hope these players are enjoying it as much as we are, because this has been a great match of Star Wars Unlimited. And hey, it's looking again a small flashback to game two where it's the board state is favoring Avar, but
Yep.
hey, there's no max rebo in this game. I just realized there's no max rebo, so that means that Beckett is flipping and can do some Beckett things, and so this is a tough turn for Beckett. I think one thing I saw playing against Efoil is that there's just a lot of lines for Beckett. It's a hard deck to play. I
It's
think it's
hard
one
deck to
reason why
play
you
and
haven't
play
seen it.
against.
Yes, I think it's I do attribute that to one factor to why it hasn't, maybe been this strong meta contender, um, that we maybe
Yeah.
suspected at the start of the
I
set.
mean, it's been strong. It just only strong in limited numbers, and that's partially because of the skill, development you need to make sure you do to be able to use it properly. Um,
Mhm.
I think it's a lot harder just to pick up and play. You need to put a lot of reps in to know when and where and why to do the Beckett thing. But if you put in the time, it's obviously very rewarding. And I think
Yep,
that's really cool.
100%. And yeah, I think I love those kind of decks in this game. I think this game is there's so much room for skill expression that's really cool. And so he's tapping out a bunch of resources for a
Finn, alright.
Finn.
Finn takes out Vernestra,
Oh,
but takes, 4 damage back because BD1 was buffing Finn there. And the
but it's
interesting
good to
thing
give
is
a
that it gives a
shield.
shield to the hauler, yeah.
Yeah, and Mr. Philithia, probably saying that completely wrong. I apologize, but they are asking how many people are participating, and we have 40 players here in Southeast Florida, vying for those 100, at least 100 Galactics points for the champion, which are very coveted, right, Sharky? Because we are how
Yep.
many months away
We're
from Galactics? It is
3
not too
months
far
out,
away.
yeah. Beckett
And
doing
there
the
is the
Beckett
Beckett
flip and
flip.
taking 2 damage in the process from a spy.
Yeah, but I'm liking how this is going. But still, Avar has not spent any of the resources, so still has some things it can do. Puts four on base, taps out all five, and there's a Han pilot
Han
just to finish
Solo.
off. Yeah, makes
Nice.
sense. You
Yeah.
know,
This is one of those, this is where you really start to feel the crunch of 28 health, but also the board state's a whole lot less explosive compared to
yeah, I
the
was gonna
last round.
say, Han pilot, it's a serviceable unit in a pinch, not a 4/5 amateur five. Is something I love about this pilot cards is how like they are viable in both modes of the card. But in this case,
Yeah.
it clears the leader and survives, which is very nice. But still,
Can
we
you
have.
race the hauler in the sky is
I
the
was gonna
question.
say, yeah, only 4 cards in hand for Beckett, so not the most explosive hand, but yeah, I think you just go for the base here, trying
Yeah,
to
when you're
win maybe in
looking at
2
19
turns before
damage.
that. Yeah, I really need to win before that Yoda can come down. We haven't not seen a Yoda this match, but that is the one of the looming threats that Zavar deck has, right? So
It might be the only thing that saves the VAR at
curious to
this point.
see. Yeah, it looks like he's considering tapping out. Just plays the Troy as a 2/4 Sentinel. But there's that
Depa Balaba.
depth of
Alright.
disclosed at the beginning of the game. And there's a 19 on base there. If I can
I
do my
believe it's
math, it's
19 to
9 health
17
left.
currently.
Yeah, so now if
but now it's
AN I
19
think would be
each.
I think AN is lethal, is it not? Um,
I believe it would be, but I didn't see it in
it would
hand
be I think it'd
from
be
the quick
exact
flash
lethal, but
there.
I don't think it's in hand. Yeah, so
And it's looking
this is
like it's literally lethal on board if you don't deal with the ground and can't win this turn. So that's
is
interesting
it
as well.
5,
I
9
count 11.
Avar's 2 off. Oh, no, it's at 19. I thought it was
Yeah.
17. Oh,
So it's
no.
exact
Okay,
lethal
this is
there
coming
without,
down to the wire, and he's tapping out Chris Santon.
oh, there, that could be
Oh,
good.
5
Could be good.
overwhelm?
I think a Will of the Force, if it's still there from earlier, could be what saves, the Avar game, but, I think
So,
without it, you're gonna
yeah,
have a rough day.
that will be 4 back on Chrysanthemum. The players will catch that. I think they're trying to see first if this is gonna be just game, because this is check. And that
Oh,
is
man,
it!
didn't keep it.
Oh my
I
goodness.
might be mixing it up
Beckett
from the other
Red.
game too, but Beckett pulls it off.
Yeah, Beckett Red pulls it off. 2-1 win over this Avar. That was quite a comeback, folks. We saw Avar handily take that game one. And then in game two, Avar had a massive board state thanks to that Max Rebo into that early Liberty that immediately got wiped out by the Rhydonium explosion that Beckett played that cleared the way for that crafty. I don't, it's not a smuggler, that crafty, what a scoundrel of Tobias Beckett,
Yeah, there you go.
who indeed killed Ara Singh. If anyone didn't remember that from the Solo movie, he killed Ara Singh, and now he's defeated. I won't say killed, defeated Avar Chris. Uh,
Went back in time and defeated Avarkus.
what a match! No, it's
That
fun to
was a
think about.
crazy sequence. I liked both of those decks a
Uh,
lot. They were both fun to watch. The
yeah.
tricks pulling out of either of them. It's fun when you see unexpected cards in a deck, especially the Avar pulling out, at least to me, Rose and Faith in Your Friends was very interesting. Beckett then having the answer the next round with the Rhydonium Blast, which isn't necessarily unexpected since that's been in the decks for a while, but it is cool to see that use case, right? Because it always feels like, well, I don't want to blow everything up. Well, actually, you kind of do. So yeah,
Right. Yeah,
that was
exactly.
super
So,
cool.
oh my goodness. Wow, that was I'll be taking off shortly myself. I'll hang out for a couple more minutes to
Yeah, I
just
believe we're going to be
yeah,
heading off
process.
to my teammates Jordan and Kyle
Sweet. Okay. Yeah, we will. I
sooner
got a
than
couple more
later.
minutes here, and then speaking of Florida, I got a pack from pack. My Wisconsin accent really came out there. But I got a pack for my Wisconsin my Tampa trip. But hey, I've had a blast here. Yeah, let's take a look at the leader breakdown. We don't have any. Again, we don't know more beyond that, but I guess we do have a little bit of more
We have
information
some
that
fancier graphics that we
OK
took that
Eternal.
I'm sorry we can't, share with everybody.
Yes, the most played base today is Lake Country. There's 9 decks out of the 40 on Lake Country, 7 on Red 30, and then 6 on Data Vault. So, you
Yeah.
know, goodbye Data Vault. Hello Lake Country. We're playing for the view.
One of the
And
other, stats I see that's interesting here is that there's 15 leaders from a Lawless Time, which is more than any of the others, included here.
oh wow.
There's 15
Yeah, that
Lawless,
is
5 Secrets, 9 Legends of the Force, and 8 JTL.
that is actually,
Good
not too
watch there.
bad. I
Yeah.
mean, makes sense. Lost time spiking a bit with the hotness of Lando. Um And to me, the biggest surprise still is that 5 Aura Data Vault. Or is it all Aura Data, or is it also
I
there's
think
1 Aura Red and 4 Aura Data Vaults, which to
yeah.
me is my prediction. I think we're talking at the beginning of the stream. I was like, okay, Obi's gonna be most played this weekend, and then and it's still gonna be true, obviously, of the larger meta across the world. But for this event, I was flat out wrong with
Yep.
Lando most played, then followed by Aura, then Boba, and then finally Obi-Wan in fourth there. Like, I did not see there being as many Padmes as Obis. Like, that's a surprise to me for sure. So, but hey,
Yeah, it's
I'm excited.
super interesting.
Yeah.
The spread of leaders is pretty cool. And even if you have decks that play similarly, the nuanced differences between base choices and sometimes color choices or color pairings is pretty interesting to me at least. And I'm a little surprised about there being only one Tobias, but we did just get the pleasure of watching him play. And I don't know, there's so many things that feel like they can at least spike a tournament, even if they're not always going to be consistently up there. Um, that it's really fun to watch.
Yeah, I totally agree, and yeah, trying to see. Actually, you know what? While we got some time, I'm gonna pull up. I'm curious. I'm pulling up spoobase.com. I want to look at Avar's statistics. Oh, it won a Greece PQ last weekend. I
Yep.
just
Yep.
noticed.
I think it's won 2
Um,
PQs now.
um, Yeah, I'm just curious to see what the matchup spreads. I'm look at there's a meta-analysis page. You can see the matchup spread. I want to actually curious to see Avar Chris overall is a losing record at 48%. It's not terrible, but yeah, it does have 31% into Obi-Wan, actually, and 38% into Lando and Boba is kind of rough across the field. But I think it's one of those other we talked about before, one of these like skill intensive decks that like you need to have the reps, you need to know your matchups. Like when you're uh playing, these like late to play leaders that can, be difficult to pilot. That's bound to happen. I'm not too shocked by that data by any means. Also, this is like, goes back to the beginning of the set as well. So there's been some innovation here. Really excited
Yeah,
to
I think
see
there's a
how this
lot of
Avar
that.
player does. Yeah. Um, Looks like we got 12 minutes left in a round here with 2 to 3 tables left still playing. Yeah, I am. I got about 5 more minutes, so I probably should head out myself. We can chit chat some more, but if we want listening to take a break, but we're about to have some more great coverage here shortly, folks. Um, yeah, but hey, and everyone hang out in the chat. What are your predictions? Looking at, given the meta spread we gave y'all, what do y'all think is going to take it down today here in Lake Park, Florida? Or what do you think is going to be the most successful deck of the weekend? Let us know. I'm excited. Um,
Yeah, this has been a fun one. I'm glad we got these 2 matches, like, they're, they're very fun both ways to start the day.
yeah, and hey, we got Kyle here. How's it going, Kyle? We are live. We'll see if he's ready to chat right away. I did put him on the spot.
Yep.
I am here. I thought I was stealth coming in until the next round, but we'll join in right now. How you guys doing?
No,
Doing
we
well,
will. We
man.
got
Did you
more
get
chit
a chance
chats.
to
Always
watch any of the
better.
first 2 rounds? Because those were fun.
I did. I got to watch all of that last matchup, and this Avar
That
deck
was
continuing
crazy.
to show out. Although it did lose that round, but was very exciting to watch. So I do like the deck.
Yeah, that one's a cool one. There's some cool innovations that I saw from this Avar that I know at least I haven't been playing with that I might have to go test a few things on.
Yeah, I was saying in the chat, it kind of looks like that Lando Lake Country deck, had a baby with the previous versions of the Avar deck, right? So we're trying
Yeah.
to take some of the good stuff that Lando Lake Country deck was doing, but then jam it into an Avar deck, and it looked like it was kind of working.
Yeah, it was at least had the play lines there, though the response I'm not sure many decks are running Rhydonium, so the response may just be a bad matchup there, but, that Avar early onslaught with Faith into Rose or Jedi Consular into Rose is just awesome to see.
Yeah, definitely the Jedi Consular into Rose being a non-unique unit, readying up right away. I mean, Rose is just a scary unit, and so if you've got ways to activate it, which I guess putting in Faith in the deck gives you more than one way to make sure that
Mhm.
she can come out ready.
Yeah, that was a cool sequence I hadn't even really considered for an Avar deck, so you always get when you're playing a Force deck, even if it's a leader that gives you the Force by default, it's sometimes hard to not get tunnel visioned into Force units, and so it's cool to see some of the or how far they branched out for that one.
Yeah, that's one of the main advantages of Avar, right? Is that she's going to be able to just give you the force when you need it, sequencing dependent. It's kind of what we saw with the Obi Virgins Temple, trying to
Yeah,
find ways to get the force without having to be reliant on force units, right?
yep,
Yeah,
that's a good point.
I I was saying at the beginning of this match, like I could do hell. I haven't played much Avar because at the start of the game we played Faith in Your Friends, and I was like, my head was like, oh, it's not a force unit, so why do you want to do that? And I had to remember, oh yeah, you just get the force. My brain is so wired to these force bases from playing for
Yeah.
almost a year now that it took me a second. And I'll tell you, folks, I'm digitally sleeving up this deck today to play on my drive down to Chicago later. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool deck. I've been playing a variant of it for a while, and I'm a big fan of Avar. One of the things that's interesting, like we were talking a little bit about earlier, is that there's a Qui-Gon deck doing something similar, but this one is probably the most different Avar from the Qui-Gon decks I've seen because of the because of the non-force units you're allowed to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
And we've been doing a good amount of the Qui-Gon versus Avar testing internally as a team, right?
Yep.
Trying both of
Right.
them, trying to figure out which one is better and which matchups, that sort of thing. But both are very fun to play.
Yeah, they're definitely 2 decks I'm playing a lot of lately. I actually just physically built both of them yesterday, in fact. Oh, man. Alright, I'm
I
checking to
heard
see
the
how many
Discord
matches we
sound.
still
Is
have.
that Oh, is that but are we able to hear the dulcet tones of Jordan from the Carolina Cantina crew as well in here? Get in here, Jordan. How's it going?
Hi. Hello. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Yeah, two good rounds to get us started. Some interesting leaders on both sides. I haven't seen much of the Beckett versus Avar matchup, or as we're now colloquially saying, the Avar, right? And then we have Kyle
We're not
see it.
actually
We'll
sure, we're
have him
changing
talk
it every
about the
pronunciation.
yeah, we'll see him talk about the consular here in a second. But really cool. I think we do see some development with that Avar deck. I think there's been some really good discussion around that green yellow force archetype, whether it's Avar, Qui-Gon, or maybe to a lesser extent Lando. But a lot of cool development there.
Yeah, I totally agree. And yeah, I don't know about y'all. I'm like, as someone who started the set saying, oh, I'm gonna try all these different decks, and every day I'm gonna stream a different deck, and I just played Obi-Wan from the beginning. I'm excited to finally to follow through on what I was promised to myself and try different decks because, gosh, there's some great variety in this meta right now. Like, I think it's wide open. There's no, we haven't had a Django meta, and now it's been over a year, right? I think that it's been a year. A year ago was the Denver sector, so
Yep.
I think it's been a pretty healthy year of the Star Wars Unlimited meta. Obviously, we've had some, the Force Throw ban and other things, but I still pretty happy with everything that's been going. Um, yeah.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things is this meta continues to evolve, right? It didn't stagnate right out the gate. We've had our first major, we've had a handful of PQs now, and we continue to see new decks, kind of evolution in the meta. We didn't just get stuck on Boba Fett, right? I think that was the initial worry was that Boba was going to dominate. It's kind of all we were going to see, but we've seen a lot of maturity in the meta, and I like that it keeps changing.
I think this is
Yeah,
a big
it's
week.
seems
It's a
that way.
big week, right? We were talking about it on our podcast earlier this week over on the Colorado Cantina Crew YouTube channel. But I think how you develop and how you react is kind of the theme right now, right? Like we saw Boba Fett come out, or even before that, we saw Towson and Obi-Wan kind of dominate the preseason. Then Space came out and said, hey, Obi and Towson needs to deal with this. It took Obi a few weeks to do so, right? Boba kind of had a little bit of a runaway for a couple weeks there, including the PQ that I played in Vegas in the first week on the 4th. Then we see Obi-Wan react, play the Sabers, the restore game, and then the following week we see Lando come in and kind of Boba didn't perform terribly, but didn't convert as well as a lot of the Boba pilots would have liked. So now it's time for Boba to react to Lando and so on and so forth. So to me, it's like my favorite time in a given season where we have some data behind us, but most importantly, we have a lot of data in front of us to figure out. There's a lot of more weeks ahead of this season, Kyle.
Yeah, it feels like we're getting a little arms racy, though, right? So getting bigger, getting more HP. So the response with Lando is to go up to late country, get more health to survive later in the game, to be able to throw those haymakers. I think part of why we're seeing Avars because we can actually get to the turns where Avar flips and is able to participate in the game. So I think we're starting to see a little room for time to come underneath with some aggro, maybe get some of these decks that are getting a little greedy.
Yeah, I was kind of saying that earlier. Like that's how we had that last set too, with the Yoda going over the top of the Anakins, and yeah, it's interesting to see. Like I said, I think arms race is kind of a funny way to put it, but that makes a lot of sense. But well, I think with that, I am gonna sign off here, folks, and appreciate you all for tuning in to the Implayable stream of this PQ. I've been Alex Kress from Blue Milk Gaming. Quick plug for my own channel, just Blue Milk Gaming on YouTube. I started streaming this game online weekdays over lunch, including yesterday. I had a great stream playing some viewers in best of threes, and I just if y'all can't tell already, I love this game. I cannot get enough, and I was happy I was able to hop on for a little bit. And then appreciate Jay and the rest of the crew having me on. And y'all are in great hands the rest of the way. Whether I sneak in at the end of the day, we'll see. But with that, I am out. Thank you all.
Cool. So shout out Sharky and Alex for getting us started on the first 2 rounds. We still have 4 rounds left of Swiss, and then the top cut coming up. Kyle, did you get a chance to look at any of the matchup data, the meta spread for the event?
Yeah, I've been able to pull it up a little bit. Some of it was surprising, some of the leaders that we've seen so far.
Hmm.
So the base distribution is not terribly surprising to me. Lake Country has taken over as kind of the main base that you see, but the leader distribution coming in third is the one that surprised me a bit. So at the top, we have Lando and Boba. I think that's not terribly unsurprising from what we've seen, but I would have thought for sure number 3 would have been Obi, and it's not. It's Aura Singh, followed by Obi, and then in fifth place is Padme. Quite a few Padme decks. So I'm hoping to see one of these Padme decks on stream. We'll see what we get.
Well, we had Padme in round one, excuse me. And it's funny because last week on our pod, we were talking about how it's a small data set, but there's the only deck that had a positive matchup rate into Lando was Padme. And I think when you're dealing with a type of surprise deck like we had last week with Lando, with all respect given to the Eclipse guys, I think we need to throw out a majority of that data. There's so many variables involved with it being extremely skilled players, with it being extremely surprising in the meta. No one had a chance to react. And while we might have some small data sets this week as well, at least it's a known entity that people have to deal with Lake Country. So maybe that's why we're seeing a little bit of aura, because personally, I was surprised by that as well.
Yeah, and I haven't played the matchup aura too much into Lake Country. I would think if there's an uptick in aura and you're expecting Lando Lake Country to be there, you need to feel good into that matchup, right? And so, you've got a lot of ways to remove units. You've got a lot of ambush going on, ways to kind of clear out what Lando's doing. The question is, can you then compete in the end game? Because Lando gets really big.
Yeah, I mean, you have enough removal at the top end, right? When you're in the 1-for-1 portion of the game, Aura can survive that way. You do have the potential to play things like Annihilator and Lawbreaker and otherwise, but at a certain point, and not to mention you get like Fallen Atrix and Devastator too. We shouldn't discount those, but at a certain point, you just get outclassed by that heroism top end.
Yep. Yep. That's been my experience as well. Overall, with playing Villainy in this meta post rotation, just Villainy not quite having the top end that Heroism has these days. So I think we'll probably get more here in sets to come, and maybe we'll start to see more of like a top end villain type deck really break its way into the meta. But at least for now, if you want to come over the top, if you want to be the big deck, I think Heroism is where you want to be.
Yeah, which is an odd place for, the existence of this game, basically. Like going back to set one, it was always that villainous top end. But going back to the Aura question, I think if you could deal with the early onslaught, Aura does have the tools to kind of combat that barrage of top end later in the game. Can you get outmatched without the removal? Without a doubt. But, you have a lot of spells and a lot of events that take care of 2 spies at a time. You have, if you're playing, let's call it war, you could double dip. If you're playing collateral damage, you could easily kill 2 of them. It's a lot of options here for this Aura Red. And in the past week, we have seen Data Vault for Aura pop up a little bit more after some success in Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. We were seeing, previously for me, it was the really hard control, or at least attempt at hard control red version of Aura. I think the challenges that deck would have would just be running out of efficient removal, or again, getting back to that top end to kind of close out the game. I think green is more of a compromise here, to where you get to play more unit based control. It's more similar to like a Kira Data Vault of the past, where you get a lot of ambush units as your removal rather than 1-to-1 spells as your removal events, that sort of thing. So it does allow you to kind of have those units on board after you're trading out for removal and then chipping away at damage with those units. So hopefully it's a way that Aura will be able to close out those games that perhaps Red was not able to do.
Yeah, and we'll see how that develops. Like I said, the key word for me this week is development and reaction, right? Like the key words. We need to see what these decks do. We saw Avar build a little bit last round with a little bit of that Gambit package, not going full bore like Lando Lake Country, but a lot of change there, right? And leaning in on Avar's ability to try to fill the gaps, and maybe you don't need as many force units. But Kyle, I don't know if you watched the beginning of last round, but man, that start in game one with Consular into Rose and Rebo and protect the pod on Rebo, things just looked so good for Avar in that early to middle game. And now all of a sudden, Beckett just clawed back and stole it.
Yeah, well, I think part of how he got back, if I recall, was the Rhydonium explosion, right? We don't have a lot of board clears going on in this current meta. I mean, they exist. We have SRI, the single reactor ignition, and we do have Rhydonium explosion, but you don't see them played very often because neither of those cards fit into some of the top meta decks. Outside of Beckett, but Beckett hasn't really taken over as a deck that you see often. You do see it do well from time to time, but not often. So I think decks have felt, or players have felt, kind of okay to go very wide. I'm just going to lay my hand down. It'll be fine. I don't have to worry about a board clear. But when it does happen, it can be devastating.
Mm-hmm. And with the lack of the common super laser blast deck, if you will, it becomes hard to play around that. It becomes hard to think about all the things that are there. And Beckett really is one of the only decks that's playing Rhydonium right now. And when they're playing it, it's usually a 2 of, maybe 2 in the main, 1 in the side, and it is hard to expect that, but you have to think about it, especially when you get to that point in the game when Beckett is a huge threat, Gersantin is a huge threat. That flip turn could be really devastating, almost regardless what you do ahead of time.
Yeah, the Rhydonium explosion is a card that I've tried to play around a little bit with myself in Mother Talzin, but it was counterproductive to what I was trying to do. With
Sure.
Mother Talzin, you're trying to get control of the board, get control of things and close out the game before we really get into that end game. And if I do a board reset, it's hard for you to get a foothold or recontrol that board. With Beckett, hopefully you've done enough damage between the shenanigans that he does that you've already got your opponent in an awkward position. And Rhydonium gives you a reset opportunity just to get something on the board and finish them with a pump.
Looks like we're getting some movement. I see some shadows and some updating of the overlay coming in. We have Ryan versus Sanders here. We'll find out. Trying to get a view on what deck we're looking at. Looks like on one side we have a Padme red and
It's a Lando.
is that a Lando Lake Country? So just taking you guys behind the curtain a little bit. The live stream on your end looks beautiful. For us, we're buffering a little bit on the back end, so some of our comms might be a little bit delayed as we're trying to get the correct info for you there, but it's important that it looks perfect for you guys. So this is a matchup that we've been playing a lot this week, Kyle. I know we talked about it in the interlude there, but Padme has a lot of game into Lando right now, especially with like the nuts draws, if you will.
Yeah, to your point, it's very low results, right? We don't have a lot of data to look at for this matchup, but to your point, in the major that we had in Atlanta last week, Padme was one of the decks that was able to beat Lando. Again, small sample size, but we started to talk about, well, why is that the case, right? Some of the most powerful things Lando is going to do early is going to be this faith in your friends, getting out spies, that sort of thing. Well, that could be right in the wheelhouse of what Padme can deal with, right? With the pings, be able to clear those things off, press the advantage, and try to get ahead of Lando, get that damage running, and then try to finish out the game before Lando can really take over at the end.
And, in this matchup, dissimilar to what we saw earlier in round one, is that this Lando doesn't have Bo-Katan. So in the earlier rounds in round one, the Lando Colossus, Bo-Katan was so instrumental to get the board clear in that early game. And honestly, I think it was some of the most impactful bow turns that I saw. I think at one point, Lando was like a 9-11 with 5 experience counters on him or something like that, maybe 5-12. But without that, you're really going to need to get that early board clear with Qui-Gon or Mando or even a Liberty to exhaust. One of the interesting inflection points to think about here is that Lando has the edge on bombs on turn 6 because of the credits, but it's very possible that this Padme is actually running more top end than Lando here.
Yeah, that was one of the original reasons, going back to Bo-Katan, of why we picked blue, right? If I'm going to play Lando and I want to cheat with the credits to get one really big swinging turn, I think what a lot of the initial discussion was, well, I want that to be Bo-Katan, right? I'm going to swing the game around on my Lando flip turn with the extra credits and Bo. But I think what we've realized is that there are just so many good options in Cunning I don't know if we need bow. And at least that's one of the questions that this deck asks is, do we need bow? Or are we good enough with all the options that we have in cunning between Qui-Gon and the Mandalorian and Liberty coming down? And so far, yes.
I mean, we want bow, right?
Yeah.
Do we need? That's the other question that we'll look to establish today. Looks like Lando is starting with the initiative here, and this. I'm not sure. We have 2 tokens. We'll see which one they're deciding to use here. I think having initiative for Padme doesn't necessarily matter unless you're trying to go like bail into rock to combat that spy start here. But what do you think Lando's looking for? You think you're trying to get that spy start or get the code breaker out, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the spy start might actually be challenging for Lando here because Padme has ways to respond to it that are pretty efficient. So I think Lando is trying to get something that's going to stick to the board maybe a little better. Of course, if Lando does have the initiative, we're looking for the pod racer. I don't think Lando has an initiative. I think we've decided on the token here, and Padme is starting. So that
Yeah.
makes the pod racer a little less effective.
And it also makes the code breaker a little less effective because if Padme starts Ordo, that is a one-hit hit. You know, like you just hit for 3, disclose 1, great trade on the Ordo side. So let's see what we get started with here. Looks like we all have our resources down and we're going into that first action.
All right. Well,
Fist bump.
fist bump. Yeah, let's go.
And we're starting with the code breaker, I believe, from Padme here. So that's like we spoke about, of evolution and development here. We see 8 cards go into Padme's hand, looking for that gambit, maybe Faith, maybe Axe. We'll see what they end up pulling here.
Yeah, and I think this is one thing that we've kind of learned from the Lando deck, the Lando Lake deck doing so well at the major here in Atlanta last week is what are some of the lessons we can take from that deck and incorporate into other decks, right? The Gambit package for one, maybe that's a thing. Use of Rose, obviously being able to use those pod racers. I think we're going to start seeing some of the components of that deck squeeze their way into other decks, like we're seeing this round with Padme, and we did the previous round with Avar.
Yeah, so we see that dueling codebreaker start. We see that's a rock taken from Padme, which is huge here. And I think it was watch this from the Lando side. Going into resource 3 here, really on the onus for Padme to start building the board and making sure that 6 drop, which actually is an 8 to 9 drop, doesn't ruin things here.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, it's going into 3 resources. Let's see. All right, and like you said, going behind the scenes here, a little bit of silence there as we're trying to, increase our viewability from a caster's perspective, so we can see what's going on here. But let's see, going in with the attack, 1 to base.
Really just setting up for what we're looking for moving forward. Looks like on the Lando side, pretty good hand with Lightmaker, Liberty, and that Canyon front runner. Not sure on the Padme side yet. We'll take a look to see what we could find. Okay, yeah, this is a little bit of a better view for us, so we should be coming in on time, I believe. We got Marin coming down, which is also another really big help. We know that's a rock is online here, so whether it's spies or otherwise, Marin's going to do some work here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Marin really efficient in this deck, particularly because when you do throw that card, you're going to get a little extra action.
Yeah, regardless if it's rock or not. We know that Saunders thinks the same way. We get that's a rock to bounce Marin, and we go into the 4 resource turn. Advantage Saunders here with a really, really nice developed board, Codebreaker, and 2 spies. It's funny how the amount of actions that this Lando deck can present can really start causing some math problems as you get deeper into the match.
Yeah, it definitely causes a challenge on trying to figure out like when do I want to take the initiative versus when do I need to try to swing in base versus Lando, because there's often times where Lando presents a challenge that kind of forces you to take the initiative. But unfortunately, when you do so and they have this many little units on the board, you're going to take the backswing of damage from every single one of them.
Yeah, so it forces you into difficult scenarios and difficult questions that you have to answer. One of those questions here for Padme is: are we replaying the Marin or are we doing otherwise? We're doing otherwise, going with the Bix with the rock disclosed to take out one of the spies, make a credit as well. So really nice play here from Ryan on Padme.
Yeah, and start to take advantage of that leader ability. Early in the game, I was a little surprised the Codebreaker hadn't run into some of the spy units, so we could start setting up, pinging off some of these units. Because we found that part of the advantage of playing Padme into this deck is that ability to control these spies, these little units.
Yeah, and the bounce there was really, really instrumental, obviously, for Saunders on that Marin. But we do see a little bit of a race starting here with Codebreaker coming in. Also, shout out to Saunders, like how he's doing the split view on the life puck to try to just have a nice tally for both players.
Yeah, good way to control both sides. Have a good understanding. You see a lot of players write it down on a notepad on the side. With the puck, you are able to look back at history. So,
Which is nice, yeah.
should there be a mistake?
Here's another Faith coming in just for one with the Codebreaker. See, and this is what we spoke about with actions, right? Bix plays one. Bix is the one action with the rock discard. Really nice impact, but now all of a sudden we have both actions from the spy and the Codebreaker, plus Faith, plus 3 more resources at Saunders' disposal.
Yeah, it always feels like Lando's just has so many more things to do. You can't really dirtle against Lando, or at least you can't out dirtle them. They're always going to find ways to just keep going. So you got to be very efficient with your initial action choices.
Looking like a nice hand there for Saunders as well. He could follow up with the Beguile to bounce Bix, maybe the N1 to continue building, because he is going wide here. And there it is, bouncing that Bix back. Showing the hand. What do we got? Lightmaker, Marin, Bix, Bale, and a watch this at the tail end.
Yeah, and I like that choice by Lando. You could have chosen to develop more units and really try to press the gas and get ahead. But Lando choosing, to your point, to control the board more. I'm already ahead regardless with the amount of units I have on board. And we're eking ever closer to that Lando flip turn to where hopefully I'm going to get the 3 credits, really be able to drop a larger unit that's going to be very hard for Padme to deal with and use that as the pivot point to close out the game.
Yeah, and let's remember that Bix also could create a second credit. So that would bring him to 7 effective resources, really bringing Qui-Gon online or otherwise, right? So you have a lot of really good options there.
In our Lando player, he hasn't generated his credit yet, prepping for the flip turn. So we're going to need to try to find a way to weave that in this turn.
Yeah, he's in no rush, it feels like. And also, like, red, yellow, potentially the best credit hate colors. Let us know what you think in the chat. But I mean, you have access to Arvel and Gorn. Not sure if you're playing both, but the threat is ominous and floating.
Yeah, and especially in game 1, you used to think, well, if they're going to have credit hate, most of the time it's coming in through the sideboard. But with the proliferation of Lando recently, I think we're starting to see a lot more of it in the main board. So you got to worry about it from game 1.
Yeah, sitting at 6-3 on base in favor of Lando, I think, right? That would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the blue number is the Padme base damage, and the yellow number is the Lando base damage, because I can see on the die there, I think it's a 6.
Yeah, makes sense. And like we mentioned, still going to base with that little Codebreaker who could not get any pings online, but we'll see what the action is here. It's the Lightmaker, kind of Padme's version of deal with this or you're taking 7.
Absolutely. Although I don't know if it's enough. We have that same challenge we've had previously of I'm going to play one big unit, I'm out of actions, and now Lando kind of gets all day to do multiple things.
Yep.
Which
And
includes
there's
an
the
answer.
Blue Ace coming in. Yeah. Blue Ace stays alive there with 3 damage on it. Really, really dangerous board. And now, finally, we get the cunning call for the credit activation. No credit. We're scooping. We're scooping and going to game 2. I think that probably makes a lot of sense here. I think sometimes when you're looking at development, like we've been talking about, right? When you're trying to take and borrow ideas from other decks, you want to make sure that you don't become the little brother to that deck. Because sometimes when you play Lando's game, you're likely to come out on the losing end, right? Like you don't want to play the game that the top deck plays and try to mimic it. You want to borrow ideas and then kind of play around some of those other strong points. And I think starting Codebreaker there might not be what you're looking for versus Lando doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, I agree. In the games that we've played with this matchup, the advantage that Padme has is really to take over early in the game. And to your point, Codebreaker, while it drew a card, it put a not very threatening unit on the board. And then that unit was not able to really challenge Lando, such that Lando still got control of the board, which is not where we want to be. I think with Padme, our goal here is to really own the board with the leader ability, press the advantage, and just be putting Lando on his back feet headed towards the flip turn, which unfortunately is not what happened there.
Yeah, and I think Bale or Ordo are probably the two starts you're looking for the most here. Bale is a lot better with that Zrock, so you can't necessarily count on having that 2-card combo, but it is a really big swing, especially on the play.
Yep, absolutely. And to your point, Ordo, very good in this deck. And with the disclose, you can get the option to, hey, am I just going to start hitting base with Clan Ordo and start getting pings with Padme? Or to your point, if Lando were to start Codebreaker, you can immediately clear.
Yeah, and I think, Ryan just really needs to watch out for some of that well-timed bounce here. That's a Rock and Beguile really played with great timing in that game one to take out Mare and another to take out Bix. You're left with nothing to defend for yourself.
Yep, and that's Lando's job here. Probably resource 2 through 4 or 5 is just defend, right? Defend your opponent's offensive, bounce the cards that they're playing, and if you're able to start to get a little bit of chip damage in. But really, I don't think Lando is looking to deal damage the first few turns. It just worked out that way that he was able to.
Looks like we get the Canyon Frontrunners sideboarded out, as well as a blue ace. Looks like we got the Anakin Pod Racers brought in for Saunders. Didn't quite catch. Oh, I also saw the Guild Team Ambush unit, the 5-drop there coming in. So that could be helpful to kind of fight on the ground, because that's kind of what we expect this matchup to really pare down to. Is if Liberty's involved and Lightmaker's involved, you got to deal with it in space. But otherwise, this game is really going to be fought on the ground here.
Yep. And so hopefully we're going to see a more explosive start out of Ryan this game, able to start to build that board on the ground and then make efficient use of Padme. We didn't even see either leader flip that last game. I think one of the things that Padme does is when she flips, she often poses a very real threat herself. Via sudden ferocity, that sort of thing, hopefully then putting your opponent in a position where she must be answered.
Or maybe 2 sudden ferocities, right? Let's
Yeah.
not get greedy. That's one of my favorite things to do, especially after you've been discarding so many cards in the early portion of the game.
Yeah. Any deck that's really going to implore a discard strategy, I think misses things like smuggle, ways to extend your hand and have cards. So it ends up being really important on your flip turn, as your hand is typically depleted, to have plot options. That allows you to not have to, go from your hand that turn and then replenish going into the following turns to clean out the game. So some of our best plot is in red, which is good. Unfortunately, the plot options available in Cunning, at least this far, have been a little lacking in my view.
Yeah, I mean, Sneaking Suspicion compared to Sudden Ferocity or basically anything, right? I guess maybe there's some comparison between like Armor of Fortune, the blue version, the 0-3 upgrade, but otherwise it feels a little bad. But yellow has enough, right? Like yellow has all of this new top end we've been talking about, especially on the heroism side. But it's gonna have to be a different game for Ryan. Otherwise, we're gonna see another quick one here, I think.
Yeah. What do you think? A little off topic, but what do you think about these Falcon sleeves? I've noticed that all the players that have these sleeves tend to do the over sleeve on them, keeping them in mint condition for use over and over again.
It feels like we're getting the triple sleeve here, the single inner plus outer on the outside. That to me
Yeah.
is too much. I know our previous commentator, Alex Krez, does that, and he looks like he's got little baby hands shuffling the deck. I personally can't do that. But that's part of, we have I got like the Obi-Wan sleeves from Galactics last year for getting a day one buy, and I haven't used them yet because I don't want to damage them. So
Yep.
it is a real thing, and they do look awesome. These Falcon sleeves are definitely slick.
Yeah, absolutely. Being asked the match score on stream. So right now, our Lando player is up 1-0 in this match.
Yeah, Shag, we got Unplayable has been a gracious host here getting this stream up for all y'all. But Jay is competing in the PQ as well. So we're kind of left on our lonesome here. So we'll update you. Just ping us in chat if you have any questions, and we'll make sure we get that over to you. These sleeves are expensive, Curtis. He's right. I know he's been playing these sleeves a lot as well. I like fresh sleeves. I like the crisp feel of shuffling. So I think if I was to use these sleeves, I would be doing the same thing and just complaining about the deck size.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and the sleeves themselves are part of your intimidation factor at some point, right? Especially if you have some of these special sleeves that could only be earned.
I
All right.
also wonder here if Ryan's a Padme player or if he picked it up in response to seeing the matchup data that we saw last weekend.
Hmm. Yeah, it's an interesting point. I mean, Padme did start to show up in the previous meta pre-rotation, but of course, one of the key tools that we've lost in any of these ping decks is Tarkentown. That's one of the things that really helped you get that turn one, turn two advantage. So, the question is how efficient or how effective can these pings be without a tool like Tarkentown to pair with it?
Looks like we have Marin and Bale in Ryan's hand on the Padme side. Looks like he's probably going to lean into starting with Bale here. Not seeing Nat's a rock. It's only one half of the combo.
Still, I think that's what we're looking for. I mean, that's the start that I think this Padme, especially with the initiative has, wants to be
Ooh,
doing. Oh, Nemec,
going
okay.
with Karis here. Okay. Still a great start. Great 2-drop. And one
Yep.
on the other side.
Well, and that's a perfect turn to have Marin so that we can answer this N1. So things looking good so far for Padme. Let's see if we can get the advantage going.
And we do see that Arvel pop up in Ryan's hand. Looks like that was a sideboard addition here for him. You take your damage here, or do you start building the board a little bit?
I think with Nemec here, I probably gonna just take my damage immediately, right? Because even if he is answered, I'm gonna be able to put out a spy.
Yeah, I think that's spot on, especially because you're only going to bounce one unit this turn, most likely, unless you have the perfect code breaker. You could do the code breaker, get the that's a rock, and then do that, and then bounce it next turn. That feels a little unlikely though. So I think you have to try to play around keeping one unit on the board at least.
Oof, and the card we're looking for here, because now we're gonna be able to play Faith at a discount.
Yep. And there it
But
is.
Yeah, but Marin going to be really efficient here as a response, right? Potentially being able to run into a spy, throw a card, deal with the N1 all on first action is going to help clean up this kind of go wide that Lando's starting to
Whoa.
have.
Seeing double Faith and Han. So that's beautiful. That's great. We love seeing that as as an opponent. So we go into the next turn here. Marin's going to have to do some serious work. And I guess the question is, Kyle, do you swing into the spy and kill the N1 and then ping the other spy? Or what's your plan of attack here? You do have a lot of options.
I mean, you want to go base, but Lake Country's 34, and we can't let this get out of control, especially after that disclose, knowing that we have two more faiths coming our way. I think you have to just start trying to control some of this board, and you have a really good tool to do it with Marin right now, and the ping with the leader. I mean, you're gonna be able to take out 3 of these units pretty quickly.
Yeah. I do believe I see a K2 in Ryan's hand as well, so we can set up a ping there for the 5 resource turn to ambush and do some serious damage, but I think you're in board clearing mode right now.
Yep. I think you're forced that way. Otherwise, this board will get too wide, too out of control.
Yep. Sitting at 3-3 on base, too, so we still got a lot of game in front of us.
Yep. And the Padme player, see, did just draw a Skeen there, so you're going to be able to hold that, to try to challenge the Lando flip in upcoming turns.
Okay, so we see Marin go into the code breaker and then discard 1 to kill the code breaker. So he's really worried about it. He wants that off the board as soon as possible. We see that additional ping go to the N1 in space. Ooh, a little bit of a punish there. Han Pilot coming in, swinging 5 to base, bringing that effective health out of range for Marin.
Yeah, I wonder if the Padme player looking back on that one, was the Han one of the cards disclosed with the 2 faith?
It was, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I
And
think
then
clearing that N1 would have been a priority.
yeah, and then he thought about going to base there for a second, thinks otherwise, takes out the spy, and now we're sitting at 10-3. Bix comes in with another discard, not getting that ping though, since we've already activated it. We are making a credit.
All right. Second faith time. Now, this is a little bit of a closer game than we had last time, but we still have a similar problem. So the Padme player able to control a little more, but Lando's still keeping a foothold on the board. and ahead on damage, which is really not where Padme wants to be.
Yeah. And I could definitely see the perspective of wanting to take care of that code breaker after seeing double faith. But I think you might just approach that situation and saying, like, I'm probably getting single faith and maybe double faith regardless what I do.
hmm Now, the codebreaker, does it give the discount only to the first
Yeah.
gambit played, right? Yeah.
The
Okay.
first gambit on the turn, and it doesn't matter if the code breaker was on the board to see that gambit.
Okay. To me, that makes him a little less scary, as an option out there. I mean, a discount of one does matter, but should he be able to discount both, I could have seen the perspective of let's get rid of him immediately.
Yeah. So N1 sitting with 4 HP remaining, 3 spies on the ground, initiative with Padme here. First action, you slam Marin into something?
Yeah, I think we have to stick with that plan because we got to keep some of this board clear, right? She is able to take care of 2 of these spies in one, but we're going to start to have kind of an empty hand going on here, which is lends back to what we were talking about earlier with Padme. Hopefully we've seen some plot cards go down to be able to help next turn.
Looks like we might just be going 4 to base with a credit discard with Bix to get a
Okay.
ping in. That brings Lando up to 7 compared to Padme on 10. Get a ping to spy number 1.
Okay. I couldn't quite see what was in Ryan's hand. If we're prioritizing credit generation, what card is it we're trying to get to?
And then we have new Luke, profit or be destroyed, putting the option on Saunders here. 5 damage to base or a ready. Out of Beguile range, notably at that 7 cost.
Yep. And that explains racing up to 2 credits so that we'd have 7 total resources available.
Mm-hmm. Really huge swing for this Padme deck. And maybe we do have the nuts draw here with some sudden ferocities in the row.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to be able to press up damage, let's see, Lando's only at 7. We do have to get all the way to 34. It just feels like such a long way to go.
That's true.
Yeah, 27 more damage to put on base. Even with a double ferocity, I don't think we could reach it next turn, assuming Lando's going to respond to some of these threats on ground.
Yeah. And on top of that, you did have to discard another Luke Skywalker to get Luke there. We do choose a credit for Lando plus Luke readying, so we'll see what the answer is here. That
Yes.
does bring Lando to 6 effective resources, putting Watch This online.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting interplay here too. Now Lando doesn't have to worry about trying to weave in his credit generation this turn or early next turn. Our Padme player went ahead and gave it to him.
Yeah. For his troubles, 2 to base, followed by 9 in response, bringing Lando to, what's that, 17, 16? Padme sitting at 14?
Okay. Well, our Padme player is going to roll the dice here with "I can race you," right?
Yeah.
Let's see if he can.
We'll see if that pays off. 3 to base from Karis. Notably, a lot of these Padme decks aren't running aggressive negotiations based on all of this discard, probably for good reason.
Yeah, I would imagine, having played a little bit of this Padme deck, you would rarely have an aggressive negotiations that does much damage. Oh,
And here comes Rose
Tico.
Tico. 5
Yeah.
to base, bringing Padme up to 26, sitting at 21 for Lando. Long way to go. Kind of in dire straits here. We don't have a credit, so we can't do any Lando shenanigans. Looks like you have lethal in 2 ways presented by Rose and N1 without aggressive negotiations or anything along those lines. Liberty's offline. Qui-Gon doesn't do enough. I think this is going to do it.
Yeah, unless the Padme deck has started playing our Hoth card that will tap everything down.
We did see that in their hand earlier, so that is a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. It's not a possibility because you're still dead to the N1.
Yep, that's true. I'll lead you to the ground. So we're just going to take our 9 damage.
And there's the fist bump. Quick one for Lando there. And I think it goes back to what we were talking about pre-round here. It's like there is matchup data from Atlanta, but it's not really significant, right? We could lean into the possibility that maybe Padme is well positioned here with the right lines, but also maybe it's not, right? So that's something that we have to work on week after week. And we discuss that on the podcast every week, how things change and how we need to change in reaction.
Yeah. I want to change the subtitle on that Rose Tico card. I think it should just be Rose Tico Race Breaker. because she definitely, when she comes out, it's in situations just like this where you think maybe I can race this Lando deck, which is already kind of a, maybe not a great idea with the amount of HP it has. But then when Rose comes out and just smacks you for 5, all of a sudden the math is not in your favor, and you realize I had to control.
Rose Tico, we go fast.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? Rose Tico, game over. Like it really is feeling that way. And we saw Rose pop up in that Avar deck earlier on as well. So I think Rose getting a lot of play here as we get into this still early portion of the Lawless Time meta. I think we're only on week 5.
Yeah, so still time for innovation, right? Although we are starting to see some settling, I think, or at least some strategies that are going to be here to stay. Like this Lando deck in particular, I don't know that it'll take over the meta, kind of just be the top dog, but it is definitely not going anywhere. It has solid game early, mid, and late, so I'm not sure there's any matchup that's really horrendous.
Yeah, and I think this week and next week and so on, that's when we'll actually be able to say that concretely, right? Where you have teams testing stuff with a known quantity that Lando is now a part of, and then you get to make choices and decisions based on those things. And maybe in a couple weeks, Padme won't be the hypothetical well positioned. Maybe it'll just be well positioned. We'll find out as the weeks develop. We have a couple minutes to kill some time here, as that was a pretty short round. One question I have for you, Kyle, I'm sure we'll be talking about it on the channel in the coming weeks, but was Lake Country just a mistake by FFG?
I mean, it wasn't in the previous, pre-rotation. You didn't really see much Lake Country, so it wasn't something you felt like you really had to worry about too much back then. But I think just getting these bases that provide tons of HP in general is not something that I really enjoy. I'm not saying get rid of it. I think it's interesting to have us go there, but I'm not sure that I would print new bases that give us these massive amounts of health unless they have even stronger downsides. You would have thought Lake Country, though, being able to play one aspect down is a huge disadvantage, right? We've seen that with the leader unit. I'm spacing his name, that plays only villainy, right? And it's been to a
Revan.
detriment. Revan, yeah, it's been to a detriment of Revan really being competitively viable. But I think with Lando here, cunning, the aspect cunning, especially cunning heroism, is just so strong right now. It's almost not even a disadvantage to get rid of that other aspect.
Yeah, and I also wonder, we've been talking about this in our Discord as well, like, is this going to get worse or is it going to get better? I guess one side of the argument is that this is the smallest the card pool is going to be in this rotation set. These single color decks like Lando and otherwise in the future will get more assets, and maybe that will make Lake Country worse, or excuse me, the problem of Lake Country worse in the meta. The other side of that coin is maybe all the other colors get enough good stuff too to make the concept of playing a one color deck seem ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, that could really come down to just what are the strong, cunning heroism cards that we see in the next set, right? To your point, if they bolster this deck, then this becomes more of a problem. However, if the other colors catch up, especially villainy, I really want to see villainy get some more high end or late game type cards. Then I think it balances out a bit to where Lando's probably going to need tools from other aspects to weave into the deck that might be important. Things like removal.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting conversation either way. I think I side on that this is the least the Lake Country problem will ever be, because we're only going to get more and more cards to make these archetypes stronger. That might be too pessimistic. Let us know what you think in the chat. Also, want to give a big shout out to Unplayable for putting this stream on in Lake Park, Florida. Got some great players in the field. 3 more rounds of Swiss after this, 6 rounds of Swiss total. I think we had 40 players in the field. Then we'll get our top cut as well. Curtis in the chat saying Bogdown's a card that Padme may run. Yeah, that's what I'm running in my Padme, and I've found that to be very helpful as you get to these complicated board states. I know we've heard some support from Rebel Resource on Charged with Espionage, take some of those problem units out of the Lando deck. But Kyle, they're all problem units once you get to that point in the game, right? Like, you open a hand and you see Qui-Gon, Mando, and Liberty. It might just be time to call it a day.
Yeah, even there, I think Bogdown may have just been a delay tactic. It would have tapped down the 2 immediate threats that were going on, the 2 immediate lethal threats. There were so many still small units on the board to kind of follow up with. Could have saved a couple actions. I guess we'd have to replay the board state, but I don't know. At that point, Lando was so far ahead thanks to Rose Tico coming in and smacking the previous turn. It messed up the math for poor Padme.
I really would have liked to see that game rewind and see what would have happened if you took out that N1 on turn one.
Mhm.
Obviously, we do get on turn two, turn three. We do get that double faith plus credit line that's really, really dangerous from Lando, but we saw Ryan sitting on an Arvel at that point. So I think there were some lines to explore, not taken. And with a deck like this, there's going to be a lot of those lines on both sides. It would be interesting to see, like we mentioned, if Ryan is a longtime Padme player or just picked it up based on some thoughts of it being well positioned, because you get the credit hate, you get the upgrade hate, you get good top end, you get some good early game control. The only thing we're missing is our old lost friend Tarkentown.
Yeah, yeah, to really press that early advantage. Yeah, I think the Han pilot on the N1 did hit base 3 times there in the end, so that's 15 damage. That was half the total damage done to base. So, you know,
Doesn't seem great, right?
no.
Anytime you get stopped taking 15 would be good. So got a lot of time left in the round. Just checked on the melee, and we still have over half the matches to be reported. Jay's gonna check if we have a backup match willing to move. If not, we're gonna step away for a few minutes to give y'all a little bit of a break. We got Tower number 9 coming up next. I'll be coming back for the finals tonight. Kyle, are you hopping in, or are you done for the day after this?
Yeah, I'll be back if needed for help. Family calls during the middle of the day today, but I'll be back towards the end rounds, and if there's casting help needed, I'll be joining you.
Wow, you heard it here first. Kyle cares about his family more than you. So it's not good. It's not good. Luckily, I don't have a family present. I'll be around for the finals, and we'll get some more good games coming your way. We're gonna wait a couple seconds here to see if we are gonna get a backup match. And while we do that, let's just take a look at the melee and see what matches are left to report.
All right. While you're pulling that up, Jordan, out of curiosity, say we had a PQ here in Colorado this weekend. What would you have been playing?
Oh, geez. I don't know yet. We have one in a couple weeks, and I'm still working on figuring out what I want to play. I think I probably would have just played Lando, most likely. I don't think I would have had the gumption and the reps to just play Padme here. We'll see if I have the gumption in a couple weeks to play Padme. I have been really enjoying playing the deck. Messed with some Sabe last night that I really, really enjoyed. That was really fast, but I just wonder if it's not unfair enough. The last PQ that I played in a couple weeks ago, I played Boba Lake Country. Feels like that might be a little bit of a declining option. As a team, we've been working on Boba Blue for the Atlanta sectors last week. Our teammate Makai took that to a 13th place finish at the event. So some potential and possibility there. Kyle, I know you're not probably heading towards playing at our PQ to give your lovely wife an opportunity to get out while you're watching the kids, but what would you be playing?
I mean, if I were on it this weekend, I would be on OB Blue 28. That's just the deck that I have the most comfortability with. I feel like it has game into everything, including this Lando deck. While that was the finals that we just saw in Atlanta, the previous round, it was able to win OB against that deck. So I think with some tweaking, maybe some main deck board changes, that sort of thing, understanding the lines, OB's still well positioned into a wide field. So that's probably what I'd be playing. But I will say this kind of combo of Qui-Gon and Avar have been raising my eyebrows. I've been just really enjoying playing those decks. So, given enough time and playing both of those decks, I might find comfortability with one of them. And should I be playing an RPQ, bring one of those.
Yeah, I mean, and it's funny because prior to sectors, I was testing a lot of Lando Green Force, right? I love being able to play Yoda and do Lando things. Seems pretty good, but I think this green yellow archetype, whether it is on the top end with Avar, Qui-Gon, and otherwise, or Sabe on the low end going super fast, is probably going to be here to stay.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just a good density of just good stuff, right? And in generally, the density of good cards, good stuff. Again, on the heroism side, really a lot of it towards cunning, which is why we see all of these decks or a lot of these decks we're talking about, including the heroism cunning side of things. But it's just the right combination at the right time. If these decks continue to get greedy and come over the top, maybe one of our aggro options is going to be the Sabe deck. I have been playing that a little bit myself as well. You can go a little more space focused with the threat. And I think one of the best things she does is obviously ripping a card out of your opponent's hand on the flip. You can get a crucial card right there that they may need to try to stop your aggression.
That's definitely the truth. Looks like we are getting a second matchup here. They're getting set up, so you can't be rid of us yet. Still a lot of matchups left, like we talked about. Some players you might be watching out for in the field. Player with my favorite name, Trojan Man Dan, 1-2-1 versus General Gale X. We still have Reflex playing. ECL Shadowfax is still playing Crispy and Codameron, so a good matchup there, former teammates. Let's see what we got going on here. It looks like we have another Lando Lake Country.
And I think I saw Padme on the other side. So we're going to continue with this same matchup, just two new players. Hopefully we can figure out which game this is. I mean, I'm going to assume based on the timing, hopefully this is a game 3. We'll see if we get confirmation.
We shall see if we got this, and want to give a big shout out to the Collection Realm. They're hosting this wonderful PQ in Florida. Have you been to Lake Park, Florida, Kyle?
I have not. My family, every time we've been to Florida, it's to go to Disney World. So a lot of Orlando for me.
I think that Lake Park's probably in the close-ish area to Orlando. Not 100% sure, but I know that Reflex and Crispy are from that general area, so it would make sense. But anytime I go to a new city and I'm there for a couple of days, I know you do this for work a lot. I love being able to stop in at two things: local coffee shop and local game store.
Absolutely. Yeah, we started doing that quite a bit, actually. Whenever I travel for work, go out of my way to find a local game store, try to find a local game night, show up and play. And so that's been a lot of fun. And so I don't get to travel a lot, but when I do, I go out of my way to make sure I do that.
Yeah, so it looks like we have ECL Shadowfax versus TP Hiking Knight. And I do believe that we saw TP Hiking Knight in game 1 also playing Padme. Not 100% positive about this, but we'll find out as we go. Obviously, Shadowfax here played this deck last week at Atlanta with the rest of the Eclipse gang. So I guess at this point, unless we had a really, really long game 1, we could probably assume that Knightley's Padme game plan worked a little bit better than we saw previously.
Okay. Yeah, and looks like we're going up here against. Okay, so yep, I'm trying to get confirmation on game number, but okay, so yeah, we're gonna get to see another Eclipse player on. I guess it's fair at this point to call it the team deck, right?
Sure.
Especially if they're all still on it going into PQs, following up through Atlanta.
And we got Knightley from Thrawn's Pawns here.
Okay, nice.
Tough resource choice here. Knightley thinking about Arvold, decides against it. Oh, we're going back. Oh, never mind. We're good. And it looks like we have Lando on initiative, so that means that Padme took game 1, or maybe this is game 3.
Yep. Padme took the last game, whatever
Yes.
that was.
Code breaker to start.
And you've been playing a little bit more of this Lando Lake deck than I have. Is Codebreaker the optimal start? Is this the card you want to be playing turn 1, or would you rather be doing Faith?
I personally, I think I would rather do Faith and then Codebreaker, so then you could Faith into Codebreaker, another Faith. Still learning the lines here. I haven't played it as much as I would like to with the busy work week in the past couple days. I gotta stop, doing responsible adult things and just commit my life to this game.
Just gonna play cards all the time.
Yeah. Get that reveal. It's a Sabine, Bix, and Anakin potentially.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's gonna activate our Padme ability as well. So good start.
Yeah, anytime you get a ping on the board, I'm down with that. Sitting on Sabine too, a great way to follow up that Codebreaker here.
Okay. Yeah, that or the Anakin Skywalker, right? Obviously being juiced up as you're playing Padme as your leader, perhaps a way to really start pushing damage. So far, this Padme looking a little different than our last Padme, perhaps a little more aggressive, at least in some of the early cards we're seeing.
Could also just be what you're made available to, right? Like we didn't get a
Yep.
chance to see any Anakin last round. Just taking 1 to base there, followed up by Padme deciding it's time for Sabine to come in, take out that code breaker.
Yep. Yep. We don't want to give an opportunity to make use of the code breaker's discount, though. I think if Lando had the ability to take advantage of the discount, might have played that first action anyway.
Yeah. And then we're going to see a claim there from Shadowfax, followed by 4 with those spies.
I'm not seeing Lando keeping track of damage on base. I don't know that I have the capacity to mentally track that.
Feels like that's an important aspect of this game. Would like to
Yeah.
see that get resolved. We'll do our best here. So it's going to be on a notepad of some kind. I assume we are sitting at 4 to base on Lake Country.
Yeah. I will
And
say, I
5 with
personally,
Padme.
I've run into players that do like to keep damage on Notepad, but I do
I like a lot of things,
politely
Kyle.
ask them to
I
also
like.
keep it on base.
I am less
There you
polite
go.
about it. There you go. 6 to base there. I'm just kidding. I'm always polite. 7 on Lake Country there, followed by, I think, is it just 5? How do we get to 5? 1 from the Codebreaker, 4 from the Hauler. I do really like that Sabine play there in the last round, though, because it's an efficient way to get rid of the Codebreaker. You're not giving up all your actions. You're not giving up all your damage. Here's that credit call. Qui-Gon making that credit, and it's a beautiful credit from our friends over at Premier Games, sponsor of the Colorado Cantina crew.
Ooh, yeah. Well, we know that there's a Skeen in hand, so do you need to do it now, or do you play? I think we saw Bix in hand. Make use of all of your resources and perhaps let him retain that credit for a turn, or do you prioritize getting it off the table?
I guess it depends on what you're hoping to avoid here. We're going into the 5 resource turn next turn, right? So Lightmaker's online. We do see that ping come in, and it's a double ping, right? No, it's just single. Excuse me.
Yeah. It's an interesting decision point, right? Because we're not headed towards the Lando flip. So theoretically, it's you don't need to remove it yet, though it does give an available resource to Lando going into next turn. So obviously, Knightley prioritizing just getting that off the board.
And, watch this. Could be a pretty big swing here with how developed Knightley's ground board is.
But it is just more damage too. Our Padme player here really has board advantage at the moment, damage advantage, and is going to be able to press hard. Okay,
2 more.
interesting. So I think we returned Skeen to hand there, right? So
Yeah,
going to
we
be able to do some more credit hate.
See the claim there, and we're going into that 5 resource turn.
Yep. All right, and this was kind of the way we had discussed earlier. The game could potentially play out for Padme to be able to, navigate a path towards victory, being able to do some board control, but also be ahead on damage. In our previous 2 matches that we saw there, Padme not quite able to make that happen, but so far so good this game.
I think it's just the bounce, how impactful it was in the last game. There's 4 to base, bringing Padme to 9.
And then an immediate swing back with Sabine.
Yep. There's Rose.
The race breaker. So we will see if that is true here.
Not a ton that Padme can do here in one action. You could give up 1 spy, ambush K2 if it's available. Could bounce. And it looks like it's going to be a charge with treason. Love seeing that.
Yep,
Ordo and
clean
Arvel
answer.
disclosed, plus an additional ping to the Hauler there. Your numbers have to be really online here, deck construction wise, if you're making Faith and Charge with Treason work.
Or you just are relying on draw better, right? I draw well. Both are going to be fine. It
Well,
does
these
put a
double
lot.
aspect cards go a long way.
Yeah. Well, it does. Yeah. Like a Sabine, right? Going to help
Yep.
you be able to populate both of those. It does put a lot more on the player to be very conscious of their resourcing decisions, what you might be able to draw into, and ensuring that when certain cards are going to be necessary, that you're able to meet the disclose.
Similarly with sideboarding as well.
Mm-hmm.
12 to 9. in favor of Lando here with the extra HP. Trading 4 and 3. Seems like we're not getting. Are we just at 15 there? Yeah. Oh, no, okay. So
there we go.
We didn't get a track last round at all, which is great. Love seeing that. 22 damage on base for our for ECL Shadowfax.
Yeah, the good news is, though, it appears Shadowfax is keeping track of this on paper. So
Yeah,
while
yeah,
not immediately putting it on board, we have the correct number.
Yeah, and they did us a solid by moving in the middle of the round, so we love that and appreciate that. 2 to base from that spy, bringing up to 24, 10 left.
And a sign of, in some ways, desperation, something you don't see often, a Lando flip into no credits. So not going to be able to generate the credits, but needing that body on board, because we're starting to get in a situation here where Padme's pushing a lot of damage, and this game could be coming to an end.
We got 2 more damage presented. In theory, we could have 9 damage presented by Padme with double ferocity. So I think Lando has to take care of the spy here, or play something that does take care of the spy.
Yeah, let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 away from lethal here.
And there we go.
Now, double ferocity would
He's
put
got-
you, I suppose,
oh.
one short.
He
right?
faked us out there with the look.
Okay. Still going to very likely put Lando in a situation where we are 1 or 2 actions away from lethal going into the following turn, and Lando a little farther out of reach here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, great
Ooh.
disclose there. We got Liberty and Qui-Gon's beautiful. 2 spies coming in. Is it too little, too late? We'll find out.
Yeah, now does this put you in a situation here as the Padme player, now that you've seen the Qui-Gon, you know you're going to 7 resources. I think you want to be careful not to set up a unit that Qui-Gon can ambush into and die, right?
Yeah.
So try not to present a threat that, where Qui-Gon could take out 2 things.
And there one is with Bix discarding to ping Lando once, make a credit, followed by an Arvel coming in, really building out this board. Notably, Padme does not die to Qui-Gon.
Yeah, and on that same note, there's no unit that Qui-Gon will die to be able to double clear here. I think Sabine in a very strong position. I suppose our Hoth card might be an out, though, for the Lando player.
Yeah.
See,
and I know we
this.
just have Sabine on the brain because we're Sabine fans, but Padme in a good position held by Sabine.
That's right. It's just that art, that Sabine art, just drawing my eye.
Cool.
I can't
So
help
cool.
it. All right. Well, let's see if Lando has a response. We're going to find out right away, I think.
So we could get a Qui-Gon come in that would take care of 1 unit, leads to lethal.
Yeah, Qui-Gon's not enough. I think it has to
watch this.
There it is. Yep. Yeah, it had to be watch this, right?
And that will buy Shadowfax another turn here.
Let's see. 4, 8, 9, 10, 12 damage. We're not showing lethal from the Lando player, though. So now the Padme player just needs to navigate. How do I set myself up for success to close this out next turn?
Yeah. He can take care of one of these active spies here with the Padme ping, which is a great added ability. Well, hold on. Let's get this. Let's get the disclose go, or no disclose. We're getting a disclose. There we go. That does take out the spy.
Okay.
And it looks like we just got. Do we get a claim from Padme, or is it back on Padme? I think we got a quick swing from the hauler. Now it's back to Padme's action.
Yeah. We hadn't even resolved the faith in friends.
Really
yet,
quick,
so we were really excited to get that hauler attack in.
I'm excited too.
All right. Back on Padme here. Let's see what we're going to do.
Sitting on 5 resources, no credits to my knowledge.
This is really where Lake Country becomes a problem. Back in the days of Lando on 30, right? You're only 3 away. Setting up lethal in 1 action was no problem. However, right now without a pump, we don't have lethal in 1 action. And might Lando be able to set up lethal in 1 action the other direction is going to be the problem here for our Padme player.
And I think there's some good arguments from different perspectives. Like you could do this blue ace, take out the you beguile. Okay. So we're beguiling the hauler. We're beguiling the spy. Okay.
Okay. Reduce the amount of damage taken.
And I think we're at, what's that? 27. So we're not unlethal in one action here. Lake Country coming in clutch.
Yeah, neither player in one action lethal, so we'll get to see play this out more. We just saw the hand. There was not another watch this, which would have been a devastating card to see.
Yep. We did see a rock get drawn, so we could get a Bix coming in for 4 plus a 2 ping, bringing everything on the board to lethal, needing another watch this or Sentinel or something. We're going to start with that 4. Looks like no discard.
Yep, so that's 10, 20, 31.
And he
2,
had
3,
aggressive
4.
negotiations for the win, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep.
Yep, that's exact lethal by 1.
And I don't think we saw that AG in hand with the disclose. That was a top deck, huh?
Yep, might have been.
Yep. And so is life sometimes, right? Because I don't think there was an answer otherwise, right? The Padme player had that on the next action, but well, I mean, I guess we could have done some Liberty stuff to slow things down, but it was looking good for the Padme outside of the aggressive negotiations draw.
And that's the power of aggressive negotiations. I do wonder what that game would have looked like if there was even a single sudden ferocity in row.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll find out if that was game 2 or game 3 very shortly. Feeling like this is a game 3 cleanup here, though.
Yeah. As we're having a chat here, kind of laying out the deck, showing it there. I think that would be a match completion there. Seeing that Shadowfax had the initiative in that game, we could have presumed that Knightley had won the previous game. So looks to me to be a 2-1 victory for Shadowfax.
So great play on both sides here. Got Knightley from Thrawn's Pawns. Great YouTube channel. They were talking about Boba Lake Country weeks and weeks ago. So not surprising seeing them pop up here on Padme Red, a deck that I think we're going to see some increased interest in. We've been talking about it all week on our channel, on our pod, and I think we'll see how it does this weekend. This weekend, like I said in the beginning of this round, in between last round, this is one of my favorite weeks of the year, right? You get the follow-up to big event and you see what happens with the masses. And maybe that data that you'll get is in small chunks at different PQs, but you get a lot of creativity this week, which is always exciting, because last week you get a ton of creativity, you get a huge event, and now you get these little pockets to analyze and try to see how this meta develops. So that'll do it for round 3 here. Kyle and I are going to step away as we get ready for next round. Got what's that? 2 more rounds of Swiss after this one, with 3 more rounds after round 4, 5, and 6. Then we got our top cut here at Lake Park, Florida, at the Collection Realm, brought to you by Unplayable. I'm Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew, joined by my teammate Kyle, and we'll see you soon.
What's going on, guys? Tower number 9 here, and we are about to bring you some coverage of this next round of the Planetary Qualifier. I believe here we are looking at a bit of an unusual, situation here. It is Aura Singh versus Obi-Wan Kenobi, and we have led off with a copy of Yaddle for Obi-Wan and a Director Krennic for Aura Singh. Now we're going to see a secretive sage played, and we have an eager escort fighter, which does not have anything to ambush, but is going to present a 4-1 threat in the space arena. Now, Aura Singh has not necessarily been the most popular leader, but has some interesting games. Her ability allows you to defeat a non-leader unit that has 1 HP remaining. And that means that some cards are actually much less effective against her than they would be in other matchups. For instance, that Eager Escort Fire on Aura's side of the board is a very poor card against Aura Singh because she can just defeat it with her leader ability. However, this Obi-Wan deck is probably not playing very many 1 HP units. That being said, this ability also works if a unit has 1 HP left thanks to having sustained a bunch of damage. So I think that's the aspect in which we're more likely to see it during this match. Now we see the Obi-Wan player playing Chirrut, and that Eager Escort Fighter is going to swing in for 4 damage. So 4 damage now on Obi-Wan's base, and I believe we have 2 damage on Aura's base. This is an Obi-Wan Kenobi 28 HP Force base, while the Aura player is running the classic 33 HP Data Vault, which comes at the expense of degrading your deck consistency somewhat by causing you to run a larger deck than you might otherwise. Obi-Wan's leader ability being used here to give an experience token to Chirrut. Now, the problem with this is that it does use the Force, and the Aura Sing player takes the initiative, which means that Chirrut there is potentially going to be able to be hit without his defensive ability being up because he does need to spend the force token to resolve it. And indeed, he is ambushed by a Torrent attack. This is a 5/5 unit that has ambush while the opponent controls a force unit. And so the Tyrantotech ambush is not quite enough to kill the experienced Chirrut, but it does leave him on 1 HP, which means he's in range of Aura Singh's ability. The Obi-Wan player needs to buff Chirrut, heal Chirrut, or maybe just decide it's time to attack into one of these opposing units and trade, given that otherwise Aura Singh will be able to defeat him in one action. Let's see what the Obi-Wan player goes for here. And this is an example of a scenario where Aura Singh's ability can be relevant even against things that are not 1 HP base. Now, interestingly, the Obi-Wan player is going to swing to base. That's that does do some damage, but the Aura Singh leader ability is indeed used to defeat Obi-Wan right after that. I think given that Obi-Wan or to defeat Chirrut rather, I think given that Chirrut MOA ground unit was doomed, it might have been more effective to go ahead and take a trade there. But I could be wrong. I have not played a ton of Obi-Wan games and definitely not in this matchup, so there could be a different plan here. Now we see the Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan ground unit being developed. It does have Sentinel when played. So that will potentially set up a nice defense here. The Eager Escort Fighter continues to attack in the space arena, dealing another 4 damage to base. Obi-Wan Kenobi's leader ability used to buff the Protective Padawan ground unit up to a 4/6. And we are on 5 resources, so this is the Obi-Wan's flip turn. There we have it. Obi-Wan Kenobi taking the field. Yoda's lightsaber. Um, I think a bit of a sequencing error there because Yoda's lightsaber is played without a force token available for healing. So if the Obi-Wan player had attacked with the Secretive Sage first, that would have given the force and allowed a heal to base. But it looks like he was prioritizing being able to attack with Obi-Wan Kenobi and give an experience to the Secretive Sage to hit the base for more damage. So maybe focused more on damage to the opponent's base rather than healing to his own base. I do I do think that having the heal there from Yoda's lightsaber might have been nice though. But we'll have to see how this goes. Torrent attack is going to attack into looks like maybe Obi-Wan. Yeah, either the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit there attacked for 5 with the Torrent attack. So that's gonna be 2 HP remaining, 1 base, and then the +1 for Yoda's lightsaber. Maz Kanata is played, and then that's going to lead Obi-Wan to attack for 6 base, +2 for Maz. That's gonna be an 8 damage attack to the base, and now I think, it's pretty clear that the Obi-Wan player is trying to turn the corner very fast and sort of become the aggressor here, has now done 21 damage to his opponent's base. There's only 12 HP remaining for Aura Singh. Um, we see the Tree Remembers played there to defeat the Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan ground unit. The buffed Secretive Sage swings in for another 3 damage to Aura Singh's base. Lots Razi trades the Lots Razi ground unit there trades with the Obi-Wan Kenobi ground leader unit, and the Obi-Wan player is actually going to take initiative, not having spent the last 3 resources this turn. The Eager Escort Fighter swings in for another 4. So going into this next turn, we're looking at 14 damage on Obi-Wan's base and 24 damage on Aura Singh's base, which does mean that there is 9 HP remaining for Aura Singh. Obi-Wan, Obi-Wan is in a bit of a more comfortable position, but still not totally safe. Now we see another swing, this one from Maz. 5 HP now remains from Aura Singh. Another copy of Maz Kanata could end this game in 1 action at this point. Will we see that Secretive Sage get buffed? I believe not. I believe that is going to be an ambush. Yeah, so there is an ambush there. And I'm not entirely sure. I believe that's an alt art Kelleran Beck being played. So that's a 7/7 that searches the top cards of your deck for another unit and plays it at 3 less. It's going to be another Secretive Sage played. So now the Aura Singh player really under a lot of threat in this ground arena. Yeah, so this is a tough spot actually for Aura Singh. Just gonna take the initiative and maybe looking for some kind of sentinel or some kind of mass removal. The problem with this is in principle, Aura Singh, I believe, could have deployed on the previous turn, but that would not have provided a way to handle that Keller and Beck unit. Now we see a condemn played on Keller and Beck first actions that is going to reduce the incoming damage. Aura Singh couldn't have flipped earlier because Kelleran would have been able to defeat the base in 1 attack, and she would not have had anything that would have stopped him. Now let's see whether or not our Obi-Wan player has a response. Doesn't look like anything clears that condemn, but we do see Maz Kanata swing. Only 1 HP left on Aura's base, and at this point, even with the condemn, I think Kelleran Beck can swing for lethal damage. The condemn would deal -6, but I believe he only needs 1 more point of damage to get through. I must be missing something though, because he plays Yoda instead, heals his base, and is going to defeat that 8th brother unit. And I believe we're gonna see a concession here from our Aura Singh player. So that was an interesting game. At first, Obi-Wan was a bit on the defensive, but we saw things really turn around as on that flip turn, Obi-Wan Kenobi arriving, getting that Yoda's lightsaber, pushing a lot of damage with the experience tokens being given to friendly units, and suddenly the math kind of changed, and Aura Singh was not really able to stop things there. The eager escort fighter in the space arena did a fair chunk of damage, but Obi-Wan gained control of the ground arena and seemed like the aura deck with the much later leader deployment was not really able to slow things down enough. Now the players are going to be sideboarding, and we'll see what happens as this match continues, see whether or not they can find some answers here. In this sort of situation, I think if Aura Singh has some more defensive cards they can bring in, that might be quite desirable for this. But we'll have to see whether or not those end up really being possible. Now, sideboarding in this game is nice. It's a good opportunity to kind of adapt your deck for specific opponents. And we could see some cards that are either in the sideboard or the main deck that would be more specialized. So I was actually kind of surprised to see that Torrent Tech in game one because I would consider that a pretty specialized card. 5 cost 5/5 that has ambush only if the opponent controls a force unit. To me, that would be a more sideboardy card in terms of something to bring in specifically against force opponents, but it's possible this Aura player has calculated there are enough force decks in the format for it to be worth it in main deck, or maybe the deck is unusually weak to force. Often you have to kind of adapt your deck not to what's necessarily the best overall cards, but what the best cards are against the matchups that you expect. So if you're thinking, oh, there's going to be a lot of force here, maybe that Torrent Tech main deck might make a lot of sense. And one interesting thing about that last match is that the Obi-Wan player did several things that I thought were very aggressive and not necessarily plays that I would have made. So a good example would be playing Yoda's lightsaber and losing the heal in order to get one more damage that turn, with the sequencing allowing an experience on the Secretive Sage, or swinging with Chirrut into the base when he was poised to be removed by Aura Singh's ability rather than trading with one of the opposing units. Um, but it seemed like the plan worked out. So we'll see whether or not that type of aggressive gameplay is going to be a feature of this next round as well. The Obi-Wan player shuffling on up, drawing that opening hand. The Aura player is still shuffling. It looks like has a larger deck there with the Data Vault base. So we'll see what happens there. And now we're looking at our opening hands and preparing for game two. Resource decisions are one of the most important parts of Star Wars Unlimited. I think this is a relatively simple decision that can nevertheless really cost you. I know I've lost games before by resourcing the wrong thing, and definitely something that takes some thought. And Aura Singh with the initiative, we're going to lead off with a Leppy Lookout ground unit, 3/1 shielded. And the funny thing about the Leppy Lookout is that it's a card that's good for Aura Singh, and it's also a card that's terrible against Aura Singh because that one base HP means you can easily defeat the Lookout just with Aura Singh's leader ability. So the Leppy Lookout 3/1 shielded overwhelm and opposed there by Gunji, who is a 2/5 and does have force. So the Leppy Lookout attacks into Gunji, inflicting 3 damage and losing the shield. Our Obi-Wan player then plays Maz Kanata, allowing Gunji to swing to base for 4 damage and gaining the Force token. Initiative taken here by Obi-Wan after we see a Director Krennic ground unit hit the field for Aura. So this is a situation where, in principle, we could potentially see the Aura Sing ability coming into play this turn, but it's hard to say if that's actually how it's going to pan out. If the Leppy Lookout were to attack into the Maz Kanata ground unit, Maz would be left with 1 HP, which would be in range of Aura's ability, but we could potentially see Obi-Wan's ability used to give her an experience token and bring her out of range. It does look like we're going to see the Leppy Lookout attack against Maz. 1 HP now for Maz. Now, the thing is, if Obi-Wan's ability is used, that does get her out of range of the Aura Singh leader ability, but Director Krennic could still attack and trade. So it looks like our Obi-Wan player is just going to make an attack. The attack gets in for some additional damage. This time it seems that the Obi-Wan player is in a more aggressive position early on. And we do see the Aura Sing leader ability defeating Maz. I believe that's a copy. I believe it's an alt art version of Bodhi Rook that's played there. Lots Razi hits the field using the experience and damaging Bodhi. And so Gunji and Bodhi Rook still on the field against that Director Krennic ground unit who still has the shield. I think there's a good chance that we'll see the Director Krennic unit used to remove one of these opposing units. Of the two, I would probably rather clear Gunji because Gunji has the Force trait, but it looks like our Obi-Wan player anticipates that play and uses Obi-Wan Kenobi's leader ability to give an experience token to Gunji. Our Aura player now contemplating what to do with Director Krennic. Now, of course, you could also simply take the initiative here, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. The Director Krennic unit attacks into that Gunji unit, does an additional 2 damage, losing his shield. Gunji now on only 1 HP. Both Gunji and Bodhi Rook here, in fact, have only 1 HP, which does mean that the Aura Sing leader ability is very likely to get some use next turn as well. A copy of Yaddle is played, and now initiative taken. First action of the turn here seems likely, though not certainly, to be Aura Sing's leader ability to get a free unit off the field. Probably I would use it to remove Gunji under these circumstances, but we'll see what happens. It's possible there's going to be some other play. It's also possible the plan will be different. Aura Sing has the ability to remove either Gunji or Bodhi Rook. Both of those ground units are in range of the ability and could be removed for free, which is a nice spot to be in as an Aura Sing player. It's indeed going to be Gunji that's defeated with that ability, so that's another unit off the field, and that makes sense to me. Gunji was not only a force unit, but also had higher power thanks to that experience. Bodhi Rook is going to go ahead and attack. That's going to be 2 damage to base, and he gives himself Sentinel with the on attack ability. Now we're going to see our Aura player attacking with the Director Krennic ground unit into that Bodhi Rook ground unit, and the two of them trade since Director Krennic had lost the shield on the previous turn with that attack against the Gunji unit. We now see Yaddle attacking base for 2, and Lots Razi attacks Yaddle, dealing 3 damage. The Lots ground unit is defeated, but it puts Yaddle on that 1 HP. And now our Obi-Wan player counters with Obi-Wan Kenobi's leader ability, giving an experience to Yaddle. And we're looking at 13 damage on Aura Sing's base, 0 damage on Obi-Wan's base. Both players still with a lot of resources left. And we're going to see Obi-Wan Kenobi deploy, and then I believe the Galen Urso unit with plot is being played there, but I don't know what card was named. So some card has been blanked there. And then we're just seeing, I think it's a lot of passes here. Oh, and there we have it. It was a lot of passes because our Aura Sing player was waiting to play Retaliation. Retaliation is a 5-cost vigilance event that defeats a unit that dealt damage to your base this turn. So in this case, we're going to see a lot of passing and then retaliation used to defeat that Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit. So we're left with the experienced Galen Urso and the experienced but heavily damaged Yaddle unit on the ground. Aura Sing has nothing on the field, and that base damage is adding up. We're at 16 damage on base, so 17 HP remaining on that data vault. Now, Aura Sing will have her own opportunity to deploy as a leader unit next turn, which could potentially help stem the tide, but our Aura player needs to get there first. Here we see, I believe that is 8th Brother ambushing in and attacking. Now that's interesting. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be an 8th Brother ambush. and that's going to inflict 5 damage on the Galen Urso ground unit, but that does not actually defeat Galen because he has an experience. It does put him in range of Aura's ability, but the Obi-Wan player gives Galen Urso Yoda's lightsaber, which puts him up to 2 HP remaining. That is out of range now, and also allows him to swing more powerfully. And then we see a copy of Chirrut Imwe played as well, and Obi-Wan's ability used to grant an experience token to Chirrut. The Aura player is in massive trouble now. 26 HP left on base. Or I'm sorry, 26 damage inflicted on the base, 7 HP left. Another attack from Galen Urso would end the game here, I believe, with those buffs. Now we could see Aura Singh flip onto the board and defeat Galen. So Aura can defeat a unit with up to 5 remaining HP when she deploys, and that's exactly what we do see. But our Aura player is still in quite a bit of trouble here. In fact, if both of Obi-Wan's units here get to attack, that is enough to damage to win the game. We see the first attack with Yaddle, but no glory, only results being played by our Aura player to defeat the Chirrut Imwe ground unit there. Despite the buff, however, the Obi-Wan player has yet to spend his resources this turn, and now we're going to see some of those resources being spent. 6 resources. It's going to be a copy of Captain Rex. Rex is a 7/7, and when played and on attack, he gives Sentinel to a friendly and enemy unit, or maybe it's to himself in particular. Um, yeah, give this unit and an enemy unit Sentinel for the phase. So we're going to see 8th Brother crash into Captain Rex there. So the 8th Brother unit is defeated but deals 5 damage to Rex. We are in a position where I believe Aura could attack into Rex in under these circumstances and defeat him regardless of whether or not Obi-Wan Kenobi's leader ability is used. So initiative is just taken, and then the Aura Singh leader unit attacks and defeats that Captain Rex ground unit. And we are left with only Yaddle on the field, but if there's a Maz Kanata, that would be enough to win the game in one attack. Right now, an attack from Yaddle would take Aura's base to 1 HP. So any form of buff could be all our Obi-Wan player needs to close things out. No, there's no buff forthcoming though. It's just a simple attack. 32 damage now on Aura Singh's base, 1 HP remaining. Tech arrives, has ambush because Yaddle is a force unit, attacks and defeats the Yaddle ground unit. And I think for maybe the first time in this game since the very start, our Obi-Wan player's board is clear, but he has a bunch of resources. A copy of Gunji hits the board, and our Aura Singh player is in a perilous spot because any attack could end this game. A copy of Condemn is played on Gunji, potentially making him attack for 0 damage. That is a nice counter, but it looks like our Obi-Wan player is going to develop at least 1 more unit. Yeah, something hits the board there. Not entirely sure what card that is. We have something on the board there. I cannot quite tell you. I cannot quite tell you. I'm gonna try to zoom in here and get a better sense. I think it might be an alt art Galen Urso there. Um, and now we're going to see that unit buffed. Yeah, so I believe that's an alt art Galen Urso. Sorry for the confusion there. Obi-Wan Kenobi's leader ability being used here to buff that copy of Galen Urso. Let's see whether or not there is an answer. Our Aura Singh player, no glory, only results, going to defeat that Galen. And so now Gunji, with that Condemn, is not able to inflict damage on the base in this circumstance. So our Obi-Wan player has to try and develop additional threats. Even with a Yoda's lightsaber, it would not buff Gunji out of the condemn range. Now, of course, you could just swing at the base here and make your opponent show you the disclose, because it's possible that our aura player doesn't have the disclose. And it looks like that's exactly what we're going to see. But there's the disclose shown from hand. I believe that was a copy of Bosk. And so the damage there does not go through because the condemn upgrade gives Gunji -6 power. And our Obi-Wan player, looking at the cards in hand, I believe that is a copy of Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan, and immediately answered by a copy of The Tree Remembers. And it looks like, at least thus far, our Aura player is finding answers to the units that this Obi-Wan Kenobi deck can develop. Another unit hits the board, and immediately a trade. The Torrenta tech being used there. And it looks like there may be only 2 resources left for our Obi-Wan player. It would be really nice to have another cheap unit to play in this situation, Maybe I think the most ideal of the early game units that this deck often plays would actually be Mina Bonteri, as a copy of Mina Bonteri would draw a card when defeated if you could hit that disclose, so it might replace itself if defeated by, some ambush or another piece of one-for-one removal, and potentially generate some card advantage for the Obi-Wan player. But it looks like there isn't going to be anything like that. We're instead just going to see an experience given to Gunji, bringing him up to 3-6, but with the condemn still there, that 3 power is not going to be enough to push through. So even though there's only 1 HP remaining, our Aura Sing player is in a comparatively safe spot. Now we're going to see the copy of Bosk that was disclosed last turn being played. Gunji swings again, but there is another disclose waiting from Aura. So once again, that damage is not going to make it through to the base. Now, this version of Bosk is a 3/5 on attack. Give a unit +1/+1 for this phase, and you may give a unit -1/-1 for this phase. Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan hits the field, and then it's a Torrent attack once more, but on the other side of the board. It looks like it is the Obi-Wan player who's playing Torrent attack here. And then a buff given to Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan with the Obi-Wan leader ability, which means that the Protective Padawan is no longer in range of Bosk, who would otherwise be able to attack, buffing his own unit and debuffing the opponent. We do see that play used to remove the Torrent attack, but that isn't going to answer both units. And then the Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan makes it through to end the game. So this time it wasn't so much a turn of the corner in the mid game as much as it was the Obi-Wan player being aggressive all game long, or as Singh struggling to stop the aggression there and ultimately not able to do it. In the previous game, it seemed like there was a big tempo swing around Obi-Wan's leader deployment, but that's not what we saw this time. So interesting stuff. Much more of a straightforward aggro versus control, and the control side was not able to lock things down. In general, I think control is not necessarily considered at its strongest point at this time. Just in the overall meta, we have had some good results for Lando Blue, which is kind of a control deck, but the more traditional, like this sort of blue green villainy or like blue red villain control type builds have not necessarily been as successful post rotation as they were in the early days. I haven't seen anything yet that strikes me as necessarily on the same level as, like, blue red Iden or something like that from earlier on in the game's history. But of course, the post rotation meta is young, and it's very possible people will cook up some good control builds either later on in this set or as more cards enter the pool. All right. So that's going to do it for that round, guys. This is the Lake Park, Florida Planetary Qualifier. I'm Tower number 9. Happy to be providing some Star Wars Unlimited coverage to y'all on a beautiful Saturday. We will have more coming soon, but that's going to do it for this round. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more games of Star Wars Unlimited. What's going on, guys? Tower number 9 here, and we are about to commence our 5th round of Swiss play here at the Planetary Qualifier in Lake Park, Florida. I am about to be covering Shadowfax, who I believe is a Team Eclipse player and is playing the famous or perhaps infamous Team Eclipse deck that took down the recent sector qualifier. This was the Lando Lake Country build, not necessarily something that everyone was paying attention to before that sector, but it has established itself as an important part of the meta, and we're about to see it in action here. It looks like it's going to be a matchup between Lando Lake Country and I believe that's going to be Qui-Gon Jinn 28 HP Force. So should be an interesting match here. We're going to see who will prevail in this match between Shadowfax representing Team ECL, and on the right we have Mason, who is going to be our Qui-Gon player. So it should be an interesting battle here. This Lando Lake Country deck, like I was saying, made a big splash recently. We had I believe it was the Atlanta sector qualifier, which I was actually providing coverage for. And so I had a front row seat to the rise of Lando Lake Country, not a deck that was necessarily expected to do well, but Team Eclipse had a version of it cooked up that was pretty strong. A lot of their team members were playing it, and ultimately they ended up with 3 out of the top 4 on their deck, including the eventual winner, who defeated an Obi-Wan Kenobi player in the final. So definitely a build to watch out for, and we're about to see some of that gameplay right here. ECL Shadowfax from Team Eclipse versus Mason from Thrawn's Pawns. The players are shuffling up, and we're gonna see whether or not Qui-Gon Jinn has what it takes to stop the new kid on the block, Lando Lake Country. So Lando Lake Country, typically what we're seeing with this is a deck that is based on calling Cunning with Lando's ability and has all or almost all cards as Cunning. I think the ECL deck from Atlanta was playing, I believe, 2 or 3 copies of Aggressive Negotiations as the only card in the deck that was not Cunning, giving a very high hit chance with Lando's ability, though not 100%. And we're gonna see whether or not we can pull off some of the same cool moves here that we saw in Atlanta, where the deck really seemed like something to watch out for. When you have a deck that is so focused on Cunning, it is not so difficult to hit that disclose requirement for Faith in Your Friends, allowing you to bring out a lot of spies. That's a card that we've commonly seen. It also maintains cards in hand because the card that you draw replaces the Faith in Your Friends itself, and then that out of aspect aggressive negotiations splashed in as a potential closer, definitely something that I think can be pretty strong. So we're about to get into the match, and it should be interesting to see Shadowfax piloting Lando Lake Country. Now, of course, there may have been some changes since last week's sector qualifier, and we'll have to see how that goes. If so, Shadowfax looking at his hand there, trying to decide whether or not to keep, and it is going to be a keep. Or maybe actually that was the mulligan, not entirely sure. Mason is already set up, may have just been more confident. And as is often the case, the first resource is easy for Shadowfax. The second one requires more thought. The process of resourcing is very important in Star Wars Unlimited. You can win or lose games off resource decisions, and we are getting underway. Mason leading off with Gunji, a 2/5 vanilla unit, but one that does have the Force trait, so we'll be able to get that Force token going. Shadowfax brings out the N1 Starfighter, a 3/2 vanilla space unit, one that's a bit aggressive. And importantly, that 3/2 stat line means that it can stand up to a blue leader, a card that has been a big threat in the space arena for a lot of other units. If you have cards like the 2/3 Alliance X-Wing, that can get picked off by blue leader and the blue leader will stay on the board. But these 3/2 stat lines, while they are more vulnerable to some other effects, are able to trade with blue leader instead of just being defeated, which is a nice place to be. Mason's going to lead off turn 2 with an attack from Gunji, dealing 2 damage to Shadowfax's base and gaining the Force token. Shadowfax thinking about his play, it looks like we're going to see 2 resources being spent here, and it is a Han Solo pilot on that N1 starfighter. Attaches to, so the Han Solo pilot card there, granting +2/+3. And when played as an upgrade, you can immediately attack with the attached unit. So that is going to be a swing for 5. And we then see another unit played, and it's given an experience. Unfortunately, with a lot of glare, I cannot quite tell what that card is. Hopefully, we'll see its position shift around a bit on the table, and I may get some more information. But then we saw a, okay, so I believe that might be an Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan, but not 100% sure. And then Lando's ability was used on the other side, milling a copy of Rose Tico, which is a cunning unit. So that is going to be a credit token added to Lando's board. Now, one of the ways the decks can potentially combat Lando is by bringing in credit hate options. So it is conceivable that we'll see Mason playing that, but I think the only credit hate option that's really likely would be Lieutenant Gorn. Here we see a very strong protect the pod there. And that is going to be so protect the pod deals damage to a unit equal to the remaining HP of a friendly unit. So that N1 Starfighter with 2 base HP +3 for the Han Solo pilot upgrade, that's going to be 5. But Gunji has 5 HP, and I believe if that is indeed an Obi-Wan up top, that would have 6 HP with the Force token having been given. So that's easily enough to clear out that N1 Starfighter. Nice removal option that is going to limit Shadowfax's aggression. Shadowfax plays a copy of Bix Colleen. This is a 4-cost, I believe a 4-cost 4/5, where when played and I think on attack also, you can choose to discard a card to make a credit, and it looks like Shadowfax is indeed going to do that. We're up to 2 credit tokens on the Lando player's side of the board. Gunji attacks against Bix. So the Bix Colleen ground unit taking 2 damage there, Gunji taking 4 damage in return. Definitely a trade that favors Shadowfax, but I think in this case, Mason is going to probably follow up with another attack from that Obi-Wan to clear the Bix Colleen ground unit off the board. Shadowfax not able to establish a lasting board presence, it looks like. So Mason definitely playing defensively, focusing on removing his opponent's units rather than dealing damage to the base. Oh, it was not an Obi-Wan Kenobi. Sorry, guys. It's actually a copy of Jyn Erso there. So that is going to be a trade. So it was instead of a yeah, it was Jyn Erso buffing herself. Sorry for the mistake there. I was still in the Obi-Wan Kenobi mindset from the previous match. So Jyn Erso buffing herself to 3/3. That does set up enough damage to trade and defeat the Bix Colleen ground unit there. So Bix Colleen and Jyn Erso units both defeated, but that does leave Mason as the only player with a unit on the board. This copy of Gunji has only 1 HP remaining, but unlike in the previous match where we were seeing Aura Singh, 1 HP is not necessarily a death knell. And with this Gunji could make several attacks still. Now we see a copy of Bail Organa played here by Shadowfax. Gunji opting to attack the base this time rather than going for a trade. Up to 4 damage now on that Lake Country base, but it of course has 34 base HP, so there's still 30 to go. And there we see a miss. Lando's ability is used, but the card that's milled is Aggressive Negotiation, so no credit token is created that time. And Mason brings out a copy of Blue Ace with no ambush. Shadowfax thinking about what to do here does have a few resources. I think there's 2 resources still up plus those credit tokens. So that should be enough to potentially make some plays, but he also wants to keep at least 1 credit token for Lando's flip. He could potentially generate that on the next turn if need be. But I think this would be a much more comfortable spot if he had not missed with that Aggressive Negotiations milled from the top of the deck. And indeed, Shadowfax opting to save his credits and take the initiative this turn. Moving into the next turn, Mason has a bit of a board advantage with a blue ace plus that copy of Gunshi, but a lot can happen this turn. This could be a flip turn and a lot of credits generated. Shadowfax begins the turn with an attack from Bail Organa. So the Bail Organa ground unit attacks and defeats Gunji. Now, Shadowfax could choose to discard a card from hand to create a spy token there with Bail Organa's on attack ability, but does not choose to do so. Now we're going to see the Qui-Gon Jinn leader unit take the field, deployed there by Mason. We're looking at Lando Calrissian deploying to the ground arena, as well as is the case for most leaders in this game. Neither player using a pilot leader here, so it's really the leaders are going to have a showdown on the ground. And when deployed, you do get to defeat a friendly credit and make 3 credits. So now with that plus one of the credits that was already there, Shadowfax is now up to 4 credits plus a lot of resources. We see Queen Amidala played as a ground unit there, creating 2 spies at the same time for Mason. And Queen Amidala is a very synergistic card with Qui-Gon Jinn's ability, because you can potentially bounce her back to hand to play something else and then replay her in the future. And when played, you get those spy tokens again. So definitely a bit of a threat here for Shadowfax. We could, of course, also see Qui-Gon's ability used to bounce that blue ace. Lando swinging against the base here for 4 damage, and Mason opting to use his Qui-Gon Jinn leader unit to attack and defeat that Bail Organa card. So 2 damage now on Qui-Gon, I believe. And is the ability there going to be used when this unit completes an attack? It is. So that blue ace bounced back to hand, as I thought might be the case, and replaced with a copy of Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan, providing some cover in that ground arena. The Master Codebreaker being played here for Shadowfax, searching the top cards for a Gambit traded card to put into the hand. And this is not the most reliable. There is a mischance, so we will soon see whether or not Shadowfax can find a Gambit or not. Right now, the board is favoring Mason a bit, but Shadowfax still has a bunch of resources and a bunch of credits this turn. Shadowfax looking at the cards in hand and ends up taking a copy of Watch This, a card from the Intro Battle Hoth box that has recently made quite a splash in competitive play. So not so many not 2 resources were spent on the Master Codebreaker, but there are still many resources left for Shadow Fox, and not so much of his potential resource and credit pool has been spent here. We could easily see some big plays as well, but it's not going to be the case. It looks like that's going to be it for the turn. So Shadowfax, playing a bit behind his potential curve that turn, still has a ton of credits for this turn, but Mason is starting to build quite a board advantage. We are going to lead off with an attack from the Queen Amidala ground unit, dealing 5 damage to the Lando Calrissian leader unit on Shadowfax's side of the board. And rather than suffering that damage herself, Queen Amidala defeats a spy to take that hit instead. Now we're going to see Shadowfax using those resources. The Mandalorian ambushing in. So the Mandalorian's going to ambush and capture. See what happens here. The spy token is used to defeat Lando. And now in the space arena, we're seeing a copy of Tantive 4, as well as the X-Wing token that is created with it. So that's going to be a big presence in space here now for Mason. But we are looking at 10 damage on Mason's base and 4 damage on Shadowfax's base. Both of the leaders have suffered some damage here, but Qui-Gon Jinn is still fighting while the Lando Calrissian ground unit is off the board. And now we're going to see Mason contemplating whether to use Qui-Gon Jinn's ability to bounce that Tantive 4 and replace it. It is going to be bounced and replaced, and that's a Vernestra row, I believe, which comes into play ready using that force token. Then the Vernestra row unit makes an attack on Shadowfax's base, getting that force token right back. And this means the Tantive is back in hand and can potentially be replayed, which will, of course, generate a new X-Wing token at that time. Qui-Gon Jinn, the leader there, works very well with these cards that allow you to uh, have some strong ability when played. So we saw that earlier with the Queen Amidala unit. If you can bounce that back to hand and replay it, you're really getting a lot of value from the tokens. And the Tantive 4 doing a smaller version of that by generating that X-Wing before being bounced back to hand and replaced by Vernestra Row. Mason may be thinking, I don't really need more defense in the space arena. It doesn't seem like Lando is presenting that many threats there. It seems like Shadowfax's Lando Lake Country build is primarily attacking me on the ground, and that's where I need to be focusing my efforts. Shadowfax, thinking about the play here, does have that copy of The Mandalorian. Mandalorian ground unit there, definitely very threatening, can attack, defeat units, capture other units. Really something rather powerful, but I believe there's a captured unit already there, which I think was the Queen Amidala from earlier, not 100% sure. So if that Mandalorian is defeated, Mason will get a powerful piece back on his own side of the board. This is kind of the downside of capture as a mechanic. While it can be a very efficient form of removal, it also can end up proving quite temporary depending on how things go. The Mandalorian unit is going to attack and defeat the Qui-Gon Jinn leader card there. And then Vernestra Row is going to be captured as well. But Mason plays Yoda, uses the Force to heal his base and deal 4 damage to that Mandalorian ground unit, defeating it. And that rescues the captives. So Vernestra Row and what I believe is Queen Amidala uh, back on top. And now we're going to see 2 copies of the Canyon Frontrunner, I believe, but they're not going to be so relevant for their ability here. Now, this card can debuff opposing units on attack, but I don't know that that's going to be something that has a chance to happen here because it only triggers if you make the first attack of the round, which is very much not what the front runners will be making here. Mason leads things off with an attack with Vernestra, swinging into the base for 3 damage there. 9 damage now on Shadowfax's Lake Country. We see, yeah, so one of those units attacks Yoda, dealing 3 damage, and Mason responds by using Qui-Gon Jinn's leader ability, using the Force, is going to bounce that copy of Yoda back into hand, which means that powerful when played effect could be reused. And instead, a Depa Balaba hits the field as the replacement unit, using ambush to attack and defeat the second Canyon frontrunner. And Shadowfax now looks to be in big trouble. 9 damage on his base and a completely empty board against Mason's build with multiple powerful units on the field. And we know there are some strong ones in hand as well. That Yoda could be replayed, use the Force to heal that 5 damage and potentially deal 8 to the other side. Now, Shadowfax does play a Qui-Gon Jinn, so we're going to see an ambush which will defeat Depa Balaba. And the ability there, bouncing a unit back to the top or bottom of the deck, but Mason's board is still quite advantaged. So we're going to see X-Wing swinging in for 2. And so we have just the X-Wing and Vernestra row left at this point on Mason's board, but he still has many resources left to be used. Shadowfax uses Lando's ability on Mason's deck to mill that unit. I believe that was a copy of Yoda that was on top of the deck there. Not entirely sure. Or maybe that was the Queen Amidala. But in any case, the top card is milled with that information, but Mason just replays Tantive 4, creates another X-Wing, and Shadowfax continues to be substantially behind at this point. It's really looking like it's going to be difficult for our Lando player. So should be interesting to see how this goes. But I think we're going to see a Qui-Gon Jinn victory in the first game of this match. And I believe, in fact, I believe we're actually seeing a concession here from our Lando player at this time. The board for Qui-Gon was just insurmountable. There was too much value being created. Those units being bounced back and potentially resolving those wind plate effects again, and so on. It seemed like Shadowfax on that crucial flip turn had really low momentum. All we saw was the Master Codebreaker played in addition to the Lando Calrissian flip. And while the Mandalorian was able to get back a good amount of board control temporarily, once Mason was able to clear that copy of the Mandalorian ground unit with his Yoda ground unit and the when played ability there, all those captured units went back on Mason's side of the board. And at that point, things were looking really bad for Shadowfax. So we are going to see a concession for time, and we're going to move into sideboarding as the players get ready for game two. If Mason can pick this one up, he will have a victory over what some people have been calling the deck to beat following its very strong performance in Atlanta. Should be interesting to see how this one goes. Now, in the sideboard here, I think that one option that you're going to want to bring in against Lando is credit hate cards. So this is a command heroism deck that Mason is playing. Does not have a splash base, so probably the best credit hate option he has available is going to be Lieutenant Gorn. Lieutenant Gorn is a 3-cost 4/4 that on attack can steal a credit from the opponent's side of the board and bring it over to your side of the board, which is very effective if you can get it going. But the on attack timing is a little more difficult to use than something like Arvel Skeen, which has on attack and also when played. So I am now being joined here, I believe, by OK Turnal. OK Turnal, how are you doing today?
Hey, Tower, I'm doing good. Thank
We
you
had
for
an
holding down the
exciting
fort.
game one in this match. Ultimately, Shadowfax playing Team Eclipse's Lando Lake Country that was so successful in Atlanta was not able to prevail in game one over Mason from Thrawn's Ponds. We saw that Qui-Gon Jinn command build generating a lot of value.
Yeah, it's awesome. And I was watching some of the games while getting ready here, and those Qui-Gon turns can be pretty complex, but very powerful with the different heals and dealing damage across different arenas, really controlling the Lando board, which was really interesting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that Qui-Gon ability, it looks a little odd, at first glance. One might wonder why it's even any good at all. It's like, oh, I can swap out my unit for a unit that's worse than it. Why would I want to do that?
Right,
But when you
exactly.
combine it with some of those when played abilities, or you use it to heal a unit that's taken a bunch of damage by bringing it out and then replaying it, you can really generate a lot of value. And Shadowfax, on the other hand, had some slow turns, did have one miss with that aggressive negotiations milled, and wasn't able to generate a lot of value on the flip turn, which I think ended up not going that well for him. But we'll see whether or not he can come back and get the win here in game two.
Yep, yep.
Now,
It'll
what
be
have you been
interesting.
playing what have you been playing in the lawless time meta yourself?
Oh man, I'm crazy. And Enfys Blue with the off aspect base was what I've been playing. Not a super competitive deck, but I really like combo. And so just drawing a lot of cards, turn one Chios, drawing cards with stuff like the X-Wing that you deal damage to draw cards, just getting a bunch of cards in hand, playing out that tactical bomber and doing aggressive negotiations to
Oh
swing
yeah,
for,
massive
you know,
damage.
yeah, swing for 13 and then deal 26 indirect. I like that kind of play style, and so that's what I've been playing a lot. I mostly played it weeklies. Haven't gotten a chance to play in any PQs this season yet, but I will be at Shreveport, Louisiana, in 2 weeks. And I've been looking forward to that. First time I'll be playing competitively. I'm not sure if I'm going to play Enfeast there yet. We'll see. I'm trying a few other decks, and those 27 HP bases are really rough into this late country meta. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, if I see an Enfys splash base winning a PQ on the meta report, I think I'll know it's you.
Yeah, yeah.
The
Thank you. There
This game's
was
getting underway, and
one.
we're going to see
Oh yes.
Shadowfax playing a copy of the Master Codebreaker, and we're going to search the top cards for a Gambit card here. Now, what would you most want to be finding here?
Probably Axe Forgets here because I want to get stuff off of Qui-Gon's board, right, as soon as possible. So whenever they play those 2s or 3s, I want to be able to play that Axe Forgets to get it off the board so they can't bounce it back for value, especially those
Yeah.
3s, so they can't bounce for a 2.
Axe Forgets definitely, and I think we do see a copy of the Axe Forgets on the right side there, although we'll see whether
Yeah.
or not Shadowfax chooses it.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, good call there. The Axe Forgets is the choice. So
Yes.
that's going to be able to bounce a unit very efficiently since we will have the cost reduction from the Master Codebreaker as well.
Yeah.
Mason bringing out a Jedi Consular, potentially an extremely annoying card, but this deck it does not generate the Force token on turn 1, unlike what we've seen with like the Obi-Wan Virgins Temple build or with Avar Chris.
Yeah, and we
And
do see
indeed,
that
there's
Axe
that
Forgets.
discounted
Yep.
Axe Forgets.
Yeah, bouncing it back to his hand immediately is right play there, so he can't generate the Force and get a bigger unit out next turn, right?
Vernestra Row from Mason, but with
Oh,
no Force token, that
yeah.
Jedi is not going to be able to come into play ready.
And
And Shadowfax plays Faith in Your Friends.
and denying him the Vernestra ready is really big here too, because you just get the Force back, right, and the next turn he's able to play a bigger unit. So very good play.
Shadowfax looking to potentially disclose quite a lot of aspect icons for Faith in Your Friends to generate those spies. Can he do it? Looks like the answer might be no.
Oh, he doesn't disclose. Oh,
Oh
there
no,
he
there
goes.
we go. He was just trying to figure out which cards to show. So I believe Faith in Your Friends requires 3 cunning and 2 heroism aspect icons, but he has them. So there are
Yep.
2 spies, and the Master Codebreaker swings for 1 damage to Mason's base.
Yep. And being able to play that Axe Forgets and Faith in Your Friends the same turn, just massive play for Lando.
Yeah, that discount from the Master Codebreaker really generating some value here for Shadowfax already. The Master Codebreaker, very nice, kind of one of those utility units. The stats aren't so good for direct battle, but that ability to search up a card is quite nice, and then the discount can be really efficient as well. Vernestra Row, the ground unit there, attacking and defeating one of the spy tokens that was created with Faith in Your Friends last turn, and then we're going to see the other spy token swinging base, as well as the Master Codebreaker. Now, did you catch what card was played into the glare area up top there?
I did not know. I cannot
Alas.
see it at all.
Nor I. We do have a copy of Jedi Consular played in addition to whatever that was, so it's probably a 2-cost card. It could be a copy of Gunji or Mina Bonteri, one of these other early game units, and it's going to be a stolen AT Hauler on Shadowfax's side of the board.
If I
Let's
had to
see
guess,
here.
I'd say it's a Gungi on Qui-Gon's side, but I cannot see it. Oh, it's
It's
another
actually a
Consular.
second Jedi Consular, so 2
Yeah.
Jedi Consulars there. It'll be difficult for Shadowfax to deny that powerful ability. The Jedi Consular can be exhausted to play a unit for 2 less at the expense of a Force token, and we're gonna see just that.
Qui-Gon into the board to kill the Master Codebreaker. Yeah, that's a good one.
The ambush Qui-Gon unit brought in there at a discount thanks to Jedi Consular, and on attack, because he is a Force token, he gets that Force token right back. We could potentially even see a second Jedi Consular activation. Shadowfax is going to play Rose Tico, who comes into play ready because there are non-unique units on this side of the board. Vernestra Row attacks and defeats the last spy token there. And Rose swings for the base. It seems like Shadowfax is able to do some fast damage this game. We're already up to 9 damage on Mason's base, and we could easily see more from that stolen AT Hauler this turn. But the Force token is being used. That Qui-Gon Jinn unit bounces back to base from the Qui-Gon Jinn. Oh, but Mason's
Maybe
rethinking
not.
it.
Maybe not. I do see a blue ace in his hand and a Liberty. He can't play the Liberty, but maybe the blue ace to get damage on that Hauler. But then he's gonna ready Rose if he does that, and maybe that's why he decided to take it back.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If he brings in the blue ace to ambush the stolen AT Hauler, he will ready his opponent's Rose Tico and probably take another 5 damage to base. And it looks like with this quick aggression from Shadowfax, that isn't something that Mason thinks he can afford to do at this point in the game. The stolen AT Hauler swings in for another 4 damage, and we're now looking at 13 damage on Mason's base, while Shadowfax's own Lake Country base is completely untouched. So Shadowfax very far ahead on base HP, but Mason has a formidable board. Another Jedi Consular trigger at the start of the turn. It's
Ooh.
Liberty, an early Liberty exhausting Rose Tico and providing a big barrier in the space arena with Sentinel, preventing that stolen AT hauler from having a clear path to base. Lando's ability used here creates a credit token. Vernestra Row swinging for 3 damage to base. What would you be looking for to try to get out of the situation if you were the Lando player here?
I want to watch this for next round so I can bounce one of these guys and exhaust everything else. Exhausting that Qui-Gon's big here, and then getting everything, getting something off the board to stop just the torrential on downpour, right? If I'm Lando. If
Yeah.
I'm Qui-Gon, I want to see Yoda this next action, right? Because I can use one of my consulars to play it, and I can kill the AT hauler in space. I can kill pretty much anything that he's going to play on the ground on the Lando side.
Okay, so I think Rose being sent to the bottom of the deck there, I believe.
Yes.
That was from Qui-Gon being defeated, I think.
Yeah, so he played the Bix and then attacked into the Bix and sent Rose to the bottom.
Yeah. That's one of the nice little things there with Qui-Gon. Now, of course, Shadowfax could have chosen to put that Rose Tico on top of the deck, but did not want to do so. And there is still a Jedi Consular up, and there is a Force token for a potential discount. But with all these resources spent, the only thing that could be used to do is to play some 2-drop unit, which probably wouldn't be that efficient. Lando still has a lot of resources and credits.
Yeah, he hasn't even flipped yet. Or no, did he flip and then Qui-Gon killed Lando, or was it the Bix? The Bix was discarded. That's right. So he flipped Lando,
Yeah.
created the
I think it
credits,
was
and
the
then
Lando unit that was
right,
defeated by Qui-Gon and to
right,
bounce Rose.
right. And Lando's in an interesting spot here. If he attacks into that Liberty just to get damage on it, then the Qui-Gon player can play it, and then the Qui-Gon player can actually use his Force token to bounce the AT hauler back to Lando's hand and play a 2-drop for free, which is probably not what Lando wants to happen.
Yeah, so looking at this this situation, it does feel like once again Mason is really going into this like end game with a much stronger board. Shadowfax has to find something to get out of this. That early Liberty with the Jedi Consular has put a huge obstacle in Shadowfax's path.
Yeah, all
If he
that
has a
early.
Liberty of his own, but
Yeah.
if they just trade, Mason is still left with
He's
a
gonna
much stronger
capture the
board.
Liberty with. Yeah, this is a great play. He gets one of the threats off the board that's gonna put stuff into play for cheaper, and he captures the Liberty so he can swing past and get more damage on base.
Yeah, the Mandalorian causing some problems for Mason in that ground arena, and with the Liberty unit captured, that does open up a window for that stolen AT hauler to keep the pressure on the base. So we're now up to 17 damage on Mason's base. That's going to be only 11 HP to go. And that's a dangerous spot to be in.
Yep.
But, you know, like as we saw in game 1, if Mason can defeat that copy of the Mandalorian, the captured units return to play, and so that barrier will be right back in place. Capture can be a good mechanism for getting rid of your opponent's stuff, but only temporarily. And that might prove to be an obstacle here for Shadowfax. We'll have to see.
All right. It looks like Qui-Gon didn't choose to bounce anything, which makes sense. He only had the 2 and the 3 on the board. It's probably not worth it to bounce Vernestra there.
Yeah, I mean, in principle, you could maybe bounce Vernestra. Like maybe it's to your advantage to bounce Vernestra to play like Gunji, or like, I mean, I think Vernestra for Gunji is actually a bad trade. Maybe Vernestra for Mina Bonteri would be a good trade. But
Yeah, just to
like,
get some restore going with all the damage on base. It could be a good one.
yeah, and then if she's defeated, you get to draw that card. But it's like it's very marginal. It's definitely not the dream situation of bouncing some expensive unit to play another expensive unit for free, and then you replay the first one and get its ability again or whatever.
Right. I do see a Depa Billaba in the Qui-Gon player's hand there, and that can take out the Mandalorian. But it looks like, does the Qui-Gon player have initiative, or does?
I think they haven't moved the initiative token
Okay.
over. I believe it
All
is
right.
Shadowfax who has the initiative here. I'm not sure, because I think after the Mandalorian was played,
Right,
I
because
think
Qui-Gon
Qui-Gon hit the
attacked
field,
into
Stolen
it.
AT Hauler
Yeah.
attacks, Qui-Gon attacks. Now it's Shadowfax's initiative. So we're gonna lead
Gotcha.
off with the Mandalorian hitting base. We need
Yep.
an immediate answer here
And there is the Death
for
of Balaba, yep.
yeah, and
And
there it is.
Liberty comes back to the space arena to block the damage from the AT Hauler.
The AT Hauler would not quite be lethal. It would be one
Not
off,
quite.
but with a Han
Mhm.
Solo pilot or an aggressive negotiations, it could have went into the game in one attack. So that Liberty is important for Mason to get those defenses back up here. Rose Tico here could be quite a threat in the ground arena. But it's going to be actually the Qui-Gon Jinn ambush unit there. Ambushes in and defeats the opposing Qui-Gon leader unit. Vernestra Row attacks to the base, I believe. Initiative taken by Shadowfax. Mason trades that Jedi Consular for the Qui-Gon Jinn ground unit that had ambushed in, and then gets a unit bounced. But I believe that Qui-Gon can only bounce a ground unit, so Liberty cannot be sent back there, which would otherwise be extremely scary for Mason. Now, I don't believe Shadowfax's deck has strong Saboteur tech. In principle, we could see Ascension cables, but that's an upgrade that can only be played on a ground unit, and we're not going to have the I mean, I don't know. Conceivably, there could be like an out of aspect commence the festivities here, which would allow that stolen AT Hauler to sneak past Liberty and win the game. But I don't think that's that likely to be in the list.
Yeah, I've seen some of these Lando Lake countries playing aggressive negotiations as an off aspect, but I have not seen commence the festivities.
Yeah, and this one is playing aggressive negotiations. I believe we saw one milled on in the previous game. It may not be. I don't know if it's in hand. In fact, it looks like it's not, but it is in there. The problem is every card that you play that's out of aspect degrades the reliability of your Lando Calrissian ability to generate a credit, since you're
Yep.
typically going to be milling your own deck and calling cunning. So
Yep.
it's really quite expensive, even more so than usual, to play some of those out of aspect options here. And so this time it's going to be Shadowfax who plays his own copy of Liberty, exhausting Mason's copy of Liberty. Mason is going to bring out, I believe that was a Depa Balaba with no ambush, and Shadowfax takes the initiative. Vernestra swings away again, another 3 damage on the base there, but Mason is still very far behind in terms of base HP, and Shadowfax has the initiative going into the next turn. We could see these 2 copies of Liberty trading with one another, and Shadowfax would get to exhaust a unit as well, as he would be the one getting that on attack ability to resolve. This would also open the door for that stolen AT Hauler unless Mason could find another answer.
Yeah, the AT Hauler is still not quite lethal, but it does get the Qui-Gon player into check.
Yeah, and with a Han Solo pilot or with an aggressive negotiations, that stolen AT Hauler could end the game in one action.
Yep.
So we're now going to see indeed the 2 copies of Liberty trade, and that Depa Balaba is exhausted. What can Mason do to solve the threat of the stolen AT Hauler?
Ooh, he protect the pod. That's a great
Nice.
play from the Qui-Gon player from Mason here.
In
Getting
game,
rid of the threat of AT Hauler, and if he wanted to, he could even play it. Now he probably doesn't here. Yeah, just claiming initiative to get damage in on base from Depa and from Vernestra is
yeah, it's
probably
a
the right
second
move.
copy of Liberty here for Shadowfax, so Mason has to take the initiative to try and find something to stop that. As you know, regardless of Han pilot or aggressive negotiations or whatever, this is lethal on its own. Can Mason do it? Is there an answer? Has to answer Liberty now, or it's game over. Looking at the cards in hand, does he have something? There's a Depa Balaba in play.
Ooh, he answers
Jin
it with a
Urso
Jin.
exhausting Liberty. That's gonna buy at least some time. I don't know if it's gonna be enough time, but it will at least. Now here's the question. If you're Shadowfax, do you just take the initiative immediately?
It's a gamble because there could be like watch this to bounce the Depa Balaba. There could be Qui-Gon Jinn to kill
Qui-Gon
Depa
ambushes, trades
and
with
ooh,
Depa and bounces Vernestra. Initiative taken by Mason. The
Oh, Master
Master Codebreaker
Codebreaker.
hits the field.
What
Not
do you think he gets here?
necessarily. I mean, one thing that I think would be quite relevant is to do a Faith in Your Friends, but it looks like it's going to be the Axe Forgets. Because Faith in Your Friends could not only search for another thing that would be useful, but it would also just provide more threats in the ground arena when Mason is already in kind of a critical spot. Mason does have the initiative, though. Can he find another answer to Liberty? If he can't, it's game over. A single attack from Liberty closes things out. If he has a Yoda, he could heal 5. Would that take him out of range? It would be 18. He would be very slightly out of range if he has Yoda here, but it would not be an ideal option because it would not be enough damage to actually defeat Liberty.
Right. He could play Will of the Force to get rid of the Liberty. Oh, or his own
Oh,
Sentinel.
okay.
That works too.
Yeah, Tantive 4. We saw this in the previous game. So that was a card that previously he had been playing and then bouncing to get it back to hand and then replaying it.
Oh. And he aggressive negotiations on the
The Master
Master
Codebreaker.
Codebreaker for lethal.
Yeah, it was not the 9 power, it was not the 9 power capital ship, but the 1 power utility unit on the ground that was able to close things out with the help of that out of aspect aggressive negotiation. Shadowfax wins game 2, and we are going to be moving to a 3rd game in this match. That was an interesting one. It really looked like Mason was stabilizing there, but ultimately Shadowfax was able to get past that first Liberty, and Mason was not quite able to stop things. He was able to stop Liberty, but he was not able to stop the Master Codebreaker sneaking in there with some aggressive negotiations.
Absolutely. Pretty thematic way for that game to end, to the Master Codebreaker coming in from behind and taking out the opponent's base.
Yeah, and it was a tough spot, I think, for Mason because he had taken so much damage on his base earlier. Shadowfax
Yep.
had a significantly more aggressive start. So even though Mason was able to find cards like that Protect the Pod to defeat the Stolen AT Hauler, or the Jin Urso to exhaust Liberty, there was so much damage on base that he could not afford to be off. He had
Right.
to answer things every single time. And even though he was able to keep answering that Liberty, we saw aggressive negotiations even on a 1 power unit able to close the game because the base HP was so low.
Yep.
So we're going to be moving into the 3rd and final game of this match after games 1 and 2 were quite good. Now, that Protect the Pod that we saw from Mason in game 2 was actually quite strong in game 1. We saw it removing, I believe it was an N1 Starfighter that had the Han Solo pilot, was taken out by a Protect the Pod on a copy of Gunji, and it really blunted a lot of Shadowfax's early momentum. So Protect the Pod, I think when it came out, was not necessarily considered a very exciting card. But with with rotation changing, the options that are available and the new sets and so on, we've seen some decks including it here and having it be quite a strong removal piece.
Absolutely. Rotation's always been so interesting with how it affects different card pools for different decks. This looks
Yeah,
like
and
a
we're now
very similar start to last game. We don't see the Master Codebreaker, but we do see Faith in Your Friends coming down right after Jedi Consular.
Yeah, so it's Jedi Consular, Faith in Your Friends. Does Shadowfax have the disclose to generate those 2 spies? If not, we could definitely see the momentum waning even here at the start. You really want to be able to make those spies when playing this card.
Absolutely.
Deciding what card to take, I think, there with the ability. You don't have to reveal it to your opponent because it's not trait based like some of these others. And we do have the 3 cunning and 2 heroism icons. So I think that was another Faith in Your Friends, a Rose Tico, and I'm not sure what the center card was.
I did not catch the center card either.
One advantage of this opening for Shadowfax is that Jedi Consular is one of relatively few opening units that cannot actually attack and defeat a spy token in one action. In fact, we could even see the spy tokens gang up on the Jedi Consular, and if they both attacked the Consular, they could defeat him and prevent that efficient discount play in future turns. However, Mason does have the initiative, but the problem is the Consular doesn't actually have a force token. So this is the downside of this unit when being played in decks other than, Virgin's Temple or Avar Chris or that one base that just gives you the force directly. The consular has to attack to generate that force token. One of the spies attacks base. Axe forgets bouncing Mason's play there, and then another spy token attack on the base. It does seem like Shadowfax is focused on pushing damage to base rather than trying to clear the opposing Jedi Consular there,
Yep.
which, it worked. It worked last time. Those Jedi Consulars stayed in play for quite some time for Mason in game 2, but they were not able to get him the win, even with that accelerated Liberty play that really slowed down Shadowfax's momentum.
Yes, and we can't see what's in Shadowfax's hand here, so maybe he has something that works with those spies to get him that aggressive damage in. That it makes more sense than just clearing the Jedi Consular. If I'm playing this scenario, depending on what's in my hand, I probably want to get rid of that Jedi Consular, but maybe he has something we don't know about.
Yeah, it's also possible that Shadowfax has just decided, hey, I need to be very aggressive in this
Yeah.
matchup. I'm worried that I won't stand up to the crazy later game plays that Qui-Gon can do with like playing and replaying Yoda and so on.
Yeah, and the aggressive strategy worked for him last game, so makes sense.
Yeah. Mason is going to play a copy of Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan, a nice ground unit with conditional Sentinel, but Shadowfax plays Rose Tico using, I believe, a credit token there.
Yep.
And Rose Tico comes into play ready thanks to the spies. The Rose ground unit is able to attack and defeat that Obi-Wan. And then the spy tokens swinging to base yet again. The pressure is on Mason. Now, Mason did manage to get something else going there. I'm not quite sure what that was.
It looks like it was a 3-cost unit. It might have been a Vernestra, but he did not have the Force since he used the Force to play the Obi-Wan.
Yeah, so we had essentially 2 3-cost units played. One of them only cost 1 with the Jedi Consular. The other one played for the full 3. But Shadowfax doing a discount play of his own, playing that Rose Tico a turn early thanks to the credit token that was generated earlier and really putting the pressure on. Now, of course,
it was the Max
actually the
Rebo
Max
band.
Rebo band. So there's a credit token on Mason's side of the board as well, but I see one big problem with this, which is that the Max Rebo band does not have 2 power. So that Rose Tico and the Spy both actually free from being defeated by enemy attacks, despite both only having 2 HP remaining, and Mason taking even more damage on the base. But there's Vernestra Row coming into play ready after an attack made by the Jedi Consular. This could clear out the Spy or Rose Tico, but the Spy is going to have a chance to attack up to 15 damage on Mason's base. Vernestra Row will attack and clear out that spy token. Generates the force for Mason as well. We have a Rose Tico ground unit with 3 damage on it for Shadowfax. Mason has the Max Rebo band, the Jedi Consular, and that Vernestra Row unit. So the board is in Mason's favor, but here comes Faith in Your Friends, searching those top cards yet again. And will Shadowfax be able to hit the disclose here? Another 2 spy tokens would definitely do a nice job of keeping the pressure on Mason.
Yeah, and with what Mason has on board right now, to clear both the spies, he'd have to take 3 actions, attacking with Jedi Consular, Max Rebo Band, and Vernestra, which is really big for Shadowfax here.
Oh, but take a look at this. Mason plays Jyn Urso and grants an experience to the Max Rebo band. So that's now going to be a 2/6 ground unit there. And at 2/6, that's the perfect stat line to attack and defeat that Rose Tico ground unit and remain alive.
Yes, that was a great play from Mason here.
Now, Shadowfax is able to play an N1 Starfighter, which I believe we saw from that disclose earlier. So there are a lot of small units pressuring Mason's base still, but it now does seem that Mason probably has the stronger board. So this may be the time when the tide begins to turn here. We're going to lead the turn off with the Jyn Urso ground unit attacking and defeating one of the 2 spy tokens that Shadowfax has available.
And the Max Rebo band is also able to take out the other spy token if Mason so chose. And Mason has access to 8 resources this turn with his 2 credits from the Max Rebo band. So he could play a Yoda to answer whatever Shadowfax does with his Lando credits when he flips.
Man, a copy of Yoda at this point in the game would be a huge momentum shift away from Shadowfax. Not only would it heal a bunch of the damage on this base, but could it defeat one of the units?
There
And
it
there it
is.
is. It's Yoda. Those credits from the Max Rebo band really paying off. 5 damage healed from Mason's base, and Yoda's ability defeats that copy of the N1 Starfighter. And to make matters worse, Mason could potentially use the Force again this turn and generate a bunch of damage again because he still has a very wide board. Shadowfax went from putting a lot of pressure on to really looking like he may be in trouble here. Lando Calrissian leader unit on the field, and that does create more credits. We have a huge pile of resources and credits available here for Shadowfax, while Mason's momentum, that Yoda was a huge play, but it also does spend Mason's resources for the turn. However, Qui-Gon's ability could still be used, and by using the Force, Yoda would be triggered again. Could be very, very powerful if Shadowfax can't find an answer, but the Mandalorian arrives. Probably we're going to see this ambushing one of the units and capturing Yoda, and that's exactly what happens. The Jedi Consular defeated, 1 damage on the Mandalorian. Yoda now captured, so even if Qui-Gon's ability is used here, it won't deal a bunch of damage.
Yep, that is the perfect answer to Yoda here. Getting Yoda off the board is huge for Shadowfax here, as well as the Jedi Consular. It's a value play to hit into the Jedi Consular. Keeps Mando healthy, only taking 1 damage back. And now Qui-Gon cannot bounce anything other than a Vernestra or the Max Rebo band itself to play a 2 cost, and Mason just does not want to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And but look at that. There's a very
Yep.
clean answer with a Qui-Gon ambush unit there. The Qui-Gon Jinn unit ambushing and defeating the Mandalorian. I think the when defeated ability was not resolved there since there weren't any non-leader units to bounce. But
Right.
the Lando Calrissian leader unit is poised to potentially attack the base here. However, Qui-Gon's trigger is once again powering up Yoda. So
Yeah, he could.
if Shadowfax can't find a quick answer to Yoda, Lando could be very easily removed just by using Qui-Gon's leader ability.
Playing 8.
I think it's a copy of Liberty that we're going to see here. Also, or maybe not.
I think he realized what you were saying, that he needs to attack base to get that damage in before Yoda kills him. And you're
Hopefully
exactly
he
what you said.
gets his credit back.
Yeah, he needs to grab that credit back and ready all his resources. There he goes. All right.
Yeah, Yoda's ability used, and Qui-Gon's ability used, and because the Force token's used with Yoda on the board, that inflicts 8 damage. And so Lando defeated. Liberty does get played here, exhausting Vernestra Row. But the problem with this is if Mason can use the Force, it will defeat Liberty. However, on Mason's side of the board, he's in a bit of an awkward spot because with Vernestra Row exhausted, he now does not actually have the Force token. And he doesn't have a way to get it that turn. The only ready unit there, so he has the Max Rebo band, and he has the Yoda, but if he attacks, he gives his opponent initiative, and Liberty could swing for lethal damage, so he has to take the initiative himself and find something to stop Liberty. I don't think he did. He couldn't do it.
Nope.
Wow.
Shadowfax takes the game. It's so interesting seeing the comeback from this Lando Lake Country deck after that amazing first game from Mason's side. Just so interesting.
Yeah, it really looked like Shadowfax was in trouble. That Yoda was generating massive tempo and threatened to just keep killing stuff, but he had just enough of a window to bring out Liberty, and we did not see anything that was able to answer it. No protect the pod or whatever coming out. So ultimately, Shadowfax is our winner with a nice comeback, taking games 2 and 3 after a lost game 1. He was able to make it happen. Mason in both games 2 and 3, Mason looked to be taking control, but this Lando Lake Country build was able to sneak in there and close things out. Some very exciting Star Wars Unlimited here.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right. So with that, I believe we are now going to we're going to be finished with round 5. I think we will be taking a break here, and I will be stepping away, but I believe OK Eternal here will be staying with you guys to cast some more exciting Star Wars Unlimited gameplay here from the Planetary Qualifier in Lake Park, Florida.
I'm Tower number 9. Thanks for watching and stay tuned for more.
Thanks so much, Tower. All right, everybody. It looks like we got one match left in round 5. And like Tower said, there's going to be a little bit of a break before this next round. So we will see you soon. All right, everybody. I apologize. It looks like my melee was not updated. There are actually 12 matches remaining, so we got a little bit of time before the next round starts. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Noah. I go by Octurnal on a lot of the different Discords and different communities within Star Wars Unlimited. So you might know me from the DFW area. I am a DFW local. I play in a lot of different area events. I also play at a lot of different locals there. You also might know me as the spreadsheet guy. I maintain the tracking spreadsheet for the different sets that are coming out. I do my best to do that, and then I'm also a judge that it goes to a lot of the larger events. I missed Atlanta, and I'm going to be missing Palm Springs this time around. It was just not feasible for me to make it, but I am excited for Galactics. I will be there either as a player or a judge. We'll see what happens. And it will be a good time. Everybody who is interested in Star Wars Unlimited, Galactics is an awesome, awesome experience, either as a player in the main event or just playing side events, grinding tickets for the prize wall. It's a great experience. A whole weekend of Star Wars Unlimited with a lot of your favorite artists, a lot of your favorite things to do relating to Star Wars Unlimited. It's just a very good time overall. And if it's the same as last year, then we will also see the names of the next 3 sets for year 4 coming out at Galactics and seeing some previews for those things as well. So that will be a lot of fun. I will be here for this next round, round 6, and then I'll also be here for top 8, top 4. We'll see if I'm able to stay on after that. I got some stuff going on this evening, but we have some great casters lined up for the rest of the day. All right, it looks like we have the ECL team Reflex on stream here, playing Lando Lake Country as well. And then we have Boba Fett Data Vault. Now, we've seen a move, this is Solo from Late Night Gaming. We've seen a move away from Data Vault recently. Boba has been playing Lake Country, so it's interesting to see a return to green here. So we'll see how this goes. Looks like they're rolling off for initiative now. And just for anybody wondering, the ECL tag does not stand for Energy Conversion Lab. It does stand for Eclipse, a new team from many former Bothan members. They created a new team to test and play the game and build different decks, and that's where this Lando Lake Country kind of came out of. They brought, I believe, 11 of this deck to sectors, and they had a great run, getting 3 of them to top 4, and then 1 of them winning the whole event. All right, we see a start from Lando here playing Master Codebreaker, looking at the top cards off his deck to pull a Gambit. Let's see what he grabs. He's grabbing the Axe Forgets. There are a few different hits he can get here. He can get Faith in Your Friends, there's Axe Forgets, and Watch This, an intro battle Hoth card that's been making waves recently. We see the Boba player playing the new Afra droid BT1 in his ground arena. This is great for Boba because on attack, this BT1 can deal a damage to a unit if he discards a aggression card, and also get that indirect off with Boba as well. Deals that 1 damage to the Master Codebreaker. In a green build, you're probably less likely to hit with this BT1. I'm not exactly sure how he has this deck built, so maybe it's mainly red. I'm not sure what he's playing green for necessarily, so maybe he has more of a chance to hit, but less of a chance probably than the Lake Country build, which only has a few misses with Fett's Fire Spray and the TIE Bomber. All right, we see the Axe Forgets immediately played to bounce that BT1 back to hand. Only paying 1 resource because Master Codebreaker is on the field. We see an Arvel Skeen come out, 4/3 with on attack defeat credits. This is really good play into Lando, and seeing it main deck is pretty good for this Boba player for solo here. Looks like Reflex attacks into base for 1, and then plays another Axe Forgets. This tempo gain on the Lando side is great for Reflex here. He wants to get stuff off of Boba's board, and keeping the board clear for Lando's high top-end cards is going to be really useful in the later game. Since they're both on high HP bases with Data Vault and Lake Country, they are both going to get pretty late in this game, I'd imagine. Trying to figure out who claimed there. We see Krennic Shuttle come out, giving it a shield. He could take a token if one existed. One does not, so he'll just create the shield. He could also move that shield to another unit if he wanted to. Obviously, he does not want to move it to his opponent's Codebreaker. Then we see Faith in Your Friends played. Looking at the top 3 cards of his deck, trying to decide what to grab so that he can disclose for those spies. Again, only paying 1 for this Faith in Your Friends because of Master Codebreaker. Very powerful combo. He discloses the necessary items. I see a rose on top there. I didn't see what the other cards were, but I did see that they were the correct aspects. He makes his 2 spies. He plays an N1 Starfighter in the Space Arena and attacks with Master Codebreaker. Boba retained initiative here, so we'll see what he plays. He's on his 5 resource turn. There are a couple options. Punishing One has been gaining popularity in these Boba decks, especially after the late country version started popping up everywhere. But let's see what happens here. Let's see what Solo does. Oh, 2 resources. He's gonna. I believe he played the BT1 back into the ground arena. This glare is a little hard to see here, so I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that was the BT1. Reflex attacks into Solo's base with the N1 Starfighter for 3. What is Boba's play for 3? He could have IG-2000. Attacks into base for 3 with the Krennic shuttle there. What does Boba play for 3 resources here? There's IG-2000. He could play the Arvel Skeen back. We see the Spy attack into Data Volt for 2 damage to get him to 7. Two, 3 resources. All right, he does play that Arvel Skeen back into the ground arena. Oh, a Ready Rose Tico. He has 3 different units that are non-unique. So Rose enters Ready, and then he attacks to base with everything for an additional 8 damage to base, getting Solo's base up to 15 damage. All right, we're on 6. So we're at the Boba flip turn and the Lando flip turn. The Boba flip turn here could be potentially devastating for Reflex here. He can defeat at least 4 of these 5 units if he deals damage and does Topple, which is a very popular combo in this Boba deck. I'm not sure if this initiative token towards the bottom next to Reflex's deck is a credit or not. Looks like it's just a hand marker, so I don't think Lando has any credits here in this scenario. Boba does flip onto the shielded shuttle. Let's see what he does. He is dealing damage to each of these units. And then he's showing a topple. This is a little bit out of sequence. You're supposed to show the plot card before you resolve any abilities. But it's really just out of sequence ordering. So it shouldn't be an issue there. You do not have to play the plot card before resolving any abilities, but you do have to show that you have it to trigger it before you start resolving any other abilities. He takes out Rose and the N1 Starfighter and the Master Codebreaker. 1 damage to the N1 Starfighter, 1 damage to the Master Codebreaker, and 2 damage to the Rose to defeat all of them. He could have left Rose on the field, but I think that's probably the right play because you get 5 damage off the board versus the 2 spies, and that only gets 4 damage off the field. And he can take care of those spies with that BT1 and that Arvel Skeen. See 1 spy going to base. We see that BT1 attack, the discard. Ooh, and he hits a Craving Power. That's not great for the Bobo player. He wants to be able to use those Craving Powers to get rid of the big damage units that Lando can put out with his flip. But it looks like the Lando player Reflex flips without any credits, so he does not make the 3 extra credits to get to the 9 resources that Lando's typically trying to do. Instead, just having the 6 resources available and the Lando on the ground, he is very, very aggressive. So he's already gotten the Data Volt up to 21 damage. So maybe he's just hoping to out aggression this Boba player. Boba swings at base for, I believe that is 7. Then a blue ace comes down. I doubt he'll ambush because he'll have to ready a unit in order to ambush. So he's probably just playing units out on board. Yeah, and that's exactly what happens. They go into the regroup phase. All right, immediate attack into the blue ace, losing the shield, not taking any damage. Lando goes into base to get him up to 25. Bobo player deciding what to do here, tapping 6 resources. Is it a Syntakaz? Is it a Planetary Bombardment? What's going on here? All right, he readies up those resources, maybe rethinking what he was about to do. All right, and get those 6 resources tapped. Planetary Bombardment. So this is going to be... Is Krennic Shuttle a capital ship? I don't believe it is. I believe this is just 8 damage. And he puts all of it onto base. That's crazy. All right. Guess he wants to keep his Lando on board as long as possible. See a Faith in Your Friends from Reflex here, looking at the top 3. I keep calling this the Krennic Shuttle because it's Krennic Shuttle from Rogue One and Andor, but it is the official name is the Shuttle ST-149. In case anybody wanted to take a look at that card, it is not a capital ship confirmed, so it's just 8 damage to base earlier. Trying to decide what to draw off this Faith in Your Friends. Discloses 2 Liberties and a Mandalorian. Those Liberties will be very helpful here to stop the damage coming in from Boba. He could absolutely AN for lethal here as well if he has that in his hand. He didn't show 1 card in his hand. It could be the AN to swing for lethal with this Lando next turn if it's not taken off the board. He could take Lando off the board by swinging Arvel into Lando and the BT1 if BT1 hits red off the top of the deck. And the spies aren't quite lethal with an AN. I think they'd be 1 to 2 damage short. even if Reflex does not resource this next regroup phase. Let's see what the Boba player chooses to do here. Looks like he just chooses to claim there. He's attacking base for 7. And he shows him the aggressive negotiations for lethal there. Good game. We're going into game 2. We'll have a couple minutes to sideboard. Sideboarding decisions are interesting here. I'm not quite sure what are in the sideboards for these different decks here to answer each other. I think they're talking through the plays, what he could have done to get rid of Lando there, what he could have done differently with that Boba attack. Talking through play lines with your opponent after a game is always a good idea. You always want to become a better player, right? And so talking through how things could have gone differently or what plays might have been better into a specific deck, always a good time. While they're doing sideboarding, I'm going to check the standings real quick. It does look like this is a win-and-in match for these players. So whichever player wins here, they're likely going to move forward into the top 8. The one that loses here is unlikely to move towards the top 8. It is they're both 3-1-1 right now. This is game 2. They're going into game 2, and the Lando Lake Country Reflex from Team Eclipse got game 1. So we're going into game 2 now. This is a win-and-in match for these players. All right, they go into setup procedures and they are making their resourcing decisions. See a benthic 2 tubes, looks like in the Boba player's hands. That's an interesting include for a green version of Boba. Right, resourcing decisions have been made, and we're going to see the first actions here. Paid 2 for a Allegiant General Pride. This is a good unit for Boba to start with, especially when he has initiative, because it deals an extra 2 indirect, which can turn into 3 indirect with Boba's action. Then we see another Faith in Your Friends from the Lando player from Reflex here. He's looking at the top 3 to see what he needs to draw. Now this Pride is very good here because it can attack into one of these spies to defeat it, and then it can also deal the 2 extra indirect. Lando player probably just takes it to base, but it is interesting. We see the 2 spies getting made from, it looked like another Faith in Your Friends, a Rose, and I didn't catch the 3rd card. Reflex also opened game 1 with the Faith in Your Friends, so he's hit that both games for a turn 1 play. All right, the Boba player attacks into one of the spies and deals 3 total indirect to Reflex here. Puts 1 damage on the spy and 2 to base. See the spy attacking to base for 2. The 2 costs played into the ground arena. I cannot see it because of the glare. I would assume it's a BT1. That's one of the main 2 costs in this deck. It can't be another Pride because it's unique. Another Faith in Your Friends. We did see it on the disclose, so it's not a surprise that he had it, but playing 2 Faith in Your Friends back-to-back turns is very, very strong for Reflex here. Third card was Liberty earlier, and now we see a Bix, a Liberty, and potentially a Qui-Gon. It looks kind of like the Qui-Gon background art, but I could not catch that either. 2 more spies for Reflex here. And we see the Lando player Reflex activate his ability. It looks like he hit an aggressive negotiations off the top and does not get to make a credit. That is a rough hit for Reflex here. Aggressive negotiations is a great card to close out the game. We saw it win game 1, but it is a risk including it in these Lando builds when you do not get your credit off. Oh, it is not BT1. It is the benthic 2 tubes that I mentioned earlier. So on attack, it's a 3/2. On attack, it deals 1 damage to a ground unit. So he hit one of the spies and killed the other one with the did a damage to the other one with the on attack. Then we see a spy attack into Benthic, and the Benthic when defeated ability is deal 1 damage to a base, so Lando takes damage, and then Boba gets to activate indirect because a unit, he is dealing non-combat damage, dealing that 1 damage. So the indirect goes to the Reflex, the Lando player. And then we see an attack with the Allegiant General Pride. Boba still has initiative, so it is 4 total damage, 2 damage with the attack, and then on attack, 2 additional damage. Boba's putting up a lot of pressure this time around. See a Bix come out and Reflex deciding if he's going to discard for the credit. And I cannot see that card he just played into the ground arena. The glare is a little rough here. The Boba player no longer has initiative, so Pride does not do as much. All right, it was an Arvel Skeen. So Bix attacks into the Arvel Skeen, and Reflex discards a card to create a credit. Now, because Boba player does not have initiative anymore, Allegiant General Pride does not attack for the additional 2 indirect. It's just a 2/3 on the ground right now. Attacks for 2 into base. Taps 4 resources first, and then decides better of it and attacks instead. We've seen IG 2000 hitting that last damage onto the Bix. And he plays a blue ace to ambush into the IG 2000, readying the IG 2000 so that the Boba player does not get another attack in with Allegiant General Pride. This is a great play with the blue ace because if you are able to take out the unit that you are readying, then they don't get any additional value. So it is a fantastic play. Going to the 6 resource turn, looks like Lando has 2 credits. So with the Lando flip, he'll have access to up to 10 resources worth of plays. He will defeat one of those credits to create 3, so he'll have 4 credits and 6 resources. Boba does not have a ship to flip onto, so the deal 4 damage and topple is not a play that will happen immediately here. He's going to attack with the Legion General Pride first, it looks like, 2 to base. He did claim initiative last round. They just did not move the token, so it is a total of 2 to base from the attack, and then 2 indirect from Allegiant General Pride's ability, and then 1 indirect from Boba. Reflex flips his Lando, defeats a credit token to create 3 more. We know he has a Liberty in hand because he showed that. Now the Boba player isn't playing into space this game, so maybe Liberty isn't the play. Doesn't have anything to exhaust here either. Yes, Reflex got game 1. This is game 2. Solo's deciding what to do here. He's got 6 resources available to him. Checking his resources for any potential plot cards. Looks like there is a Cinta. So he could deploy Boba and plot Cinta out, get a 4/7 and a 5/5 with an immediate attack with the Boba, since he comes out ready. Looks like he may have just passed. Lando attacks into Legion General Pride. Looks like he may also have a Cinta in hand. What does Boba do here? He's got a fully clean board. He's going to deploy the Boba. I think he's going to plot out that Cinta. He does plot out the Cinta to immediately attack with Boba for 4 to base. And now he has a 5-5 and a 4-7 and on board and an attack in with just 1 action. Cinta is a very powerful card, allowing action compression, playing a unit, flipping your leader, and getting an attack in all at the same time. Now, if Reflex attacks with that Liberty, I'm sorry, with the blue ace, then he will have to ready one of Solo's units. He's trying to get units out. He plays a Liberty there. He does attack. I assume Solo claimed initiative already, so he does ready a unit, but he's not able to attack if he already claimed initiative. And Reflex was just waiting for him to claim initiative so he could get that attack in without giving extra value to Solo. There's interesting play lines there where you can pass until your opponent attacks with blue ace, but then you basically are just giving your opponent initiative because they're not going to attack and then allow you to get that 5 extra damage with the Cinta or the Boba when they attack. I believe the Boba player still has initiative, but he has not taken the token. Paying 5. Craving power on the Cinta deals 7 damage to Liberty, getting a 9 power unit off the board as a first action. Very big damage swing, taking more than half the damage available on Reflex's board off the board. Gotta watch this. Cinta's gonna get bounced to hand and Boba's gonna get exhausted. This is an intro battle Hoth card. Didn't see a lot of play until Lando Lake Country kind of took over the Atlanta sectors with Team ECL. Team Eclipse. And now it's getting played in a lot of different yellow decks, especially ones that play the Master Codebreaker. All right, we see a Han Solo pilot hit the blue ace and it hit base for 6 damage. Looks like Boba player claimed already up to 20 damage on the Boba player's data vault. And again, the Lando player Reflex is denying value for the Boba player because he's claiming. Even though Boba gets to ready, he does not get an attack in because he's already claimed. There's 10 power on board on Reflex's side. Can get data vault up to 30. Does Reflex have the AN? Aggressive negotiations does win the game here. If Solo is not able to answer both units. I suppose it depends on how many cards Reflex has in hand for the Lando swing, but it is certainly lethal for the blue ace swing because he has at least 4 cards in hand. We know he discarded one of the ANs off the top earlier, so he's less likely to have one in hand. Looks like the players might be talking through play lines. Trying to figure out if there's any way that Solo has to get out of this situation. Looks like Boba's tapping 3. Is he going to play an AN? He's going to try to get some chip damage in here. I believe he has 6 cards in hand, so it'd be 9 damage into base if it is an AN. He does have the AN there. And he readies the 3 resources, so maybe he does not play the AN. Aggressive Negotiations gets some damage on board. 9 damage, I believe. Looks like he is going to play the AN. Or did he play Cinta? I can't see the card that he played there. Since he's leaving it in the ground arena, I'm going to assume that he is playing the Cinta. He has not tapped any resources yet. He's not exhausted anything. All right, it looks like it was an AN swing to base. I believe Reflex's base is up to 27 damage. Just 7 damage left on base. Solo has 13 damage left on base. We get 4 more onto base, so 24 damage. 9 damage left on Solo's base here. And then I topple the summit. 3 damage to that blue ace. It does not look like it's enough to defeat it. Blue ace has currently 3 more health after that. And then a Rose is played down into the ground arena. It enters ready because he played the N1 Starfighter first, and he hits base for 5, and then Blue Ace can swing to win the game. So game 2 goes to Reflex, and that does mean Reflex gets the match win. Reflex should be getting into top 8 based on his record. He is now 4-1-1. 4 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw. So that should be enough to make into the top 8, and this is the last round for round 6. Great game from both players here. I don't think the Boba player played a single vehicle this game, which is just wild. I guess it did. Blue Ace did attack into a vehicle, the IG 2000 earlier. That was the only one that was played into the space arena. I do like the Benthic 2 tubes in this deck. I think that is an interesting include, and obviously it was pretty successful for Solo until this round. But good games from both of our players here. Let me check how many matches are left. Looks like there's 4 matches left in this round, so there might be a little bit. I know there's going to be a short break after round 6 going into top 8. So we will be a little while until the next gameplay gets on the stream. This Lando Lake Country deck has really been making waves in a lot of different communities after sweeping the Atlanta sectors. Again, 11 decks brought by Team Eclipse, and 3 of them making it into the top 4, one of them winning the entire sector event. This is a deck that they cooked up, and nobody really saw it coming. I think there was one non-Eclipse team member that was playing Lando Lake Country at Atlanta. Looks like Reflex sided in Commandeer to try to steal some of the Boba players' ships, but he just didn't play them. Boba Green is a good deck, Josh. I think it is still good in today's meta. Obviously, these late country decks are going crazy right now, Boba and Lando both, and then everybody's trying to use their favorite leader with late country to see if they can pull off the same thing that Team Eclipse did in Atlanta. This matchup was pretty tight there. 27 on late country, so really lethal with one more attack in with an AN from Boba. But that Ready Rose just really took out that last game, pushed that last bit of damage that Reflex needed to win this one. Got 3 matches left in this round. Let me see what is still running. It looks like we got a Tobias Beckett versus an Obi-Wan Kenobi. We got a Deidre Marrow Colossus versus a Boba Fett Late Country. And we got a Yularen Red 30 versus a Boba Yellow 30. Once all the results are in, I will get top 8 announced. Unfortunately, I do not have access to the overlay. I am just casting this event, so I cannot put any data up on the screen. We'll see if the person running the overlay is able to do that. But I will at least announce the top 8 decks, and I will give you some deck stats once we get final round 6 standings in. Two matches left in round 6. Looks like there's 14 minutes left in this round, but only 2 matches, so this round might end up ending early. Just depends on where those players are in their matches. Then there will be a break after this round. I am confirming how long the break is. And I will let you guys know as soon as I know. Looks like that break will be 20 minutes. So we got about 13 minutes left in this round, plus a 20-minute break. So we'll be back with gameplay probably in about 30 minutes, unless these matches end up taking a little bit less time. It'll be at least 20 minutes until we got some more gameplay for you guys. We got 1 match left in round 6. Looks like the final match is Tobias Red versus Obi-Wan Blue Force. Those are both pretty fast decks, so I am surprised that they are going to time here, or are the last match at the very least. They're not quite going to time, but they are the last match that hasn't been reported. While we're waiting on this last match, if there's anyone in chat who'd like to answer, what kind of decks have you guys been playing? Do you have answers to Lando Lake Country? I know a lot of people were teching for Boba for a while, and that's kind of gotten a little bit less meta share now, but this event did have quite a few Bobas, not all Lake Country, as you saw. We just watched a Data Vault match. But what have you guys been playing? I myself have been playing Enfys Blue with the off aspect base for a little bit. I built the deck and it got some early buzz, but in this Lake Country meta, it's probably not super viable. I still really enjoy the combos in the deck, but 27 HP bases are just such a liability. At least with the 28 HP force bases, you're able to do some healing with things like Yoda or Yaddle or any of these other healing units, constructed lightsabers and stuff like that. Leia Data Vault. That is an interesting one. I know a lot of people said that Leia was only going to be good in limited, and recently we've seen a few Data Vault Leia decks doing some pretty good. That's a nice one. It's one I've been wanting to try for a bit. I think especially early on into a new rotation, there's not a whole lot of cards in general, and so it's easier to get that off aspect experience onto units. And there's a lot of good one-drop units as well. Those one-drop units turn into whatever their stats are, +1/+1, which is awesome. Chewy Yellow. I was judging the Austin PQ, and I saw some awesome Chewy players there, and one of them ended up taking the PQ, getting first place. Those yellow decks really eat Boba up. Those Chewy yellow decks specifically really eat Boba up. It's a very interesting, good tech deck against Boba, and it's good into Lando as well. Padme Red. I know Ryan from Rebel Resource is big on Padme Red. He played that at the sectors and he did very well with it. Unfortunately, did not crack top 8, but great player and great deck, and he's been working on it for a while. Yeah, the versatility of Leia is very interesting, just because of all the different things you can do. You can do the one-drop strategies. You can do the double 2-drops, just 2-drop turn 1, then second turn, pump that one, play another 2-drop, stuff like that. And you can create a lot of answers to different things. There's also so much restore that's good in that deck. Like the turn 1 restore 2 villager card is very, very good. And when Boba, when Leia flips, then you have a lot of options with those experience tokens just going around the board, and she can pump herself just like with Vel. Any experience leader that can give an experience to itself is +1 in my book. Still got that one match going on. I am not on site, so I can't confirm if this match has a time extension or anything, but it looks like they should have just about 5 minutes left on the round. After Enfys Blue, what I've been testing recently is Sabe Data Vault. I don't know if Data Vault's right yet, but I like the Sabe green builds, especially with the new Millennium Falcon. On attack, you give -2 to a space unit and +2 to a ground unit. It's been really interesting, especially with Tandem Assault, because with Tandem Assault, you can attack with that Millennium Falcon, and then if you have Sabe flipped or any other ground unit, you can give that ground unit +2 and attack with it as well, and give it another +2 with the Tandem Assault ability. So Tandem Assault lets you attack with that Millennium Falcon for 2, and then with Sabe for 8 because of her raid 1. And that is a 10 damage attack with 1 action, 1 resource cost. It reminds me of early Rebel Assault plays. Obviously, Rebel Assault is a little bit better because it doesn't rely on you having both a space and a ground unit, but that play is very fun, giving +4 to Sabe to hit base for 8. Then you also look at their hand, can choose a card to discard, and then they draw. It's a lot of actions happening all at once, or a lot of things happening on the board at once, which, like I said earlier, combo is my thing, and I really enjoy doing those types of plays. Should be about 3 minutes left in this match. Again, I don't know if they have any time extensions or anything like that. From what I understand, there's only 1 judge on site for the 40 players here, so he's spread a little bit thin probably. Should be about 2 minutes left in the match. Thank you to Unplayable for hosting this live stream and running the on-site tech stuff. Jay from Unplayables, they're playing Lando Colossus. Should be just about 1 minute left in this match. Ooh, looks like the camera got bumped a little bit. Let me let the stream team know. All right, it looks like these players are at time, so unless they have a time extension, we should see this match wrapping up very soon. Then I can get some top 8 deck stats up. Won't be able to show them once again, but I will be able to let you know what the top 8 is. All right, getting that camera fixed here. Looks like Jay has put up the "we'll be right back" sign. So I will take a quick break. I'll grab a drink, and I will be back to cast top 8 as soon as it's available. That last round is still not reported, so as soon as it reports, I'll get those stats together, and then we can bring up the information to talk about top 8. So I'll be right back. For anybody who's stuck around, I will announce this again, but if anybody is still here and wants to know what the top 8 is, I will announce that now. So first seed, we have Marcos Lopez on Lando Calrissian Lake Country. Got John Carr on Obi-Wan Kenobi Blue Force. Got Jason Saunders on Lando Lake Country. We have Daniel Alcala, I think is how that is pronounced. I could be wrong. On Boba Fett Lake Country. We have Christopher Patrick on Aura Singh Data Vault. We have Wes Wagner on Lando Lake Country. We have Andrew Cox on Lando Lake Country. And we have Ryan Costello on Padme Amidala, red here. That is our top 8 for this. We'll get our first top 8 match going probably in about 20 minutes. There will be a 20-minute break before we have top 8 on the screen. So feel free to go grab a drink, go get some dinner, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes. Thanks, guys. I'll announce that again when we're back. All right, it looks like we might be getting set up for round 8 here. I'm sorry, not round 8, top 8. All right, and just as a reminder for anybody who wasn't around when I made the initial announcement, it looks like our top 8 is 4 Lando Lake countries, 3 of which are from the Eclipse team, at least according to their tags. And we also have an Obi-Wan Blue Force, a Orasing Data Vault, a Boba Lake country, and a Padme Red. So it looks like Lando Lake Country is maintaining its top spot for the moment. It did take Atlanta Sector, so we expected it to be very popular, and 3 people in this tournament are from the Eclipse team, which did popularize that deck at the Atlanta Sectors. I'm not sure what match we have yet. I won't know until the players put out their leaders. Actually, looks like we do have the match. It looks like it is going to be Boba Lake Country versus Orasing Data Vault. Thank you, D House. Appreciate it. You should enjoy the beach while you're on vacation. But I appreciate you being here. Means a lot. Thank you for letting us use your channel to run the event. It's been a good time so far. Chat's been pretty engaging, and we've had some good games to commentate on. For anyone joining us for top 8, my name is Noah. I go by Octurnal on the various social media websites, specifically Discord. You might know me from the DFW area. I'm a Dallas local. I play in a lot of the different weekly plays in Dallas, as well as any of the bigger events. And oftentimes you'll see me as a judge at various events as well. Big in the judge community, do lots of events. Wasn't able to make Atlanta and not able to make Palm Springs this time around, but I'll be at Galactics and hopefully be judging there. I also maintain the number tracking spreadsheet. So if you've ever seen like the SWU number crunch spreadsheet, I'm the one that generally maintains that. Just so we can keep up to date with what the newest cards are and see if different items are crunched in or crunched out of the equation, so we can see make some good predictions on what's upcoming in new sets. So we have the Ashes of the Empire spreadsheet crunch running right now. So if you go to the main SWU Discord, you can find the SWU number crunch thread and find that spreadsheet if you'd like to take a look at what that looks like. We got Crispy on Aura Data Vault and Trojan Man Dan on Boba Lake Country. LC, not ECL. Got to get that in my brain, you know? Looks like they're reviewing deck lists now. I have played this Aura Data Vault deck, and I do like it. I think it's very interesting, and Crispy's a great player. Crispy tends to play off-meta stuff. He likes to kind of come in surprising people. People were a little bit worried about his performance early on in this tournament, but he did still make it to top 8, so yeah, as you can tell, a great player. All the players that make it to top 8 are great players, of course. Thank you to our previous commentators today. We had Jordan, Kyle Kraft, Sharky. We had Tower number 9 here earlier. And coming up, Jordan's going to be coming back, and potentially Kyle Kraft as well. Those guys are from the Colorado Cantina crew. Great guys. All right, looking like we're getting shuffled up for game 1 here. Aura Datavol versus Boba. Lake Country. So this Aura deck, I've played it a bit. I don't know what Crispy's build looks like, but I have played this Aura deck a bit, and it's really good at controlling the ground arena. It lacks a little bit of interaction in space, so I'm very interested to see how this matchup goes. The newer Boba Lake Countries are running a few more ground units like BT1, 000. We have, Allegiant General Pride, all that. So it is going to be interesting to see how these decks play into each other with a more ground-focused Boba than previous iterations of Boba have been, versus a deck that's pretty good at controlling the ground arena. The Boba decks do play the 1-drop upgrade removal guy, the Outer Rim Constables, and so I probably don't want to play that into Aura, but Aura does play some interesting upgrades. I've seen Mastery in the Aura builds as well as Craving Power, and so maybe he doesn't mind Aura just killing it for free if he can get one of those upgrades off, especially that Mastery. The +3/+3 can add up over time, so maybe he just doesn't care, just plays it as a 2-drop upgrade removal knowing it's going to die. Really interesting plays in Aura Data Vault. I really like Lats Razi. Lats Razi is really interesting because the 2/4s that are exist on the 2-drop turn. On the 3-drop turn, you can play Lats Razi, give her an experience, and deal 3 to the 2-drop to have it at 1 HP, and then use Aura's ability to take out that last HP. So that's a really interesting play here. So if he opens on the Boba side with BT1, we could see Lats Rousey coming in to take out one of those BT1s or other 4 health units. Presenting decks here, so we're about to get started. They'll draw their 6 cards, make their resource decision, and we'll be off to the races. Looks like our players are resourced up and ready to go. I'm not sure who has initiative. I don't see an initiative counter. It might be the object on the top left of Trojan Mandan's mat, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Looks like top 8's about to get started. Looks like the Boba player has initiative and plays Allegiant General Pride, and then on the Aura Sing side, it looks like a 3/3 Phase 3 Dark Trooper. It's not called Phase 3 Dark Trooper. What is that one? Is it just Dark Trooper? It's a droid that's a 3/3. He's just going to immediately attack into Allegiant General Pride. After General Pride attacks, yep, and then we'll see a Knowledge and Defense. He draws a card, defeats the unit that was just played into the space arena. These players are playing fast. They know what they need in this matchup. They've tested it. Boba Lake Country is one of the best decks in the format right now, and so I am sure Crispy knows exactly what he needs to do into this deck. We see a Fet's Fire Spray coming down, dealing 2 indirect, and then an additional 1 from Boba's ability. And we see an ambush immediately into that one using the 4-1 ambush ship, and then they go into the next round. Very, very fast play. This is awesome to see. We got a punishing one, doesn't get any value, doesn't deal any damage, and then we see another ambush ship into it. And then Aura defeats it using her ability. He prematurely put it into the discard, but he knew that Aura was just going to defeat it with the last ability. With the last 1 damage with her ability. And we see another 3/3 droid coming out in the ground arena. Boba deciding what to do with his 5 resources on this turn. Looks like he does have that constable in hand that I was talking about earlier. He's checking his resources to see what he could do here. He doesn't have any ready resources this turn because he already played that punishing one that got defeated by the ambush 4-1 and Aura's ability to deal, not deal last damage, but take out a unit that has 1 remaining HP. He's trying to decide his resourcing. And he does decide to put that constable into the resources. Makes sense since Aura can just defeat it immediately. And it doesn't look like Aura's playing those upgrades. It doesn't mean she won't, but he is not currently. All right. We see a collateral damage to deal 2 damage to that ground unit and then 2 damage to the data vault base. We see a card played, but I can't see what it is because of this glare. But we do see Boba deploys, dealing a damage to the 3/3 and then potentially a couple more damage to the other unit. Does he choose to deal 3 damage to himself? Oh no, the unit attacked into Boba. He didn't do the damage there. He didn't get the damage because he didn't deploy on a ship. That's my bad. And he plays a Cyril Karn in the ground arena on the Boba side. What is that unit? It's a Bosk, I believe. I can barely see the stat line. It's a 3/5. I think that is Bosk. Yes, I see with the shadow it is Bosk there. All right, they're readying their units up. We see Bosk. Where is he going to go? Bosk attacks. He gives himself +1/+1, and then he is giving Cyril Karn -1/-1, attacking into Boba to defeat Boba, taking 4 damage back. He's got 2 remaining HP right now because of the +1/+1. Last for the phase. Cyril Karn is attacking. Is he going to disclose? He's attacking into the base for 2, and he's disclosing the double aggression villainy to deal 2 damage to the Bosk or discard. Looks like Crispy is going to choose to deal the 2 damage to the Bosk. We're seeing Aura deploy and killing Cyril with her ability, immediately playing a bomber into the space arena on the Boba side. We see a Cantwell cruiser come down. Is he going to disclose for it? Looks like he is. He discloses to keep that bomber tapped down. And then 3 damage to base, assuming Boba claimed there. That is the weekly play Cantwell Assault Cruiser. The last set of weekly plays that had that fog border. These new weekly plays are super, super nice, and they do not have that fog border anymore. We see the 2/1 ship that deals damage when it's defeated come out. Ooh, and I can't see that card due to the glare here. We see another collateral damage, dealing 2 damage to the Cantwell Assault Cruiser and 2 damage to the base, it looks like. And indirect is dealt to a few of the units here. Oh, that other unit is the Purgle King. This is an interesting unit. It's not seeing a lot of play. It's a 4/12 that when played, it draws you a card for each unit you have in play that has 7 or more remaining HP. And it also has Restore 4. So when it attacks, it restores 4 from the base. Very interesting unit and an interesting include here. Not run in many decks. It was run in the Austin Aura Data Vault that got finalist a couple weeks ago. We see a Devastator come down, Prestige Devastator, super nice. He gets to choose where the indirect goes. He kills off the Cantwell Assault Cruiser. I believe he needed 3 damage to do that. He's got 2 damage left after the Boba ability. He's going to deal both of them to the Purgle King. Nope, looks like he's going to change his mind, do it to Data Vault instead. 2 more damage to Data Vault there. Now, what could be really scary is if Boba has the Planetary Bombardment next turn, and Crispy's not able to answer the Devastator on the board. If he does, he can deal 12 damage divided as he chooses, since Devastator lets you put the indirect where you choose rather than your opponent, like usual. Attacks into the Devastator with the Purgle King, defeating the Devastator after giving it -2/-2 with the Lawbringer. And then he heals his 4, attacks with the Aura. Looks like Boba claimed initiative again. These players are playing so fast, it's hard to keep up. You see another Devastator in Boba's hand. We also see that Planetary Bombardment. He attacks with the TIE Bomber first to get some indirect damage in. That's 3 indirect damage. Looks like it's all put on Aura. We get another Restore 4 with the Purgle King. 4 damage to base, it looks like this time. Plays another Devastator. We saw that in his hand, and it looks like he's going to use it to finish off the Purgle King there. Using Boba's ability to deal the 5 damage needed to defeat the Purgle King. Lawbringer goes into base for 7, dealing, giving everything -2/-2 on the side, assuming that he names. And then he uses 2 different events to take out both space units, and then 3 more damage to base with Aura. It looks like the Lake Country base is at 23 damage already. And Aura's just at 15. Tree Remembers is a pretty versatile card, but it does take out that TIE Bomber pretty effectively, as well as No Glory Only Results, which is probably the best removal event in the game at this point after rotation. We see an IG 2000 come down to deal 1 damage to Aura to get her up to 6 damage, and then 1 damage to Lawbringer. Aura attacks for 3, and now Lawbringer is lethal in the Space Arena. He just needs 1 attack. So if Boba cannot answer this Lawbringer right now, then it looks like Crispy gets game 1. And it looks like he does not have an answer. He plays the droid missile platform into the Space Arena. It's a 4/2 that deals some indirect damage, but Lawbringer is just lethal here, right? 26. Oh, it's one off. It would be 33 with the Lawbringer attack. So he does need to do just a little bit more damage before he gets the win here. He pays 4 for this 3/5 Sentinel on the ground, this Walker card. It looks like he's biding his time to try to get as many. Oh, what card did he play there to win the game? He played Lando to allow the Boba unit to capture the Boba player to capture one of his units and heal 6. And it looked like the Boba player just conceded there. So we're going to go into game 2. They're going to get a few minutes to sideboard, and we will watch game 2. Crispy with the game 1 win on Aura Data Vault. Really tight play, really fast play. It is surprising how tight the gameplay is with how fast things are going. But that's what you get when you get to top 8. You have a lot of really good players who are very well versed in their decks, and they know their play lines like the back of their hand, right? You can kind of tell with this game, Aura is very obviously a control leaning, but it is not a full-on control deck like we used to see pre-rotation. It's not all events. It's not just remove your stuff. It's playing units for value that also happen to remove different units off the board of their opponent. Slows their opponent down, plays a lot of stuff to keep their board clear, but it's playing units while doing that. So it's not as just back and forth. I play something, I kill it. I play something, I kill it, right? It is a much more interesting gameplay than previous control type decks. Looks like there might be a judge call happening, potentially. I'm not quite sure. It looks like Crispy hasn't picked up his units to shuffle them back into the deck. I don't have audio from this camera. I just have visual, so I'm not able to see exactly what's happening or hear exactly what's happening. Looks like they've moved back to sideboarding. Not quite sure what's going on. All right. While they're getting this resolved, let me see if I can get any information from the other matchups here. Looks like one of our matchups is a Lando Lake Country versus another Lando Lake Country. So one of those is going to get knocked out of top 8. Then we have an Obi-Wan Kenobi. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, Lando versus Lando. Obi-Wan Kenobi versus a Lando Lake Country as well. So one of those will advance, and then a Lando Lake Country versus a Padme Amidala Red. So we'll get at least one Lando moving forward into top 4. And then we could get either a couple more Landos, an Obi-Wan, or a Padme, and then whoever wins this match. Looks like they might still be resolving a judge call here. The other matches do not have results yet. Makes sense since our first game here flew by so fast. All right, looks like they are getting shuffled up to start game 2. Whatever was happening looks like it is resolved now. Crispy is going into his sideboard. Looks like Crispy's siding in potentially a kill switch. I can't see the other 2 cards. The ambush ship, potentially. It looks like he's just laying out his whole sideboard, so we're not sure if that's what he's picking yet. These are what was in the sideboard. The judge call earlier was nothing important to convey, but it was a judge call. I will say it was not to resolve a dispute about the game at all, or about player behavior. It was just somebody needed to get up and do something real quick. All right. They presented. They're going to draw their 6 cards for round 2, or game 2 of this match. Looks like Crispy is going to take a mulligan. Oh, that was just his first shuffle. This is his mulligan, but he is still going to take a mulligan. It's like the Boba player is ready to go. All right, present. Let's hope this hand is better for Crispy. All right, whatever's in this hand for Crispy, he does have to keep it. So hopefully he got a good hand here. There's a start, BT1 on the Boba Fett side, Trojan Man Dan, and then a Leppy Lookout, 3-1 with Overwhelm and Shielded comes out on the Aura Singh side. It's funny that Aura Singh is using 1 health units when that's what she's best at killing. All right, we have the BT1 going in, discarding card from the top of the deck. It's not a red card. It's not an aggression card. So he does 2 damage to base, but is not able to take the shield off of the Leppy Lookout. Leppy Lookout goes into BT1 to deal it 3 damage, losing its shield. And now Aura is able to defeat the BT1 using her ability. We see the TIE Bomber played into the Space Arena, 0-4 with 3 indirect damage. Ooh, I did not see that card. Hard to see. It's a +1/+1, so it's probably a Lats Razzie, if I had to guess. Lats Razzie is a 2/1 that says when she comes into play, you can give it a shield token or a +1/+1 counter. Experience token, excuse me, not magic. +1/+1 counters are from magic. This is an experience token that gives it +1 damage, +1 HP. And then it can deal damage equal to its power to a ground unit. There were no ground units to deal damage to, but it is a unit to get onto the field. Our first action, we're attacking 4 indirect total using Boba's ability. He chooses to put 1 damage onto the Lats Razzie and a few damage onto base. He attacks base with Lats Razzie for 3 damage to base. First damage on Boba's base. We see a Fett's Fire Spray come down for an additional 2 indirect damage. Added to Data Vault. And then we see the Leppy Lookout come into base for 3. And then an ambush 2/3 coming in, the Snub Fighter. Deal 2 damage, taking no damage back to the TIE Bomber. It's not enough for Aura to use her ability, but next turn, either the Fett's Fire Spray takes care of the Lurking Snub Fighter. I'm sorry, not Lurking Snub Fighter, Pirate Snub Fighter. Or the Pirate Snub Fighter can take out the TIE Bomber pretty quick. Taking no damage back. All right, immediately attacking with the TIE Bomber. This makes sense. 4 indirect using Boba's ability. Putting 2 indirect on the Snub Fighter. Presumably the rest goes to base. Yep, that's what we're seeing. Crispy probably uses the Snub Fighter to take out the Bomber just before the Boba Fett's Fire Spray can attack into it or deal more indirect. Oh, looks like he's going to attack with Leppy Lookout instead. 3 damage to Boba's base. We're going to see an IG 2000 come out, and it kills Crispy's entire board. 1 damage to each of up to 3 units, each of those units having 1 HP left, and Crispy is left without a board. Boba has a good board, and a ready Fet's Fire Spray. We see a Knowledge and Defense to take out the Bomber, draw a card for Aura, and then an attack from Fet's Fire Spray into base, dealing 2 more indirect. See a claim from Crispy's side. That is not what Crispy wants to see. Aura is a unit deck, for even though she does a lot of control type actions, she is a unit deck. She wants to see these things on the field. All right, we see a Lost and Forgotten hit the Fet's Fire Spray, dealing or killing it, and then healing 3 from Data Vault. Then we see Boba deploy onto the IG-88 and a Cinta come out from Plot to attack immediately with the Boba. I wasn't able to see if the top card was replaced. It's a little bit off the area I'm able to see. It looks like it was replaced because you just readied the 6 resources and has not resourced yet. Or goes up to 7. Makes sense. Going to flip and kill Cinta immediately using Aura's deploy ability. I see an aggressive negotiations from Boba hitting base for quite a bit. I'm not able to see how many cards, or 4 cards in hand. So Boba hits here for 10 damage to base. Ooh, and then we see a defeat. It looks like Crispy just scoops it up there. And we're going to game 3. Probably didn't have anything to answer beyond that. That card that was played, what was it? It was Tragedy of Plagueis. So that makes Boba get defeated, and then Aura can't be defeated. Aura swings for 3, but it looks like Crispy just scooped it up there, and we're going into game 3. Plagueis does not hit leader units. I think that is what happened there. Or he was just showing the only thing he had to do and just didn't think he could get past the Boba damage. So let's see. Just want to double check. I'll pull up that Tragedy of Plagueis. It does defeat the Boba, but it was probably just too much damage, even with the Boba off the board, because it just says an opponent chooses a unit they control, defeat that unit. So he just chooses the Boba because that was the only unit that he had. And then probably just Crispy didn't see a way out, so he just chose to scoop it up and go to game 3. Oh, he showed a Devastator. Didn't have Devastator resources yet. I guess he probably just showed the Devastator in his hand since he was at 7 for that turn. Looks like Crispy likes his opening hand for this game. He's going to keep it. No mulligan this time. Boba keeps it again. Ready to go. Gonk and TIE Bomber for the first actions. Crispy claiming. Immediate ambush to kill. And this time Crispy gets to keep it. It's a 4-1 and TIE Bomber hits back for 0. We see a droid missile platform coming out. In the space arena, 4-2 with 1 defeated, 3 indirect. Crispy just claims here. Oh, Crispy plays a card. I can't see it with the glare. Excuse me. Let's see. It was for 4 resources. It's probably a Bosk, if I had to guess what it was. Boba attacks into base for 4. That new Bosk is interesting in Aura. It gives one of your units +1/+1, and then it gives one of their units -1/-1 when it attacks. All right, it looks like he's just going to attack into the 4-2. The indirect will be dealt, and it's going to be, it's not Bosk. It is the ramp guy. So he's going to deal the 3 indirect that he was just dealt. He's 4 indirect total. 3 of it to that the expendable mercenary, and puts it into his resources. And Fett's Fire Spray comes down for 2 more indirect. He's going to put 1 on Gonk Droid and then 1 onto the base. Crispy is just claiming here, and then the move into the next phase. Yeah, Super Laser Tech at home. That's right. 4 cost 3/3 with when it is defeated, you can put it into your resource row. We see a no glory only results coming down to take out the Fett's Fire Spray. And then a punishing one comes down to finish off the Gonk Droid. And Crispy just claims here again. He's trying to keep the Boba player off his ship so he can't deploy Boba and do a big attack with Cinta or another aggressive negotiations play again. Let's see if he's successful here. He's going up to 7. He can deploy Aura. So now he can just deploy to kill Punishing One. That's what he does. He's going to deploy Aura, kill Punishing One immediately so that Boba cannot flip onto that ship. Boba's going to play another Punishing One, dealing an indirect to Crispy as well as 1 damage to Aura Sing. It's not enough to kill Aura Sing, so maybe he just flips onto the ground here. It looks like he just claims, and then Aura attacks base for 3. Oh, maybe he passed? Flips Boba onto Punishing One. He deals 4 more damage to Aura. Oh, and now Cantwell Assault Cruiser comes down for 7 resources, showing off 2 cards to keep that Punishing One with Boba attached tap down. That's going to be a big tempo swing for Crispy here. Boba's going to have to find a way to defeat that Cantwell Assault Cruiser to get his unit untapped again so that he can make some attacks. He finds a charge with treason, dealing 5 damage to the Cantwell Assault Cruiser. Not quite enough to kill it yet. He does have that IG 2000 that you just showed. He can deal 1 more damage. This has 7 health, so it's not quite enough yet with the 1 extra damage from the IG 2000. But he can defeat Aura with the IG 2000. Oh, he chooses to play the BT1. Okay, so 2/4 on the ground, on attack. Discard the top card of your deck. If it's an aggression card, you can deal 1 damage to a ground unit. And Crispy swings into, looks like base. Up to 12 on Lake Country. Aura's sitting at 6 damage. Very different situation from the last game. All right, Aura's using the resources that Aura has available. Crispy is going to play a 7-drop, maybe a Lawbringer. Maybe another Cantwell Assault Cruiser. Oh, he changed his mind, plays his Condemn. Oh, he played a 4 cost on the ground. It may be Bosk. It may be that expendable mercenary. I cannot see it. So Condemn onto the BT1. So no more damage. So he can't. Oh, he plays a Devastator. So he takes out the Cantwell Assault Cruiser. He takes out Aura. He has 1 indirect damage left. I'm assuming he deals it to the base. So it was 1 damage on Aura and 2 for Cantwell Assault Cruiser. Don't know where that last indirect damage went. I didn't see him add it to base, but I don't see it on that Bosk either. It is a Bosk. I can see it now. Aura trying to decide what to play. He plays that no glory only results for 5. He defeats the Devastator. The Boba player claims. Boba does now, the unit that Boba is attached to, that Punishing One, does now untap, and on attack it will deal a damage and get raid for every damaged opponent's unit. We see a shield come down on the ground arena side, so that's either a Leppy Lookout or it is a Lats. We see Bosk attack into the BT1, giving himself +1/+1, and the BT1 -1/-1, so he only takes 1 damage back. Punishing One does now get to ready. And we see an aggressive negotiations from hand. It looks like 3 cards. So it's going to be 7 base, +1 for the raid, and +3 for the aggressive negotiations. So that is going to be 11 damage to base on that attack. And then we see a tragedy of Plagueis. Oh, and Boba is defeated. The unit that Boba is piloting is defeated. And now boss cannot be defeated. There's an IG 2000 that comes down. 1 damage dealt to that. It looks like it was a Leppy Lookout. And then boss takes the other 1 damage. We see a assault ship, a 4-1 ambush ship. Sorry, not assault. 4-1 ambush ship hit the IG 2000. Then we see boss hit base for 4. Crispy's done a really good job of keeping Boba's board clear this game. Boba is still winning on the damage race, but not by a ton. It's just 17-16, and Boba has 1 more health, so it's just by 2 right now. See a Fet's Fire Spray come down, Prestige version, very, very nice looking card. And the 2 indirect is dealt to base. We see Boss come into base for 4 damage. Giving himself the +1/+1, giving the Fire Spray -1/-1. And Knowledge and Defense would be really good here to give the -2/-2 to the Fet's Fire Spray, and then you can use Aura's action to defeat it. Ooh, we see a Krennic shuttle, shuttle ST-149, come down to give a shield token first to itself, and then it moves that shield token to the Fet's Fire Spray. And it is a Knowledge and Defense. Knowledge and Defense to give it -2/-2, using Aura's ability to kill it for that last 1 HP and draw a card. And then we see a Condemn come down onto Krennic shuttle. And another unit come down into the ground arena that I cannot see. Lake Country at 20 damage. Data Volt also at 20. Boba's still technically winning by 1. See the playmat getting adjusted there. It's kind of sliding back off the table. See a charge with treason, I believe. Dealing 5 damage to Bosk. I believe that was charged with treason. I can't exactly tell. It does look like it was a charge of treason. The quality on the actual stream is a little bit better than the quality that I can see. So I'm having a little bit of trouble identifying cards, but doing my best here. We see that unit that was played earlier was a 3/3 on the ground, the 3/3 Dark Trooper droid. Cost 3/3. New Villainy Battlefield Marine. See 4 resources. It looked like a Bosk for the brief second that I could see it. And then we see he's going to attempt to attack, and a Krennic is revealed to stop the damage from coming through. -6/-6. -6/-0, apologies. So Lawbringer comes down to give him -2, and then 3 indirect from that droid missile platform. Looks like it's going to go on to 2 onto the Bosk and maybe 1 to base, or all 3 to the Bosk. He's got 1 more damage. 1 to the Lawbringer. All right. Assuming he named Villainy there, just because that hits the most units. You see a 000 come down onto the ground arena for Boba. 4/4 on attack. Put a card from your discard pile into your bottom of your deck. We see the Expendable Mercenary. It was not a Bosk. It was an Expendable Mercenary. Hit the 000 for 3 damage. We see a Constable come down to get rid of the Condemn on the shuttle. And then we see Aura Singh killing the 3/1 that just came down. We see the shuttle attack for 3 to base. And then it looks like Crispy's probably going to claim here, so you can take out the 000 immediately. And that's what happens. Boba plays another card. Oh, you're right. Droid missile platform does not have a villainy symbol, so it would not have killed the droid missile. Well, does it have a villainy symbol? I can't remember off the top of my head. What was that other card that came down? Is that a Devastator? I can't tell on my feed. It does not look like a Devastator. What is it? Oh, it's a prestige card. I'm not super familiar with this one. Is it? I can't tell. Is droid missile platform just red? It is just red. You are right. It would have had to just be red. That's why he got to attack with 3 for the Krennic shuttle. Makes sense. Oh, this is the Von Reg's TIE Interceptor. That's right. Thank you for that, chat. I don't know if I've ever seen that prestige card in person. It is beautiful, though. I believe that is a 3/4 with different abilities when it has different amounts of power. One of them is Raid 1, and then one of them is Overwhelm. I believe at 4 power, it gets Raid 1, and then at 6, it gains Overwhelm. Now that my stream is a little clearer, I can see that. I had it backwards. 4 or more power, it's Overwhelm. 6 or more, it's Raid 1. Okay, we see the Lawbringer attack, and it is going to, it looks like attack into the base, get it up to 30. I assume this time he probably called Villainy, since they are both Villainy cards. So now only 1 damage goes to Data Vault. 23 for Crispy. We see a Lost and Forgotten, heal 3 and defeat that Von Reg's tie. We do see a Planetary Bombardment. Oh, Craving Power, and that is game. Craving Power on the 3/3 to turn it into a 5/5. Can defeat Krennic Shuttle, and it also hits the base for 5 for that last bit of lethal damage. So Crispy takes it with Aura DV. Crispy is advancing to top 4. Let me check on our other matches. It looks like none of the other matches have been reported yet. So this is our first match. So we know that Aura Sing Data Volt is going to advance into top 4. The other options for decks that could advance into top 4, we have a Lando versus a Padme, so it's either Lando or Padme there. And then we have a Obi-Wan versus a Lando, so it's either Obi-Wan or Lando there. And then we have a double Lando match. So that double Lando match, that's going to guarantee a Lando in top 4. Players are de-sideboarding to make sure they have a legal deck for their next match. For game 1 of their next match. It would be funny if all 3 Landos made it into top 4, and then it would just look like Atlanta again. This will likely be the last match that I commentate, but we will have another commentator coming in. As soon as he gets here, I'll be hopping off to go get to a friend's birthday thing. It's been a great time here, but I will stick around until the other commentator makes his way onto stream. Anyone joining late, we just finished up our top 8 streamed matches. There are 3 more matches going on, so this is the first one to finish up. My name is Noah. I also go by Octurnal on all the different social media platforms. I'm in the DFW area. I am a judge and go to a lot of the bigger events. Not able to make it to Atlanta this past sector or the next one in Palm Springs, but I should be at Galactics. I also maintain the spreadsheet for Star Wars Unlimited upcoming sets so that we can see what's been announced and what could be announced moving forward. We use it to do like different predictions and stuff like that. If you ever want to check it out, you can find it in the main Star Wars Unlimited Discord. There is a link in the resources section. Looks like the players are just talking different strategies for their sideboard. I love doing this at the end of a match. Once I'm done with the match, whether I won or lost, I like laying out my sideboard and showing the options that I had in my sideboard to play into a deck, and then also showing the sideboard decisions I made and why I made those decisions, just talking through different things, different play lines, so that I can become a better player and I can help the people across from me become better players as well. Appreciate that, Blue Milk Gaming. I was not alone for the first match that I got to commentate. I came in and Tower number 9 was on here earlier. Great guy, awesome commentator, really inspiring. And I am excited to get to do it with him again. It'd be awesome to commentate with him again. We've had other commentators on before. We had Sharky earlier, we had Jordan, we had Alex, and they're all great people as well. Would be happy to commentate with any of them again. Sharky, Kyle Kraft was here. Those guys are all from Cantina, Colorado Cantina Crew, a team in the Colorado area. Oh, hey Alex, I'm sorry. I was not familiar with the Blue Milk Gaming. I know of Blue Milk Gaming, but I don't know. I didn't know you were part of it. Apologies. Looks like he might be talking about what he sideboarded out. It is interesting sideboarding. So those constables are nice to get rid of the condemns, and we saw him able to do that. But the 1 health is so rough. We saw that turn that he played the constable to remove the condemn off of the shuttle, that Aura Singh was just like, okay, cool, I kill it, right? And it's hard to play those 1 health units into Aura because she can just immediately remove them. Probably worth it to get the condemn off of your unit, but it is still a tough play because you don't get the body on the board. All right, let's see. It looks like there's still all 3 matches are still going. It is funny because Aura Datavolt is seen as, kind of one of the more controlling leaders that is playable in the meta right now, and this match finished the fastest. Aura's less of a control deck. I was talking about this earlier when we were getting set up and then between the game 1 and game 2, but Aura's less of a control deck from a traditional standpoint. It doesn't play all units just to get things off of the board. It plays more units to value trade using Aura's ability into various things on the board. So you can see things like the 4/1 Ambusher hitting Punishing 1, and now it has 1 health left, so Aura can use her ability to defeat it. Or you see Latsrazi hitting a 2/4 turn 1 play, and Latsrazi dealing 3 damage to it because she deals damage equal to her power. You give her an experience, deal 3 damage to the 2/4, and then you can use Aura's ability to defeat that 2/4. So it's a little slower than other control type pieces because it's not just play an event, kill your thing. So it allows for a little bit more interaction and more interesting gameplay, playing these units out to kind of control the board. Traditionally, I guess would be called soft control, but Aura is just play units to deal with your opponent's units. It does run events, but it's not as event heavy as the standard control deck might be. So it leads to some interesting gameplay. Now, game 3, that Cantwell assault cruiser really came in clutch because it tapped that boba down, I believe, for 3 attacks, and so that saved at least. It was on a punishing 1, or was it on a shuttle? I can't remember what it was on, but it saved at least 7 damage 3 different times. So 21 damage to base. So that Cantwell was very, very clutch for that 3rd game. Still monitoring matchups over here. No other reports yet. How are you guys feeling about Lando Lake Country as a deck? Do you think it's too powerful? Do you think it's a good amount? It leads to some interesting games, I think. But it is ending up that these top 8s and top 4s are having a lot of Lando Lake Country since Atlanta. Do you think it's answerable? Do you think it's too powerful? What do you guys think? It is very strong. It is also very hard to play. It is a lot of interesting play lines. I agree, Alex. I think that Lando LC is fine. It is the best deck right now, obviously, but I think it's very answerable. Just people haven't quite figured it out yet. That's what I've loved about this post-rotation meta. It feels very open, and it feels like there's lots of strategies, and people are able to kind of find new things that get to the top, and then they stay at the top for a little bit, and then people find things to answer them. I think Lando is answerable, but it is also very good. And the Eclipse team has practiced so much with it, and that's the majority of the people who are playing the Lando Lake Country deck, even at this event. So very, very good deck. And obviously in the hands of a skilled pilot, it is doing very well. Curtis, you can't just call it a bad deck. You're on the team. You're on the team that built it. I guess you can call it a bad deck then. Yeah, Boba Lake Country was quote unquote broken for a while. A lot of people said, Boba should be banned, Topple should be banned. But again, it's interesting. It rose to the top and it did very well, and it's still doing well, but it's not putting up nearly the numbers that it used to put up. That's what's so interesting about this post rotation to me. Like I said, things come up, they're very powerful, but they can be answered, and I've enjoyed that a lot compared to previous metas that we've been in. If it was good, Crispy would still be playing it. Crispy always takes, dark horse decks, though. I mean, obviously he didn't take. Well, Lando Lake Country was a dark horse deck at Atlanta, but he did take it to Atlanta. But he's always played dark horse decks. I remember him playing Kylo Security Complex. I remember him playing Von Reg Yellow when everybody thought that Von Reg was bad, and doing pretty well with all those decks. So that's kind of his whole thing. Lots of Lando LC mirrors and finals at PQs. Yeah, we haven't hit finals here yet, but we know that at least one Lando Lake Country will get into top 4, since there is a Lando Lake Country mirror match in top 8. So we're going to see some more tops with Lando Lake Country, and I think we will continue to see it this weekend and maybe next weekend as people are still teching for those matchups. Atlanta just being last week, hasn't been a whole lot of time to adapt yet. And also, like other people have said, it is a hard deck to play, and so a lot of people are just picking the deck up and trying it out. And if it's not in the hand of a skilled pilot, it's probably not going to get you as far as if you had a lot of practice with it. I was happy to see that the mirror match or the finals match for Atlanta was not a mirror match. That was a very, very interesting match to watch. So I'm happy about that. Double Lando Lake Country mirrors in the finals is a little tough to see, but like I said, I do think it is a good deck, but I think it's an answerable deck. Also, Curtis, earlier when Crispy lost round 1, didn't you say like he wouldn't have lost if he was playing Lando Lake Country because it's a good deck? Crispy did lose round 1, but he won it out to get into top 8 and drew his last game to solidify his spot in top 8. Curtis pleads the 5th. I'm sorry, buddy. Still waiting on other results. Not sure how those other games are going. I am not on site. I am casting from my office in Dallas area. So I'm not able to see what's going on. But there are 3 matches in progress still on Melee. Although the London SQ is a limited SQ, isn't it? Maybe it's not. I thought that one was limited. No, it's Palm Springs. Palm Springs is limited. My bad. Yeah, so London will help out with solidifying the meta before Prague. That'll be interesting to see. At Prague, we will see a limited event that starts on Friday and a premier event that starts on Saturday. The limited event will be 3 days, Friday through Sunday, and the premier event will be 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. I would have loved to go to Prague. That would have been so cool, but travel is really expensive right now, and it's not getting a whole lot better. So I am not able to make that. But that would be awesome to go to. And hope that people who are able to go to it have a great time. The pricing looks awesome. I'm a little sad that we in the U.S. don't get a chance to get that pricing, but I am glad that there is some pricing that is exclusive to European friends who are able to play the game up there. That is nice to see, since the U.S. does get a lot of exclusive stuff. Vel Yellow, interesting. We have a local player in my area who does really well on Vel Red. He got to day 2 of sectors, didn't quite make it up to the top 8, but he did make top 64. I think that is a pretty good deck. Yeah, that Stranger mat looks so good. The Stranger promo, the Worlds Beyond promo, or whatever it's called, that promo looks awesome. It's still funny that Tyler accidentally revealed it on that stream that one time. That was great. Worlds Between? I can't remember what it's called. Vel is a new team deck. 3 weeks. That's enough time. 3 weeks. What's happening in 3 weeks? Is there another PQ you're going to be at? You guys going to Prague? No, Prague's in 4 weeks? 5 weeks? End of May. World Between Worlds. That's it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. I love that frame. I know not everyone loves it. I think it's really cool. Especially seeing them in person just looks so much cooler than what they look like online or whatever. I remember when they first showed those off, I was like, and then I went to that event. I was judging in that event, got one of them, and I was like, okay, this is really cool. Got a PQ in 3 weeks. All right. Which PQ is that? Excuse me. Yes, non-foil promos would be nice. Utah. I got a friend moving up to Utah. I got to get him connected with you guys because he's a huge SWU player, and he's going to be going into Utah, not really knowing many people. So, got to get him connected because Utah scene. He needs to find a place to play. He's a great player, great guy in the judge scene too. Non-foil promos, yes. So I judged Phoenix, and when they handed, they give the judges a playset of the, not a playset, but one of each of the prize wall cards. And when they gave me, what does this say? Y'all trash, Jay. Oh, thanks, Jay. They gave me the prize wall promos, and those things were like Pringles. They weren't just like a little bit curled. They were like full on like half crescent moon type things, you know. It would be nice to get some non-foil versions for both for people who like the way non-foils look and for, you know, that the fact that, you know, it's hard to play with the foils sometimes because they can be marked cards. Colorado PQ. When's the Colorado PQ, Kyle? I'm going to Colorado June 9th. Going to go see John Bellion at Red Rocks. That'll be a good time. Love John Bellion. Love Colorado. Never been to Red Rocks. It's a bucket list venue, so happy to be going. Cold foils would be cool too. Flesh and Blood is another game that I play, and their cold foils are really, really nice looking. Curtis, I'm going to need you to send me that Discord so I can send it over to my friend. 8 hours for a PQ would be crazy. I've driven. Texas is big, guys, right? I live in Dallas. Houston is about 4.5 hours away. That's my longest drive I've done for a PQ. 4.5 hour drive. Other than that, like Austin's like 3.5 hours. Shreveport, Louisiana, I'm going to in a couple weeks. That's 2.5 hours, just about from where I'm at. Lubbock, Texas, that's like 6 hours. I mean, it's crazy how spread out everything is here. Yeah, I drove by Red Rocks one time and just kind of looked at it, but I've never been inside, so I'm excited. It'd be a good time. Same week as Utah. Yep. Wow, Colorado, Utah, and Louisiana are all 5-9. That's crazy. Colorado sucks. I will hear no Colorado slander. The weather is great when it's not the middle of the winter, and I love the mountains. The fact that you can be in a big city and get to the mountains in 20 minutes is so cool. It's one of the, if I ever move from Texas, it's one of the places. Denver is one of the places that I'm pretty high on my list. Maybe I'll just move to Utah though, because a buddy of mine is moving up there, so I'd have friends. I don't know anybody in Colorado. Prizing is better in Utah. You guys got a solid gaming community up there. I work with Brotherwise Games, doing playtesting for them and running conventions and stuff like that. And I was up there for Dragonsteel Con back in December. I did some GMing for the Stormlight RPG. If you look in the Stormlight RPG, you can also find my name in there because I did playtesting for them and some development work on that. So that's a good time. I love Brandon Sanderson, so Dragonsteel was awesome, and being able to GM the Stormlight RPG was a really cool experience. All right, looks like one other match finally reported. It looks like Ryan won on Padme Amidala Red, so knocked that Lando out of contention. So our top 4 so far will be Aura Singh, Data Vault, and Padme Red. Yeah, Utah does have mountains closer than Denver, but Denver's mountains are bigger, I think. I've only been to Salt Lake like twice, and I've been to Denver a few more times than that, so I might not have the intel. You know, you live there, so I'll take your word for it. It's Bizarro, Colorado. That's interesting. A big gaming community in Utah. I am currently running an online Stormlight campaign for a couple people from Utah, and that's been a great time. Great time. I met them at Dragonsteel. I GM'd for them. Sorry, it's not Dungeons and Dragons. It's a different game, so it's a game master, not a dungeon master. And GM'd for them, and they're like, "Could we hire you to like run our events?" And I was like, "I've never done that before, but sure, why not?" And that's been a great time. Padme clear counter to Lando. I mean, Rebel Resource would love to hear that. Ryan, you on the stream still? Padme beat Lando, Ryan. I would have loved to watch that game, seeing Padme beat Lando that way. That would have been really cool. I big Quinlan fan, so when Padme was revealed, I was like, oh, this is like new Quinlan for post rotation. Fortunately, it hasn't been quite as strong as Quinlan that we've seen so far, but hey, there's one in top 8 here. Yes, very cool to see Padme in top 4. Very, very cool. All right, in my ideal world, not because of the players, not because I want anybody to lose or anything, if we could, I'd love to see, we have Aura Singh Data Vault in top 4. We have Padme Amidala Red in top 4. I would love to see the Obi take his match so that we get the Obi Blue in top 4, and then the guaranteed Lando. That would be an awesome top 4 to see. We could have 2 Landos in top 4. We do not know the outcome of the Obi-Wan deck yet, or the Obi-Wan matchup yet. So we will see. Oh, we just got the results for Obi-Wan, and it looks like the Lando took it. So Lando took it over Obi-Wan. Again, nothing against the players. I just wanted to see 4 different decks in top 4, but it will be 2 Lando Lake Countries, 2 Lando Lake Countries in top 4, a Padme Amidala Red, and an Aura Singh Data Vault. We don't have the outcome of the other Lando match, but it is a Lando mirror match, so we know that a Lando is going to be moving forward. It's just a matter of whether it's going to be Jason or it's going to be Wes. Definitely not just rooting for a team member. Definitely, right? Couldn't be Curtis. All right, just a few minutes left in the match. Those mirrors are kind of grueling because, you know, it's the same deck, more or less, right? There's probably going to be some slight differences between them, but it's the same deck, more or less. And so getting to game 3 is pretty common, and it's really just, you know, draw dependent and hard to eke out those wins when your opponent's doing the same thing you are. The Eclipse guys are pretty good guys. But you got to knock them down a peg sometimes, you know? Can't let them get too full of themselves after winning Atlanta. All right, we have Jordan joining the casting table to take over for me. He is not quite ready yet, but he'll be taking over for me for top 4 and finals. He'll be here in just a moment. He just joined the Discord, so we will hear from him in just a moment. Yeah, first one to Liberty. Yeah, that'll do it, right? I mean, it kind of reminds me of Han 1 mirror matches pre-rotation, where it was first person to flip Han and get an attack off with him was really the kind of decider between those games. Is there Lando playing IBH Falcon? That's interesting. Kind of like that. I think IBH is better than people give it credit for. There are just a few cards that are interesting. Yes, Elliot. Padme did take the matchup between Lando and Padme, so Padme will be moving on to top 4. Oh, you did play it in Atlanta. That's cool. That's cool. Stuff that enters ready is just so fun. I love Rose. That Falcon's cool. Obviously, original Falcon was awesome. Ooh, it survives that? Does it survive that? Is it a 7/7? And then you attach Han and it hits so that it only takes 9, and then it's a 9/10 when Han's attached. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I'm running direct hit in all my sideboards for sure. All my blue sideboards. All right, guys. Jordan is here. He's going to be taking over for me. I'm going to go hang out with my friend for his birthday. So I will be logging off here, but I'll check back in. I probably won't join the stream table again, but Jordan will be taking over for me. Still one match in top 8, Lando Lake Country versus Lando Lake Country. It's just a matter of whether Jason or Wes take the matchup. And then our top 4 will be Padme Red, be Aura Singh Data Vault, will be a Lando Lake Country, and then a second Lando Lake Country. All right, Jordan, whenever you're ready, you can take it over.
Great job, Noah. All right, top 4. Got myself and Kyle jumping in. Got one match left, like Noah mentioned. We'll be checking in to see how quick that gets resolved. We should be nearing the end of the round, so it shouldn't take too long, Kyle.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm glad to hear that the Padme is moving on, though. This was a deck that we'd seen earlier on stream and theorized that it might have some game into this Lando Lake deck, and proving that it does here in the top 8, at least for one round.
And, we were talking about earlier on in the day, if you guys missed it, that this is a deck that we've been messing around with this week. We spoke about it on our podcast last week, how just going by a little bit of the data set that we had from Atlanta, it was the only deck with a positive record into Lando Lake Country. Just looking at its run to the top 8, though, it was Milkman Ryan is the player. And in round 1, he played Orsing Red. He won that. Then Lando Lake 2-0 again. And then another Lando Lake, he ended up losing that one. Boba Lake lost that one. Orsing Data Vault, Lando Lake, and took that one home. So one of the things that we were kind of worried about was that, can this deck beat Obi-Wan? I would have liked to get that tested today,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not the days of a ping Tarkentown deck, which would be potentially a problem, I think, for Obi. But without that, Obi having these larger butt units and really being able to test the ground, I think that could be a challenge for Padme to really get a foothold in the meta, even if it is a favored matchup in Lando. I think it's probably still a little early for us to even say favored, just to at least say it's proven to have game there, right? It's not a dead match. It's something that's winnable. It's a deck that you can bring to have a chance.
Lines exist.
There you go. That's fair.
So yeah, I mean, we'll see how Obi does this weekend as well. Early reports are kind of mixed from what I've heard in some different Discord conversations and stuff. But if Obi is sticking around, then it's a little bit of a challenge. And I think it's that always that interesting meta dance as like, Vader just destroys Obi. Obi has game into Luke and Boba now and all these different things.
It definitely feels like the meta so far for a lawless time has come in waves. We just see a deck rise up and then kind of go down, another deck rise up and come down between, Boba, Obi had its wave, Lando's currently on its wave. Can anything stay on top? I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the cycle.
Yeah.
Win, get tested, develop, or lose.
Yeah, and we haven't had that deck that makes its way to the top and then just has a stranglehold staying there, right? It's not a Django situation, at least so far.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how the weeks to come go. We have the Palm String sector coming up, but that's limited, so I won't get much of a renewed data set from there. A lot of PQs this week, and I think 20 overall across the world, not just in the country.
Yeah, I think the next major that we have that is constructed play is going to be overseas, and so we'll see if our European friends are as high on this Lando Lake deck as it appears to be here.
They're always a little bit different.
Yeah. Yep. It seems like it's always, well, sometimes even a little bit more than a little bit different, right? They're
Yeah.
kind of, it'll be their own world.
Yeah, one thing we noticed earlier in the season is like Boba really didn't have that big or impressive of a run there.
Right. Yeah. Boba really dominating the early PQs here in the US. But every time we look at the data, Boba was present in the EU, but not dominating, not like it was here. It seemed like they were kind of on a different curve.
Yeah, it does seem overall like the biggest events have all been in Europe so far, PQ wise, at least this season.
Yeah. Biggest meaning most number of attending players.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing I would like to see more of an uptick again. In our first season one of or our season zero, I suppose, going into season one of PQs, at least in our area, the Colorado, Utah area, more attendance. I think our attendance has been a little bit lower. I mean, still strong. I'm still happy that we're getting events under our belts, but not quite the number of players that we were getting just a few sets ago.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's important to execute early on, and I think, I think those early events are really fun, but Melee. I remember our first PQ Melee was like just in development for Star Wars. Like I think when we signed up, Melee hadn't officially partnered, and then it did. So interesting to see how that all goes. But looks like we just got time in the round. They're in their last action phase, and I believe. Let me check this out. It is a Lando mirror, so we'll have at least one additional Lando. So the top 8 is shaping up. The top 4 is shaking up to be a Padme Red, a Aura Data Vault, a Lando Lake Country, and a Lando Lake Country. So we know the general details at least.
Okay. Well, a couple Lando Lakes headed towards the top 4. I can say I'd like to see some diversity. So I don't want to necessarily root against individual players, but I'll root against a mirror in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, I like mirrors more than the average person probably, but I think just generally speaking, it's more entertaining to see a different type of gameplay. Who do you think would be favored? Player agnostic here, just leader and base combination.
Well, the one matchup I haven't seen enough of is the Aura Data Vault into the Lando Lake. I think in the previous round here, I'm just getting back, is that this was against Boba.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure there. We've already talked about kind of the Padme Red having game potentially into Lando Lake. So there's a possibility there. If Aura also has game, then it could be interesting to see how we shake out.
Yeah, I'll try to pull up Crispy's run here. Let me just take a look. I'm not able to pull. I don't know why I'm not able to see it in his view. Kyle, do you have the Melee link in front of you?
I do not. I'll try to bring it up here.
I'll put it in the chat for you. But I think if I had to say, Milkman Ryan probably came into this event trying to not necessarily target Lando, but like we were saying, have game into Lando. So I think he has to be feeling relatively okay with his thought process. And I think he would probably like to avoid Aura, is my general guess.
Yeah, yeah, I would think Aura is probably going to be favored into the Padme deck, right? So Padme, depending on how this shakes out, probably more looking forward to seeing the Lando Lake deck, and I think that's part of why you would have brought Padme today.
Yeah, I don't think you're thinking about or a data vault when you're building that deck. I think that's for sure.
Although maybe you should have. I mean, this deck
Yeah.
did pop up last week, right?
Totally.
Whenever Benton plays a deck, you're going to start seeing it.
Yeah, and it's a strong deck. There's some really cool cards. Bosk is very strong in that build with the +1/-1 ability. So just some pretty cool units. So I think this action phase probably should be wrapping up at this point. We'll get you updated on if it's Jamasakau, or ECL Shadowfax as soon as we find out. Were you able to pull up Crispy's record there, Kyle?
No, I don't. Yeah, when I'm clicking on the melee, it's not populating for me. It's the same problem you're having.
Yeah, like when I checked earlier for Milkman Ryan, it was showing leader and base, but for Crispy, it's there we go. I got it. So in round 1, he played a Boba Lake Country and lost. Then he went on to a Vel Data Vault 1, Avar Yellow 1, Padme. I believe Imperial Prison Complex is red as well, so he won that one. So he did play 1 Padme today. And then he played solo YG from late night in round 5. He got that one. He was on a Boba Data Vault. And he took a draw to his teammate in round 6. And last round, he played Boba Lake on stream, if you guys missed it.
Well, I imagine Crispy being part of Team Eclipse would not have brought a deck that he thought was heavily unfavored against Lando Lake, knowing that he would have other teammates there also likely playing the deck. So I think there's probably some game to be had there.
So we're getting an update here from Jay, who's on the ground. Looks like ECL Shadowfax took it 2-1 to get into the top 4. Looking to get an update here on if we're going to have a stream match or not. Just a second.
Yeah, it sounds looking like the top 4 is all Team Eclipse players.
I guess Milkman Ryan is from Eclipse as well, and they're all conceding to each other. So there will not be a top 4 or finals in general or streamed.
That's disappointing.
Yeah. More SWU is better than less SWU. There's a
just from
perspective, so I get it, but
yeah, I'm sure there's reason for it. Just from a viewership perspective, an entertainment perspective, a bummer.
Yeah, so I guess with that being said, we're just going to wrap up here in a little bit. Great day of coverage here. 7 rounds, a little less than expected, but some SWU, even though more SWU is better than less SWU, some SWU is better than no SWU. So, yeah, no, no top 4. But appreciate you guys all hanging out with us here on the Unplayable channel. I'm Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew with my teammate Kyle here. Thanks to all the other commentators throughout the day: Tower, Noah, Kyle, Alex, Trez, and the rest of the crew. So for everybody joining, really appreciate you guys. Sorry we couldn't bring you the final 2 rounds, but it's out of our hands. Hopefully you guys have a great day, and shout out to the Collection Realms in Lake Park, Florida as well. So appreciate you guys. Have a good one. Bye.